Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 honesty, and you say. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. honesty, and you say honesty, 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 honesty, and you say.
Family. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes or no? No sound. No sound. No sound. I'm muted? No, I'm not. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Ingrid, Vivian. Hey, Chris. All right. Good. Well, welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. I'm your host, Will, the Rebel Rattigan. It's a holiday weekend in the US, and you could be anywhere. Instead, you're here with me, and I appreciate your commitment. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Big up everybody in the chat. Big up. Love the whole owner. Yes, Lamour, loud and clear. Turn up the volume. Okay, all right, cool. Can you hear me now? All right, hold on. How about now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Initially, it sounded you may have thought that there was no volume, but Kevin and I we were sharing a joke and we just didn't want it to be transmitted on the air. So, So blame Kevin for that. Kevin, where you there? Blame Kevin. All right. Okay, can hear me now. All right. Yes, Ron, big up yourself. Diamond. Yes, indeed. Now look, make plans. Yes. CT in the house. Make plans with your significant other to join me tonight at midnight. And as we say, relax with the rebel. I will be featuring a nice selection of 70s and 80s slow jams, and I'm sure they'll bring back great memories. And if you don't have someone, well, still tune in and have a great time with me because I'll be here from midnight to 2. Blessings and good health for Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P, Ma Jean, Desmond Sasidiva, Mrs. Nelson, Joanna Marie, get well soon. We miss you, we love you. Bob D'Souza, Bunny Jump, brethren, come out of the bed, man. Start walk around the house. Start do something before something do ya. Mr. Baxter, ladies and gentlemen, very close to this man, Mr. Baxter, and he suffered a stroke 2 days ago, and he had to be airlifted. He's still in the hospital. Please send out some prayers for him. Angela, continue to take care of your dad. And also my sister Jenny, who's going through rehab. Get well soon, sis. Okay, Galactic and all of you guys, you are going to get that information today. Today. We're waiting on Prezi to join us. Big up the Manison, the Ogle, and the Trower families in Durban, South Africa, and the Al Faiz family in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Firehouse crew, Eri, Colleen. Big up yourself, Wani, Pancho, and Richardo. Big up the Rollington crew, my general and my admiral. Stay so, not going nowhere. Big up all media personalities and platforms involved in the fight to hold the government accountable. And we're talking about the Jamaican government. We're talking about Linkage Radio, OBC Radio, All People Radio, Sutherland TV, producer Wayne Global TV, Anissa Bell Rose, Waterhouse Vibes with Nita and the crew, Make We Talk, Mr. Vumva V, Jeffrey Tavares, Mystic Sensation, Anne Marie and Byron, Super Jams, Prezi and Captain, Professor John Lennon, Andre Stevens, the teacher, Jamaican Carlos, Aromatic, Maria, who's now officially a member of the Dirty 30. Welcome, Maria. Herb T. Okay, Kevin just said I should back off the volume. Okay. Kevin, how do I sound now? Kevin. Okay. Kevin is saying if my voice is too soft, too low, then you need to turn up your devices. I'm watching him take control and make things happen. Yes, Kevin. Yeah, big up Jamaica Hot Topic, Empress GTV, Beyond the Echo with Tara, Right Mango, Kamla, and of course, the renegade unafraid, the man in the wilderness, Wayne Lonesome. Big up Gandhi Road Tony, Roland and family. Bitter girl. Cora and the princess. Kian Juice, Scotty, Natty Nauman, and all of my sisters, big up on yourself. The Manchester crew, we not forget to know Merlin, Dorrit, and their communities. Miss Allen of UTech fame, and Double D, Deanna, and David. Thanks for the strength, the support, the encouragement. And finally, manners and respect to all civil servants who teach, protect, and take care of us and our family members. Elaine, Tavares Black, yo? I forgot to talk to him. No, why would Jeffrey do something like that? But what did you do? What did you do? Elaine? All right. The civil servants, we're talking about nurses and doctors and police officers and teachers and the secretaries, all of them. Big up on yourself. Please, ladies and gentlemen, family, don't forget, Waterhouse Vibes will be on YouTube tomorrow at 4 p.m. and that's 3 p.m. Jamaica time. Waterhouse Vibes, 4 p.m. New York time, 3 p.m. Jamaica time, and it will be streamed on YouTube. Also, Wayne Lonesome's Town Hall meeting, regularly scheduled at 7 New York time, 6 p.m. Jamaica time. Lonesome's Town Hall meeting, that's a staple. Everybody knows about it. But tune in if you can tomorrow. It's a holiday weekend. Still, he's going to have some exciting things to talk about. And he always, of course, We over there. So as I say, R and the rest, Fantastic Four, Fantastic Five, we're good. And on a daily basis, you can catch Jamaican Carlos, Jeffrey Tavares, Mystic Sensation, Andre Stevens, etc. on their YouTube channels. That's on a daily basis. You can catch them. And Isat Buchanan, he has a radio show. It's called Context Matters. And it's on Reggae Global Radio, YouTube, and Facebook every Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. And that's 4 to 6 Jamaica time. Again, Context Matters with Isat Buchanan on Reggae Global Radio, YouTube, and Facebook every Thursday from 5 to 7 New York time, 4 to 6 Jamaica time. And last but not least, Kevin, where you there? Kevin, where you there? People love it, love Kevin, and them love it so much that them even make t-shirts out of it. Please, family, support DJ Kevin Stew's program tonight on Reggae Global Radio from 8 to 10. So that's why you see Kevin disappear at 8 o'clock or about quarter to 8. He disappears because he has a program there. If you didn't know, check him out because he plays some fantastic music. He's going to get you all worked up. And then I'll be there to relax you. So, you go to Kevin, he'll take care of you from 8 to 10. And then from midnight to 2, I will be there to take care of you. Now, disclaimer. The opinions you hear today will be that of the individual presenters only and is neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. Today we have volume low, right, Stella? All right, let me try something here. How about now? Testing. Mic. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Hey, Lynn, Barry White. Sure, you're right. All right. You can't hear me now, Ilian? Stella. I'm not talk to me now, man. Winston, big up yourself. Yeah, we are that. Oh, good now. Okay, good. We have Mr. President here. Today we're going to talk about our new website. This is a man responsible for doing all the work on that website. He's going to talk to you about a whole range of things, including some of you asked about the bus ride from the New York area. Yeah. If you look right up there, where is it? To the top of the screen, top right. That's the Cash App, right, Kevin? That's the QR code for Cash App. So all of you overseas, please use that. And then at the bottom of the screen, you see where it says Cash App, $OJLDF. That's how you get in there. All right. Kevin is going to keep reminding me, so I'll keep repeating. So Prezi is going to talk about our new website. He's also going to talk about the plans, how you can register for the bus ride from the New York area to come to DC. Hey, by the way, folks, 3 weeks from today, special event. I'll leave that for Prezi. And Herb, I don't know where Herb is. We'll leave that for Prezi and Herb. We're also going to discuss the Global Diaspora Council and the conference that we will be having on the 16th through the 19th of June. Some other folks, they're having a conference the same days or the same dates, but during the daytime hours. But that's a business conference. We don't want to attend that. We want to come to the conference, dubbed the People's Conference, that we're going to be talking about real issues affecting real Jamaicans, whether you live abroad or foreign. I mean, at yard or foreign. We'll talk about issues affecting you, and we're going to talk about how we can address those issues and alleviate the misery. We'll talk about the protest in Washington, D.C., talk about the protest, upcoming protests as well in New York City. Doc will be here to talk about Caribbean indigenous medicine, resetting your body to the factory setting. I think we're in part 3 now. And we're going to do a review. In fact, we're going to do something else. What we're going to do is we're going to look at a case or the case to be made against Integrity Commission and against the former Speaker of the House, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. And we're going to show you how some people be fierce, you know, and also we're going to show you how some people, I don't know if it's incompetence or reluctance. I don't know what it is. Might be something else, but I'm going to show you, or maybe fear, but we're going to go through it step by step. And when we're done, you can walk away from this program and you can talk to anyone about that case, you know. In fact, you can teach people about that case once we leave. We're also going to have a gentleman who started a mathematics initiative to keep children off the streets in school, providing them with a sound education. Really nice initiative. We're going to talk about that. And then we're going to talk about Mark Golding's passport and his citizenship fiasco. We hope to have Mr. Hugh Wildman because he has a position that I can assure you is going to be new to you. You've never heard that position before. Most of you. I heard it for the first time. Well, I spoke with him yesterday and I read it in the newspaper. And it's an interpretation, but it's also case law. So it's good law. And it's going to turn everything that you've heard about Mark Golding, is going to turn everything upside down. But it's also going to turn everything upside down for a whole bunch of people in Parliament. Whole bunch of people. So stay tuned for that. Mr. Hugh Wildman will be here with us, I think around 7 o'clock. That's 6 o'clock Jamaica time. And you know he's a fan favorite and he doesn't hold back. And he's very analytical. So tune in. You may or you may not agree with him, but at least it's a different perspective. The foundation, the OJLDF fundraising effort is a continuing one, and it's for a worthy cause. So please continue to be charitable. Let me just go back to before I bring Prezi in, let me just go back to the New York. Actually, no, let me bring him in. Hold on one second. There he is. The real leader. Yes, sir. So the protest, more than 350 of you turned out for that protest in New York, despite what people say. We're not care what them was. More than 350 of you turned out for it. And I've been told that had it not been for the weather, late arrivals, and personal reasons, some having to do with transportation, and there were a few medical emergencies, had it not been for those things, the number would have been greater. Now, because of the continuing government maladministration, corruption, etc., and the behavior of the Consul General, remember her? Of course you remember her. She was the one who was dancing at the pen relays. Oh, Miss Adisi. And then she's the one who turned her back on everybody at the protest. Because of all of those things, you, family members, you, my people, you have requested that we protest again and do so in full force. And I gave it serious consideration. Didn't take me long. And as a result of your advice, I hereby announce today that we will protest again in August in New York. We haven't decided on a date yet, but it is going to be in August. So even if it rain, it won't be chilly. We'll be fine. No fun out, I go wear shorts and, whatever, So we are going to be, we're just comfortably. We are going to be fine. And I know they're worried now because they were very worried while we were there, before we got there, while we were there, and after we left, they were still shuddering. They were shuddering. And so, we never see not like this yet. Who them people, yeah? You know, they make we look bad. Well, think about the suffering, the anxiety, the pain, the hurt, the depression that our people are going through in Jamaica. Think about that. There's no equivalency there. So details of that to follow. Prezi, welcome, my brother.
Yes, sir. How are you? Happy Saturday, man.
Oh, Saturday. All right.
So, welcome everybody to the classroom. You see our professor is ready. And as you know,
Herb T.
Herb, what's going on, sir?
Yes, sir. Good day, gentlemen.
How's the wife doing?
She's doing well. I just took her down for dialysis. I'll come back. And today is my eldest daughter's birthday, too. So I just stopped and grabbed something. So I'm here. And what can I tell you, gentlemen?
Congratulations on her birthday.
Thanks.
We'll to see many more.
Yeah, life is good.
She's gonna see many more.
Yeah.
We should probably nominate you for Father of the Year, you know.
Well,
pet owner of the year too.
Pet owner, that's right. Because I had to take him with me. Because whenever I leave now, he stick his head in the door, so I can't close it. So this morning I'm trying to push him back, and him stick his head because he's so low to the ground, built like a bulldog. I said, okay, all right, I'll take you with me. So I take him. He love it, man, when he's out there. He just go in the back seat, just lay flat, and he don't move. I give him water, he don't get up for the water. You know, because about 90-something degrees up here today. Surprised me. But the bottom line is, you know, it's fun to be around him. And it's like my wife says, anytime you move him, like pee clock behind you. Mm-hmm. So every time I'm moving, I'm worried that he's behind me. And I turn and he's right there at my foot. You know, whoever had him before, I trained him before. When my daughter got him, they trained him like a guard dog. Because he was doing all the things, coming next to you and everything else. And when anybody comes up to me, he gets in between us. Just like a guard dog, right? So I said, wait, this dog is well trained, you know? So it is nice to have him. We had a cat before for 17 years. I know it broke the family up when the cat died, and then my daughter decided she's going out and get a dog. But this is the last daughter who is married with the 4 kids. She took him to the apartment, and of course it was against the rules. So rather than give him away and stuff like that, we had gotten used to him because she'd bring him over to the house. We just said, look, just leave him. And we started. At first, my wife didn't want to get involved. You know, but when you have animal in the household, man, it changes a whole lot. It's like having a young baby on hand. And it's good to have him. Really, really enjoy it.
Let me just say big up to Gigi. Gigi, folks, Gigi and I lived in the same yard at Waterhouse before I came to America. Yeah,
and that's something else.
Yeah, I haven't seen her since 1977. She lives
Ratti, are you sure you didn't keep a list of all these people and a picture next to it? Because, brother, you always bigging up these people. I'm saying, wait a minute, where memory come from?
But look what Gigi says, Mr. President. Am I invited to the prayer breakfast? Invited to the prayer breakfast.
You know, that's a good idea. That is a good idea, Ratti. I need to tell the truck guys, show up with breakfast and we'll hold a prayer breakfast in front. And that way they don't ever have to be concerned they're gonna miss out on another prayer breakfast.
Yo, shut up. You're gonna shut the president, man. President got the
No, but Gigi is a funny one though, Gigi. We say we're definitely invited, Gigi. Big up yourself. But Herb, congrats to your daughter and more strength and blessings to your wife, man.
Thanks, I appreciate it, Prezi. I really do. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's been a long haul, man, and it's not over yet. So we keep praying and we keep hoping that things improve even more than it has. But we're thankful to God that we've got this far. You know, it's all good.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
Yeah.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome again to your favorite program, Reason with Rattigan. And of course, yes, of course, we're representing the new initiative, the OJLDF. And this is what I want to talk to you about today. As you can see up
can
here.
you move closer to the mic, or because I'm looking at the meter and you're a little bit low on the radio side.
Okay, all right. Let me see what we can do about that. Let me do this, do that, and see if we can do something about that. All right, I don't know about this. I have a backup mic. I can use my backup mic.
Okay. Because you're coming in low on the radio side.
Okay, I can use my backup mic. Hold on, am I still low?
Keep talking.
All right, I am going to use my backup mic. If not, all right, okay. Hold on. Check one.
Yeah, mic like that, you don't want to use it, brother.
They might have a professional studio.
You guys
show off on us now.
Well, here's what Kevin is saying, that you're good. He's saying that the folks need to turn up their devices because he says you're fine.
Okay, so we can put this back then.
Yeah, you can. Yeah,
we can put this back.
Send it over my way because me I wanted the El Cheapo.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna have to go get a studio built out, but I'm gonna have to go make sure them can't jam my transmission anymore.
Check 1, 2. All right. I think my volume is coming.
You're good, man. Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So again, good evening, everybody, and wonderful Saturday. Welcome to the classroom. But today we want to start with the program to kind of remind you that what we're doing here in the embryonic stage is to build something that's going to last and outlast all of us. We're hoping, as long as Jamaicans keep migrating and exist in the diaspora, that we're forming an organization that will outlive us and will serve future generations. But it all starts with us. We are the ones who have the opportunity and the mandate to create something that is lasting, something that will benefit future generations. So I'm really looking forward to your participation on this. And again, I want to remind you that we are going through our Kazan movement, our constant improvement project. And right now we're working on rebranding the OJLDF so that you can know and rest assured that we have the digital presence that represents the movement that you're a part of. So I want to bring you back to that place that we started last week with pointing you to the new website, the OJLDF.net website. The .org will type back in later on, but for developmental purposes, we are presenting this website in that domain space in the .net. So I'm asking you, one and all, to please just get the word out there, and please, if you can, just be so kind and caring as to just post it in the chat. But today we want to do something. Today I want you to focus on signing up for the DC bus ride. So if you go to the same website, the OJLDF website, .net website, you will see on the right side of the screen. If you're on your mobile device, it will be at the bottom. It will load a little bit differently. So you put that in your browser, you scroll all the way down to the bottom. you'll see an option that says bus ride to DC. Once you see that, you will know that that is where you're going to register. But I have some information for you. For those of you in the Northeast that's looking to come to DC, and Herb is going to tell a little bit about June 15th. That's the date for the DC protest. And Herb will fill you in on all the details later on. But what I want to do is to get you primed up, fired up, and ready to start getting, prepared for that trip. So this is the information that we have so far. You can register and pay for the bus ride to DC on June 15th. It's only $80. And here's what it includes. It includes transportation to and from DC. And it also includes, drum roll, a full hot Jamaican breakfast. And from some of the things I've been hearing about the menu, we're talking about really good Jamaican breakfast. But the menu is going to be published, but we're not talking about no eggs and bread, no egg and bread and sausage. No, we're talking about Jamaican breakfast. So think of your favorite Jamaican breakfast. That is a concept that we're hoping to get. So we will feed you, bring you to DC, and then bring you back to your location. So far we have 2 locations that is confirmed for pickup areas. Queens, New York will be one of them. The exact location in Queens is coming soon. We also have the Bronx, New York, and that's at 5 a.m. for Queens, and then at 6 a.m. for the Bronx. So the specific location is coming up shortly. Now, here's what I need you to do for us today, just to get the ball rolling. I want you to click on the link that says sign up and pay. So once you click on the sign up and pay, it will allow you to go to the registration form. You click on that link, it takes you to the registration form, which further reiterate the information that we are talking about, the DC bus ride RSVP. It's going to be at 1520 New Hampshire Avenue in Northwest in Washington, DC. And there's a phone number you can call, and that's going to be the official OJLDF phone number. You can reach us at all future events. You can text us. You can call us at that event. Just to test it out, you can even go ahead and send us a text. It says 757 OJLDF 77, which turns out to be 757. Somebody type it in for me. 757 655 3377. That's 757 655 3377. Again, 757 655 3377. That is the number we're asking you to call. You can just send us a quick text to that, just to know that the number works, and you can always call that number to get some information about this trip to DC. So it's $80. I told you what it entails and the location. Now, we do have some requirements, and Ratti will explain this to you in details in a few. We have to make a commitment to the bus company. And in order to, make sure that everything is good and the buses are reserved, we need your registration. So we do have a deadline. We would hope to get all of you sign up today, and let's get 2 or 3 buses. Each bus hold about 55, but we're going to narrow it down to 50 because we're going to have some, loose seats just for, storage and little things inside the bus in case you want to put something on a seat that, I don't know. But we're going to say about 50 per bus. So we'd like to get at least 150 of you from New York, 150 of you from, in the Northeast, the entire Northeast corridor, even more. I mean, I'm sure more than that if you would want to come join us. But the deadline is going to be this week, the 29th. We want to know, but today is kind of like the deadline because we have 3 full weeks from today to June 15th. And we really, really, really want you to please just go ahead and get it done. Now, let's say this week is your blank week. I used to be Mr. President, John, so I want to come at the thing, but I'm a blank week this. So I want to pay Friday I come. And that is why we extended it to June 1st for payment. But go ahead and register and just let us know payment pending. And, we need to reach out to you to confirm it. But if you know you want to go, and please, when you fill out the form, you're going to have the opportunity to include one or two other attendees that will be coming with you. So we want you to say, yes, you will attend. You're going to fill out your full name, your guest names. And in the section where it says guest full name, I want you to type as many names as you can. You know, it's there for, you know, as many names as you can put, but we do have 2 blocks for that. And we also need to know, where will you need pickup? You want a Bronx pickup, a Queens pickup, or pickup along the way. Now, the pickup along the way is a little tricky situation. So we're looking for people in New Jersey area. If you're in New Jersey and you want to go to the protest, don't say, Ratty, I can't go because, you know, nothing I leave from New Jersey. We can get a bus from New Jersey, but I need you to sign up for here. So when you get to the point, New Jersey, that says pick up along the way, I want you to type in the answer field. If you need pick up along the way, tell us where. And I want you to type in wherever in New Jersey you are, and then we will try and work it through. Ideally, we need it to be along the I-95 corridor, the Jersey Turnpike corridor area. So we need you to be within the path where the bus is going. So please make your way close to that. Then you can get on a bus and we cart on down to Washington, D.C. And Herb is going to tell you all the amazing things that are lined up for D.C. If you have any special needs, let's say you can't sit down for too long, you need a pillow for your back, or you need, you know, a seat with adequate leg room, or you need to make sure that your wheelchair or your walker have a place on the bus, please put that in the area designated on the form for special accommodation, because we want to make sure that you're comfortable. We don't want you to come on the bus and then, you know, you start feeling twist and turn and you just feel uncomfortable. We want to make it as convenient and comfortable for you as possible. Now, listen, we have to make this commitment to the bus company. So we need you to pay first, please. So you do have some options. Once you click on the form, you will see several options you can make your payment. Now, here are the options. Option number 1, you can cash up your payment. You can go to Cash App. You can make that payment in Cash App. You can go to the website and then you'll see the Cash App information, and you go ahead and you make that payment. I'm having one of my devices ringing, so I need to stop that. Hold on a second, guys. Bear with me. I don't know which one, so I'll just shut them down. All right. So OJLDF Cash App. One of the person in the comment earlier said, "Hey, Cash App is so easy. Even a caveman can. Even Ricky can do it. Pastor Ricky, you know, even a caveman can do it. It's so simple. You just put the $sign, or you just click on the link. You know, because on the OJLDF website, you will see a link that says Cash App. You click on that link, it opens the Cash App app on your phone. You just put in $80 or $160. I want 2 seats, and then you know you come and you continue your form, and we'll know it's you because you'll say you made the payment, and we'll cross-reference everything done. So you're gonna put the Cash App, get that. You can Zelle your payment too, because if you fill the form out and you say yes, I Zelled the payment, we will look for the Zelle. We'll make the cross-reference. But of course, you can also pay with a credit card. You can click on the link and make the credit card payment. But for this DC trip, we're doing something new. We're doing something that we haven't done before. And what we're doing, we are allowing you to make a payment by calling the number, the OJLDF website, and phone number, which is 757-655-3370. That's 757-655-3370. Go ahead, hop on over the website. Again, the website address is ojldf.net, ojldf.net. Once you go there, it will give you an opportunity to do that. I can't wait to see how many of you sign up and get ready to just come down to DC with all of us, and we're going to stand up and represent our country. If you're ready, hop on over to the website, OJLDF and .net, and sign up there. Thank you so much. I yield back to Rattigan.
Yes, Herb. Things on salute.
Yeah, here we go.
Hold on, the president. Hold on.
Yeah, mine is muted. But yeah, for those of you who said, I see a message here from Elaine Turner. Elaine, big up yourself. Elaine said, Mr. President, if you are a New York Citizen resident, sir, you will know that most Jamaicans live in Brooklyn Borough. So, Ratti, answer Elaine for me to do.
Well, here's what happened. As of right now, we don't want to be overly ambitious, so we are looking at one bus. If we can get, if all of you, right now we have 1,148 devices. So if we can get all of you, half of you to say we're committed and you make it, then what we'll do is we'll have a bus leaving the Bronx, right? And then we'll have one leaving Brooklyn. So we'll change up the routes a little bit. So we'll have one leaving Queens, then to Brooklyn. Then, you go across Staten Island and you hit the New Jersey Turnpike. Then we'll have one from the Bronx, which will catch people in the Bronx and people from Connecticut and people from Massachusetts. We'll just leave Bronx and head straight down. So please, we need the number. Oh, the number. Oh, somebody will say, repeat the number. It's at the bottom of the screen. 757-655-3377. That's the number, right, Prezi? You muted.
Yes,
Yeah, that's the number I'm saying.
Yes, 757-655-3377. And it's at the bottom of the screen, as you can see. It's scrolling across, and we have it in phonetics, so the spelling of OJLDF77. So please go ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, send us a message, give us a call. Somebody was just calling. I want to big up somebody from Jamaica who called the number straight. So get ready to get your flight and come up. Those of you who send text messages, testing. I see some testing message coming through. So I'm here monitoring all of that, and I'm here for you. So go ahead and reach out, and we're here. Herb, we yield back to you.
Yeah. Megawatt. Brooklyn should be mentioned before any other borough. A megawatt. If we say Brooklyn, you just say mention New Lots and East New York for some Brownsville. If we just say community, you just say no, mention. Anyway, megawatt. If we get enough people, we're gonna have that bus, right? Leaving Queens and then come to Brooklyn, 2 stops and then DC. The bus leaving the Bronx, we have a lot of people living in Philadelphia. In fact, one of our most committed supporters just called me and said, "Well, I'm to Philadelphia. I want to stop at Philly." Well, the bus from the Bronx on the way down, it could stop. We could make the stop at Philly, but we can't. We can only make 2 stops, per bus. Each bus, whether it's 1, 2, 3, whatever, they can only make 2 stops, because if you go beyond 2 stops, then you have to have a second driver based on regulations. You can't have one driver making 3 or more stops. So that's why we're trying to keep it to 2 stops. So it's possible that we could go from the Bronx, come down and stop in Philadelphia, pick up people, and then come down to DC. But we need the numbers. That's what we need. So you need to start. You need to start making your commitment. No, as I said, we understand that some people it might be a little, for them to do it right now. But if you can do it right now as we're broadcasting, please go ahead and do it, because then that will give us a pretty good idea of how many buses we're going to need. Because once we get buses, we're going to have to ask for volunteers, and then we're going to have to go out and make preparations again for the food. So we just need to have that information as soon as we can. Any questions? Well, as we go along and you raise the questions, one of us will be able to. No, Mava. Long Island people can't come out Queens, man. I mean, because Mama would have to go east, right? We'd have to go east to go west.
To come back, yeah.
Yeah, so Long Island people can drive west and meet the bus in Queens. And we can meet, I think the bus, one of the stops, or one of the possible locations we're looking for a stop is right at the corner of Merrick Boulevard and Springfield Boulevard. There is a strip mall right there, so plenty of parking. And at the time that you'll be leaving, you can get choice parking. So no, we're not leaving Long Island people. Long Island people, of course, a family, that was it. Anyway, let me turn it over now to Herb, because Herb is the man with the plan who's going to put it into action. So,
Yes.
Herb, without further ado, sir, floor is yours. We can't
Thank you.
Can't see you clear enough, though.
Let me see.
That's
better. That's better. Hold on a second. Let me check the overhead light.
Okay. We're in the Bronx. Someone mentioned Mingle's parking lot, because they said Mingle's parking lot, they have a whole heap of parking. So we understand that a lot of people will be driving. So we say, all right, fine. So let them drive to a place where they can park, knowing that their vehicles, will be safe. Is your bus in Brooklyn? Blue skies. Yes. If we get enough people, yes, there will be a bus coming to Brooklyn. Them say must turn on the light, Herb.
It's actually on. I don't know why I'm getting this. Hold on a second. I'm gonna use a table lamp.
Get a candle.
How is that? I don't know why I get this dark spot I can't get rid of, because I've never had this problem before.
Contact support. Kevin, where you there?
Yeah, Kevin, where there? But Pastor Ricky make a good point now. He said, look, if you have enough people coming out of Philadelphia and New Jersey, then maybe we should organize a bus originating from there.
In Philly, yeah.
Yeah, from Philly.
We're not going to know that unless everybody sign up today. So please.
Right, you have to sign up.
Yeah, you have to sign up, guys. Please, just go ahead and start filling it. I'm going to be here monitoring it. So I'm going to be off camera. So I'll be here to take your calls. I'll be here to support this thing. So please, go ahead and do it. So in a moment, I'm going to be off camera just to support you and help you sign up today.
President, the people want her bun down him house. Them tell her so he must use a kerosene lamp. A kerosene.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Well, that almost happened to our house in Jamaica in Barbican. We were using kerosene lamps. And it got dropped, and it was one drama. So I've learned my lesson with kerosene lamps.
I heard.
I'm hoping if I was hoping that the light, I have a desk light that's reflecting across. I have the overhead light on, but the sunlight cancels it out. You see?
Yes, it does. It's a window. If you turn your camera away from that open window, you'll get a better view.
Let me see.
Yeah, turn your camera away from the window.
Okay. Oh, maybe.
Close it. Or pull that if you have a blackout curtain.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the way. You have to go all the way, Herb.
It look a little bit darker.
No. It's gonna get better. Just go all the way. Just go all the way. There you go. Look at that now.
OT, how many seats on the bus? For passengers, I think it's 50. What did you say again, President? 51?
55, about 56.
Yeah, but we're going to use 50.
Yeah, we're going to use some of it for storage.
Oh, okay.
Ta-da!
Yeah, ta-da, yes. So.
The floor is yours, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Well, folks, the other thing that we need to look at, folks, Prezi will, is if there are tourist buses coming up already that will do a return for you. In other words, you get your ticket, you come up, and then they'll do a return. Because we'll propose you come up and help us to build up our numbers in Congress for Caribbean American Month. Because this is Legislative Week for Caribbean American Month. And Will knows what it's like. You go in, you do presentations, What was it last year? Will it was crime and security, and what else we had? You remember?
It was primarily crime and security for both.
Crime and security. Okay. And so when you have an outline for the week where we're going to cover the same things that inflict Jamaica, which is the education. We're going to, for the whole week now, I'm talking about education, healthcare, food security, the other areas of what did I overlook? Trade and industry. All of these things where we're lagging behind, and the other Caribbean islands that might be doing well or doing badly. We're going to cover all of this, right? It's like a how-to briefing of how we can effectively get the Congress to pass the right type of laws that will assist the Caribbean. But we're going to throw some cold water in a lot of this, because we're going to say, look, we're virtually giving away our money. Our HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities, are not being fed any money. They're behind billions of dollars. And these billions of dollars are diverted to the Caribbean, right? The Caribbean have no transparency and they have no accountability. And we know that the money is not going for the intended purpose. There's misappropriation of funds actually going on. And we have to do something about that to keep our good name and to make people know that we are well intended. We're not the type of people who rip off and who are going to misappropriate and keep doing these things. Now, you think there's a money shortage in Jamaica? And the answer is no. There's lots of money in Jamaica. The problem is it's not going for the intended purposes. There's a lot of building boom in Jamaica, which we believe is tied to cartels and tied to washing of money, right? We believe that caught up in the big boom is a lot of politicians, local and foreign. We know that from the level of politics, national politics and local politics, there's scamming going on. Because we have talked before about the mayor in Lucy, who's happened to be PNP, that he is president of the Football Association in Hanover, and that he had a scam going where he and the JFF president would organize on paper a football league, send money down that was designated from FIFA, and there's no actual, it's a ghost league. There's no football going on. And we don't even get FID to go out and check it out, even in spite of the fact that his very vice president came out and made a video that openly accused him of doing that. And we noted that he's still running. The leader of the opposition never kicked him to the curb and got rid of him like we had hopefully intended for him to do. So hopefully him and others like him, whether PNP, GLP, or whatever, P or UIC, that we can make things happen, because FIFA and the UN has said the team building exercises in communities are the foundation of communities. And the intent is to build communities using football, using netball, using basketball. They all have international associations. And when contacted, they say, well, contact your Jamaican association that's over or the federation that's over the sport. So we have to make that work for us. But the amounts of criminality and corruption involved is forcing us to do these protests. And so in doing the protests, we want to make sure today, and we've been doing it prior to this, you are educated about the Global Magnitsky Act, about the Foreign Bribery Act, about the FARA, about all these other Foreign Corrupt Practices Act and the rest of them that can be brought to bear on the politicians as well as the private sector who is engaging in corruption. And so we need to make sure that before you leave your hometown, you reach out to your congressional offices. You apprise them as to why we're going to DC to protest. You let them know that you expect that your Congress representative will be bringing it to the table in subcommittee, whether they're on the Foreign Affairs Committee or they're on the Finance Committee. And hopefully we will be empowered and empowering them to be better Congress people and to serve our interests. We really need for you to do this. You can't pay lip service to corruption because you get overrun by it. You can't pay lip service to good governance because good governance is transparency and accountability. So we don't need lip service. We need action, and we need your support. We need you to arrange these bus trips, bring the people to Washington on the Caribbean American Month week, legislative week, and rally them on Saturday morning. After you've gone to your congressional offices, you can make the appointment for the 14th of June at your local office. Come in and see a congressman, or you see their aide who handles the question of corruption, who handles trafficking, whether it's human, drugs, or weapons trafficking. They all have aides who handle these subject matters. So we need you, and we need your involvement. You can no longer sit on the sidelines. Come watch Reason with Rattigan or Lonesome or any of the bloggers, Carlos or anybody else out there. You cannot be watching, sitting on the sidelines and say, oh, but I watch your show and I send in $20 or I send in 50 or 400 or what have you. No, you need to be involved. You need to understand the laws. You need to understand the rules of the game. You understand and you know, and you can. Even this morning, I was speaking to a cousin in Jamaica. She's JLP and she's convinced we're doing JLP wrong. And she took me to about 3:20 trying to explain to her what she needs to look at. Even the draft constitution is rigged. It's rigged so that they can allow Mr. Holness to move easily from being prime minister to being president, right? 7 years as president, and you can't prosecute him. You can prosecute him now, right? And you can prosecute him and prevent him from moving on to any other job in Jamaica because the man has not filed the paperwork required of him to show where his source of wealth is coming from. Illicit gains, it's called. There are 6 others, and his wife could be included in that 6. But again, if we don't do this rally right, if we don't make this the biggest rally, and folks, to add more to that, we will have stuff coming in on both the DPP and the ambassador herself, right? Because we have questions. How can you run businesses in America and be ambassador at the same time? Do you do interviews at your office for your business? Do you accept phone calls at your office that last long? how much time is devoted to your work and how much time is devoted to that of your businesses, right? You're either a businesswoman or your ambassador. Can't be both at the same time. So we have a lot of questions that we're going to be asking her in return, right? As soon as we get all the facts, and the facts will be here soon, right? Same thing with the DPP, all right? Are you involved in business on behalf of the government? That's why Dr. Chang and why the Delroy Chuck and the Attorney General want to keep you around. What business are you mixed up in with them, right? And how do you intend to extricate yourself from those businesses? And the fact that we have two DPPs at the same time, right? One acting and you never left the job. So we're working on all of these things because we realize it is wrong. We realize that this is something personal that they're covering her on, and that it has nothing to do with the Constitution of Jamaica. This is something that the Constitutional Court ruled on, and they need to follow the law, and they're not following the law. Just like they trying to ramrod through this Constitution, and the Constitution is screwed up. It's all messed up. We're looking at your market me and the relationship with the Minister of Health. How did the market me come about? What interest does he have in market me? And is this woman, in fact, his baby mother as purported? And whether or not he and her are actual managing interest in market me? Where did the $80 million go that was contracted to market me, right? They need to show transparency and accountability. These are all the questions we have that came into us. This is not an accusation, but these are the questions being asked. Of course, our old friend Darrell Vaz, banned by the U.S. for money laundering and drug trafficking. And now we see the ban removed. We see him in bed with Trump's former ambassador. And we asking the same questions of him. What is the deal between you, Karl Rove, and that ambassador? What is the deal with Moon Palace and the $475,000? What is the deal back when Holness was at the Ministry of Education with $16 million in Mexico City and the breakout of 4.75 million, 9 million? Where did all that money go? Who was behind the distribution of that money? Was any of Petrojam or any other oil entity involved at the time? The MSET ministry and Dr. Wheatley, were they involved in that deal? So we have a lot of questions we're trying to answer. And at the same time, keep up with the more modern day stuff that they're doing, right? We are working diligently to get you answers and to put the answers out there so you can clearly see what is going on in our beautiful island, right? What role is this ambassador playing? What role did she play with the attempt by our foreign ministry to support Kamina Johnson-Smith with her wish to become the Secretary General of the UK Commonwealth? Did she actually attend in Kigali in Rwanda, rather, is their monies being spent that's not covered by the Constitution, being spent for personal adventurism by our various ministers, while we have poverty, while we have crime, while we have health care, all of these things falling through the crack and causing the U.S. government to put restrictions or to ban travel to certain areas, right? It's not all happening in a vacuum. Is there a deal coming between South Korea Telecom and the fact that we are running cable through neighborhoods, cabling that will allow the government to spy on individual homes within the neighborhoods where the cabling is being run? I see where there's an attempt by the police force, the commissioner, to say that they're going to be asking in the future that every business individual be required to mandatorily put up CCTV cameras. So if it's being mandatory done, I don't know if they're going to change the Constitution to say that. I don't know how it's going to be done, but that's coming. There's also legislation coming to stop people from whipping their kids at home. In other words, the government going to regulate how you manage and discipline your child at home. Spare the rod, spoil the child. As if we don't have enough problems with kids in the household. So, folks, there's a lot of things brewing on the stove. And we're trying to bring some of it to closure. A lot of it old, some of it new. But regardless, these are the reasons why we need transparency and accountability. Because what they do at the national government level, especially when Babsy claims she gave $4 million to the JFF to support our national men and women's team, and there's no accountability on the part of the JFF. There's no accountability on the part of Babsy either, because having put in a request for information on that, she's failed to produce it to date, even though she said it publicly. So, Ms. Grange, if you're listening, we want to see where that money was ever sent to the JFF. And if the JFF gave you an answer as to how the money was utilized. Because we have all kinds of problems with our football federation. And they're not the only ones. We have cricket problems, netball problems, all them problems going on. And the government is busy doing their own crime spree. So we have to bring pressure to bear on them. We have to get the U.S. government to pass some kind of legislation that requires some form of return on investment or report of investment, right? ROI, both ways, or one way, either way. So let us do what is necessary to clear up the mess that our people are causing in Jamaica. And then turn around and want to blame us here, saying that we are mashing up brand Jamaica. Let us get in Washington on the 15th of June by 9 o'clock in the morning and let them know who are mash up brand Jamaica. Let them know it's not us. Let them know exactly who it is. And it's not just the government we're looking at. We're going to be looking at the connection with the private sector and eventually any outside force that has moved into the island and that is sharing, laundering, washing of money and all that stuff with members of the government, to include parish councils. So we have our eyes all over, we have our ears all over, and we're gonna be able to take some action in the courts once we have the evidence that we need. Mr. Rattigan, thank you.
Yes, perfect. Oh, we have Isat here and we have Prezi here. Isat, welcome.
Blessings all.
Yeah, let me just mention this to folks that Isat is an extremely busy man. I thought I was busy, but he's busier, and he's busy doing life and death work. You know, not that I'm not doing it, but he's doing stuff that's immediate. So he's quite busy. So today and I'm grateful for him to even take the time out to come here, because honestly, I thought when I got the text message from him, that he was going to say, look, I can't make it today. And that would have been fine, because I know that he's extremely busy. But he's going to give us some of his time today. Can't stay the whole program. And, we understand that. So if you want to send him any chicken or anything like that, do it after the program, because he has limited time with us today. So we don't want him talking. We want him talking more about human rights and what's going on in Jamaica, more so than what his diet has been. And in fact, I don't see well, he's not here yet, the doc. So I'm sure when he comes on, you'll probably be asking him about what he's been eating lately. But Isat, welcome.
Blessings all.
You sound so subdued, man. You just sound like somebody deep.
I can't help notice, but he's flush red.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, that means some excitement is in your life there, Isat.
I'm flush red because of the colors that I have on. That's what you mean.
Well, big up, Isat. Welcome, my general.
Yes, man.
But listen, I'm going to come off camera, guys. So let me just say this real quick. I want to thank those of you who have been calling and making a donation. But I want to give a big thank you to Marveline McLeod. Sorry to call her full government name, Marveline. But she made a donation. She can't go to the event, so she wants to make a contribution to someone who can't afford to go. So she already made a contribution. We have the funds available, so we will help someone who truly needs it. But I want you guys to keep on going to the website, calling the phone number. I'm going to be off camera, but I will be taking your calls. So don't stop doing it. And I'm going to ask the panelists to keep reminding them to call and to send us email and complete the form. And I want to thank those who have signed up already, those who have assisted in signing up. You guys are a rock star. I appreciate it. And I want to say, keep up the good work and let us continue doing that. So big up on yourself. With that said,
President, don't leave.
Okay.
Don't leave yet. Would you be kind enough to mention the volunteers, things that we talk about, and what we will expect from them, and when will they come on board and all that stuff? Please.
Oh, absolutely. So the 50 plus of you are 49 or you or whatever number the last time I checked that signed up so far. We want to thank you for choosing to volunteer to serve and to help the OJLDF. We truly appreciate your interest in helping us reach people and covering more grounds. So we're going through a process right now, an application review process. So those of you who have applied, if you haven't heard back from us yet, just hang on. We're going to take a couple more days, maybe another week. We're filtering through, and then we're going to start talking to you about where you're going to fit in and function, because at the end of the day, we needed to plug in and be fitly joined to what we're doing, so you can function in the capacity that you're volunteering for. So I just want to let you know that we need a lot more volunteers, because even though we have 50, we still need another 50 to kind of get started with our first leg of efforts that we're going to be pushing out. So please go ahead and click on the form. So once you go to the website, Kevin, if you put that website back up there, but you should know it by now, it's the ojldf.net website. Click on volunteer. The option is right there on the home page. You'll see it at the top where it says volunteer with OJLDF. Please click on that link. It's going to take you to another section of the website where you can complete a form. And with that, we will start the review process for your application and get back to you and, just start working with you to accomplish some big things.
All right.
Hey,
well, folks, go ahead, Herb.
I don't know if there's a few questions in here. I don't know if it takes us off topic, but when I got the ticket in Jamaica, I had stopped at a stoplight. And then while I was at the stoplight in Park, I read my directions because I was going to a meeting. And that's when I got that $10,000 ticket. So I believe the phone must be in hand. They must see the phone in hand, not on your seat or anything like that. The rest of the stuff, we can talk about it later on in the program.
Yeah, Isat can help them solve that. But for those of you talk about, a lot of people right here have been talking about Brooklyn, and they're putting messages in the chat. But guys, not every message in the chat I'm going to be able to see. So go ahead and send us a text message to the phone number. I am going to be here. We do not have a WhatsApp for that. For those of you who've been asking about WhatsApp, we do not have a WhatsApp for that number. What we have is this direct number. You can call and send us a regular text message, 757-655-3377. That's 757-655-3377. Thank you guys so much. I'm going off camera to take your calls.
Yeah, and guys, Prezi is not leaving. He's just going off camera to do some stuff. Just like Kevin is with us. Kevin has never left. Kevin will never leave. But just know that Kevin is there. So if we are running into technical difficulties, he'll rescue us. Likewise, Prezi is just gonna step off, but he's there, and he's gonna come back because he's responsible for making sure that the buses, all this thing with the buses and the volunteers and all these things. Plus, he has some other responsibilities as well. So he'll be back. All right, sir. Isat, let me get you involved. What's going on in your world, sir?
What's going on? I know you guys would have seen the whole citizenship debacle that was taking place in Jamaica. The AKA bad mind, that's what's going on. And in the middle of that, the constitutional, their recommendations came out, the CRC report.
Mm-hmm.
I did send it to you. I don't know. I know you're well busy, so I don't know if you had sight of it.
I read some of it.
Yeah, but so it's so interesting that at the same breath they're trying to say they're having this loyalty thing, but at the same time they're saying the prime minister is saying if you're going to be prime minister, you can't have dual citizenship and hold posts. So one wonders if there's any contemplation really realistically for diaspora members to actually join the representational capacity. The position for president, however, you can either be born or birthed by descendant. And there was really no consideration or contemplation for Jamaica is situated in the world. But in all of that, it was a distraction. I see they're saying it, surviving with not the natural one. She said it was a distraction. Not only was it a distraction, but there was some serious contemplation and strong recommendation, Mr. Rattigan, to ensure that citizens who have criminal records can't sit in Parliament or the Senate and represent the Jamaican people.
If they've been sentenced for more than 18 months.
Yes, and fraud and violence. The problem is they raised the mandatory minimum for everything. so that a 17-year-old girl who happens to have a 16-year-old baby father and them fight and she stab him. That's it for her.
Well, what do you think about people like me, Herman Prezi? Because it says that for Parliament, you just have to be a Jamaican citizen. And I was asking, how do you define Jamaican citizenship? Because for the president, it's defined that you have to acquire that through descent and by birth, not by marriage, even though the Constitution says there are 3 ways you can do it. So what's your take on that?
So here's what I thought about it. Since, like the president, because when you're defining stuff, I figure, let's say for instance, if they make me the president, I have 3 friends I can bring with me. So I'd have Ratti and Herb. And say I wouldn't leave out Wayne because I would make sure my 3 senators spit hot fire on them in the Senate, so they would be covered. Because what really happens is they haven't put the type of contemplation where that is concerned, and people obviously would be getting into problems when realistically, the diaspora come in and say, yo, we're ready to take over. They would be rendered useless, and so they have to leave open-ended phraseology, incomplete thoughts within the reports, and say we make no recommendation or we don't put no thought on this. For instance, they had no thought whatsoever on the loyalty aspect and the duality issue. And there's a reason for that. And I've been all week trying to educate the public, to let the public know that, listen, you don't even have to be a citizen of the United Kingdom to become the Prime Minister. You simply have to get your residency from anywhere in the Commonwealth and you can be the Prime Minister. And they're not worried that you're going to have lack of loyalty to the crown. The way how the Commonwealth is set up, it's set for that. And you have the experience. I don't think anybody said, hold on, Mr. Rattigan, you're Jamaican. And so you can't know anything about government business and government badness in your capacity as an FBI agent at the time. Nor the amount of Jamaican people who whether they cross the border legally, illegally, find themselves in the U.S. Army, get their green card, and they would happily bust gun for Uncle Sam. Right, you said at Jamaica. They will happily jump on a plane, Air Force 2 or Air Force 27 or Air Force Dirty 30, and come lock up the Prime Minister and everybody with them dual citizenship and all in the name of
That sound good to me, dear counselor.
Very excited about that. But I'm just saying, the necessary contemplation, it wasn't done. And then on the conviction point, they didn't see it fit to make a strong recommendation that if you participate in corruption, which is not fraud, corruption is a crime in and of itself, defined differently, because you have to be in government to partake in that. You have to be the kind of public servant to be instrumental in that. So it's not fraud, it's corruption. They don't say that if you get found guilty of corruption, you're barred from sitting in the House and sitting in the Parliament. They don't think of it in that manner. And yes, I know clearly what it says in terms of tampering with the election and voting and all of that. But corruption in and of itself, Ministry of Education Affairs, Royal Reid, remember him? Petra Jam and the green car scandal and the people. I'm not going to call any names because although I don't have a Ministry of Information post that I lost, I learned that you have to be careful. You say things and you defame the wrong person, you might end up losing your work. But anyway, these are simple things that we know that there was not any contemplation, and then in the middle of that, you're saying, these are the recommendations. Mark should go, but the Prime Minister has pledged allegiance to the King to protect his realms and is a part of the King's Privy Council. And at the end of it all, they have these things talking about them have 100 buses and 100 new JPs. So Jamaica is heading in the right direction. Because they have 100 JUTC buses and 100 JPs. And this is all in the name of the week never done. And I was embarrassed to say that because I'm rooting for the Commissioner Blake, you know, I'm rooting for him. Obviously, because he's a black man. Of course I'm going to root for him because I thought the light-skinned one was just horrible. So I'm biased. Take nothing from me when I try to defend him. I'm going to defend him till the wheels pop off. Even when the murder rate go up to 20,000. Because just last night, them bus up shot for concert, well, Shortwood Road, Grand Spend area, and shoot up a whole bar, and how much people get shot one time and how much people dead. It's embarrassing. But they were about 100 buses and 100 new JPs. And oh, by the way, I heard Herb talking about it.
That's my hometown there, you know, right there where Barbican Road meet Grand Spend.
They need some strong assistance because people dying left, right, and center up there when it's not reported.
So that means I can't retire down there. I cannot go back there. They're gonna shoot it. They're gonna keep shooting it up.
Well,
you think the Prime Minister will clear it out and make sure Herb doesn't get injured. Not even a single shot fired when I get there.
Can't clear it out though. It's actually a labor rights stronghold. So
wow.
Have to be careful how much of them you lock up.
Yeah, they're right, Chuck, right?
Exactly. Like you know. But for the most part, these are issues that we have to deal with. So then the irony of it, you know, Herb, because I hear you talking about it when I came on. When they're now saying, listen, they're going to legislate so that parents can't, let me put it this way, biblical, so that parents must spare the rod and spoil the child. And then them add a verse to it so we can lock them up and send them in the juvenile institutions and ensure that they have convictions 18 months and more and to serve sentences for assault and misbehavior. Because believe me, that see there, beat and teach is the word. If you not get for kick off what some of them face, them don't know themselves. Them smell them front. That's what them what I say. And we have to have that conversation because culturally, I'm not in no way saying that you must murder your picnic, but it ain't not nice when a mother come up at the school and say, "What me say? I'm tired of you," and get 2 bucks and 2 thump, and you know, so you know for get outside of yourself, because this is the same society with the broken moral compass. That's going to say you're not raising your child and you cannot do what you're supposed to do for your child. And therefore, the state going to have to lock them up. So we have to be careful how we regress into this slavery mentality where we can't use the village and raise the child. And we cannot rely on government because government cannot protect you. So when mothers, fathers, be a presence in the lives of your kids. Let your kids fear you like how I fear my father when him stare. And him look of disapproval. Because you remember what a conk feel like. Just one conk. You don't need to get no beat more than that. And for the mothers who know, say, you have to bust some lick under your picnic, so that them can come out and be doctors and lawyers. So that them can you have a beat ambition into them. You think 400 years of slavery is good? You think we're gonna behave like little Tommy Joe in America talk about, Mom, you got my Nintendo. How could you? I want my toys. I'm gonna call grandma. Yeah, nah happen. So you must know your depth. And last but not least, the only thing happened this week, I hear them talking about fixing the expungement, the ability to expunge. And that's a thing that has been hauling and pulling because there was nothing wrong with the law. We took 30 steps back when we took away the ability to expunge convictions, regardless of what the convictions were. Because I came to Jamaica and was able to expunge my conviction, and then they changed the law and they tracked the citizens. And so the significance of being able to have rehabilitation as a serious mandate, how you use it, especially rehabilitation as of right with assistance from government, all of those things are just matters that we have to think about, even when we're having the constitutional conversation, Rattigan. And so the diaspora is supposed to speak out, especially in light of the fact that they're having their conference in June. That's the low attendance because the Dirty 30 has illegally and criminally sent and convinced the diaspora not to come to Jamaica and feel all right because of no wicked, no barrel, no dep on the wharf, and then now book the hotels. People them must suffer out here because them need, in light of that a conversation, a public conversation. Look at the irony. A whole diaspora conference and not even one day set out to have constitutional discussions about how to integrate the sons and daughters and parents and ancestors that's more out in the world to make Jamaica expansive across the world. Not even
Are you saying you want our votes to dilute what's going on down there, Counselor?
no.
I mean, that's unforgivable.
And I was on a show. I was on Andre's show last night and was explaining to them that you have to speak the language. When you say dilute, I can't even make Kool-Aid. I can't make sugar and water properly, and I can't cook. So, and if I'm saying we need the diaspora to bring more chicken, barbecue, then you speak in my language. Appreciate. Give me 1 second here.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Isaac just mentioned about the conference, but let me start with this. Let me put this up, Kevin. Other one now. Okay. No, remember at one point we were just talking, Herb and Isaac, and they were talking about the crimes being committed, people, shoot up places and all of that stuff. And I am convinced that the murder rate that we've been fed is incorrect. Now, what's the purpose behind it? I don't know if it's deliberate or accidental. I don't know, but it's not correct. And you can go back and look at some of the rates over the years, and you'll find that they'll tell you that 100 people died, for example. 4 years later, you'll go back, 3 years later, you look and you'll see it says 105. And you're going, where did the 5 come from? No. Here is what happened. What happened is that I found out that the murder rate is not as simple as we make it out to be. Because if you ask the JCA for homicide rate, they're confused. In the US, if you say homicide rate, they know exactly what you're talking about. The murder rate, it's synonymous. But in Jamaica, if you say homicide, they say, well, what are you talking about? Are you talking about missing persons? Are you talking about self-defense? Are you talking about suicide? Are you talking about people who haven't, the cause of death hasn't been determined by a doctor? Because I think they only have one in Jamaica. That's what I've been told. They only have one pathologist and one government pathologist. And so you can't expect one government pathologist to cover all 14 parishes. But then there's another category, and it's called death investigations. And I've been told that's where they hide the numbers. They put it in there and say, oh, we're still investigating the cause of this death. So what happened? Last year, I said, okay, let me find out from them what exactly is going on with this homicide/murder rate. And here's what happened. Here we go. secrets, mother. All right. That's May 24th. No. Here, and I don't want to put him out here because this man is a really good man. Detective Inspector Henderson, Donovan Henderson. He's a really good person. I've had numerous conversations with him on the phone. And by the way, because I'm saying he's a good person, I don't want them going after him because he didn't give me any secrets. He didn't reveal anything to me, but he was just a pleasant person to talk to. Didn't have any attitude. He explained to me what was going on. But here is what I provided to him recently to let him know that what's going on is just pure nonsense. I'll read it to you. I said, Detective Inspector Henderson, I hope that all is well with you and your family. A review of my ATI files. I remember I've been telling your family you need to file ATIs. You'd be surprised at how much information you get. A review of my ATI files revealed that there's a substantial and continuing delay in the JCF's response to my request for crime statistics. For information, an ATI request must be acknowledged and responded to within 30 days. However, the responding entity has the discretion to extend the response period for an additional 30 days. In essence, the responding entity must acknowledge the submitted request within 30 days, but may take up to 60 days to provide a substantive response. So all that's saying is that, look, if you submit an ATI, the government, the agency, within 30 days, they must come back to you and say, we're acknowledging receipt of your request within 30 days. And within the same 30-day period, they must do one of three things. They must come back and give you the info, or they may come back and say, we don't have the information and we're gonna use another 30 days to collect the information and send to you. Or three, you don't deserve this information because it's prohibited by law. We can't give it to you. It's confidential. So again, the first 30 days, they must say, we have received your request. And then they have to do one of the three things. They have to give you the information or say, we can't give it to you right now. We're putting it together. We're going to need another 30 days. Or they say, we're not giving it to you, period. Now, here is my little chart. I hope you guys can see it. All right, there it is. It says, regarding the outstanding request, meaning the request for crime statistics, I am cognizant that the report has been completed and the delay is due to your management's failure to authorize its dissemination. And you'll see why I say that. In light of the following sequence of communication, I trust that you will apprise them, meaning your management, of the outstanding delay and convince them to act with due deliberate speed, meaning get to me right now. Now, in September of last year, if you look at 2023, in September of last year, I submitted the request for crime statistics, September 30th. In November 29th, which is it was actually late. It was actually late, September, October, November. It was actually late. But in November 29th, I received a communication from the JCF, and it was unresponsive. They were asking me, what do you mean by homicide rate? The next day, I sent an email to Jamaica House. They have the ATI component they operate out of Jamaica House. So I sent it to them and I CC'd the gentleman on it. And I said, look, this is nonsense. They're playing games. I want the information. A few days later, Jamaica House wrote me back and they told me to contact this man, this gentleman right here, Donovan Henderson. And he's detective inspector. He's a detective inspector. So that's what they told me in December 4th. I contacted him. Now we're in 2024 this year. He informed me on January 4th that a response, I would get a response by January 8th. So he said, in 4 days, you're going to get your response. 5 days later, he wrote to me and he said, the report was completed and submitted to its commanding officer for review. His commanding officer, I believe, is none other than Mr. Fitzbailey. I didn't hear anything more from them. February 14th, Valentine's Day, I sent him a gentle reminder saying, hey, I'm still waiting. The next day, he said, your report is in the final stage of preparation. Now, keep in mind, in January, he said it was completed and sent to Mr. Fitzbailey for review. Now, in February, he's telling me that it's in the final stage of preparation. March 1st, he sent me another email and he said the report was sent to Mr. Fitzbailey now for review and an update would be provided by the weekend. That's March 1st. March came, went, nothing. April 18th, I sent him another thing. I said, look, I need an update. The next day, he said, I'll give you the update by tomorrow. Nothing. So I wrote to him, when was it? Monday, this past Monday. And I said, in light of the inordinate and unjustified delay, it is respectfully requested that the outstanding information be provided to me by close of business Friday, May 24th. That's yesterday. He wrote me back on the 20th. And he says, your email is noted. The updated report will be forwarded to my commanding officer for his review and instructions. Now, people, you see what I go on. And see what I go on. See what I go on. Look, this is what I'm telling me now. Tell me this Monday that the report, him say updated, and it will be forwarded to his commanding officer for review and instructions. Now, look, go back and look at this chart. Look, from September, I submitted the request, you know. And look at all the communications I've had with them. Look at 2024. I had one in January 4th, January 9th, February 14th, February 15th, March 1st, April 18th, April 19th, and this past Monday. So, I am beginning to believe that they don't want to give me this report because, let me tell you what I asked them for. I said, give me the amount of bodies you have in the death investigation category for 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, or 22. And how many did you resolve each year and how many got carried over? And how many got, you know, where you move the bodies to, whether you move them to self-defense or suicide or missing. Well, it can't be missing because, you know, they have the body. So it's suicide or self-defense. Where you know, our murder, where did you categorize, how did you categorize them? And up to now, them can't tell me. But you don't know me, you know. You don't know me. All me up on my hand is time. So me now going nowhere because them know when them give me this number, people, we're going to know the true numbers now. We're going to know the true numbers and we're going to understand that whatever them give you every year is incorrect. Incorrect. And I know they're watching, but we're not stopping because you know what happened now? He said the updated report will be forwarded to my commanding officer for his review and instructions. Well, and I said, Detective Inspector Donovan Henderson, I think he's a good man. I think he's under a lot of pressure. So I'm going to relieve him of that pressure. I'm going to file an appeal with the tribunal next week. I'm going to do it on Sunday and it will go out. So we'll go from there. And by the way, I filed 3 appeals with the tribunal and none of them got resolved by the tribunal because every single agency came back because I notified them I'm filing with the tribunal. So every single one of them came back and responded. I didn't want to do it for the 4th time, but I will. So that's where we are. No, let's move on to this thing here about Kevin, where there? Kevin, you put up that thing there for me? What Kevin got, man? How about this? Hold on there. Okay, here we go. No. We were just talking a while ago about the conference, the business conference that's coming up June 16th through 19th in Jamaica. And we're also talking about the People's Conference, which will be held the same time, but at night, same date, 16 through 19. How many of you remember that I watched it's right, yes, sir. I watched the launch for the conference, the Diaspora conference in Jamaica. I don't know how many of you remember what I said about it, that there's a gentleman by the name of Mr. Courtney Campbell. He's the gentleman who's spearheading this. He's from the VM group. And he got up and he said, I am going to give you 10 reasons why you should come to this conference. And I listened keenly. And I took copious notes. And I came back because I couldn't believe what this man said. And I came back and I transmitted what he said to all of you. And you think they would have a little bit of shame and say, all right, you know what, let's scrap that message. But them not no shame. They have no shame. It's just like when they put up, well, with PICA and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, when they said you can come to Jamaica during the conference and you can get a decent citizenship. And if you remember, Isat was saying that because we're part of the Dirty 30, that's why we have to come to Jamaica to get a decent citizenship. Not citizenship by descent, but we have to come to get a decent citizenship. No, they change it. You can't find it anywhere or no Isat. Them take it down. But we have it still. We still have that advertisement, the flyer. We still have it. But if you go to PICA, it's not there. If you go to Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, it's not there. But when they came out with the 10 good reasons as to why you should come to the conference, I thought that by rubbishing the whole thing, they would take stock and say, all right, we have to pull that. We're not gonna mention it. But they went one step further. They have now put it in writing. And I'm gonna show you. And try not to laugh. But remember, I told you that this is a business conference. This is not about this is not a conference about real issues affecting Jamaicans and providing solutions. It's not about that. It's about selling products, services, investments, all of that. Now here we go. That's a gentleman, Mr. Courtney Campbell, right? There it is, group president and CEO. And he said, 10 reasons to attend the 10th Jamaica Diaspora Biannual Conference. People, you can't make this up, because when I read it, people probably thought that I was misquoting this man, right? And I didn't know, I have to give him some slack. Well, here it is in writing from him. Here we go. First reason. It's Montego Bay, sun, sand, and opportunities. First reason. We don't hear nothing about housing and poverty and health and education and water. Nothing. We must come there because it's Montego Bay. And we just come for the sun and the sand and the opportunities. What he's talking about is business opportunities. Opportunities to make money off the backs of our people who are already suffering. That's what his bottom line is a profit. His bottom line is not about the safety, security, sanctity, success of the people of Jamaica. The people of Jamaica, it's about the few friends. Look at number 2.
But Mr. Rattigan, before you go to number 2, it's also the opportunity to be a decent citizen. You guys are frolicking out there in the diaspora as some dirty people. Come to Jamaica and get some morality in your system and some loyalty.
Did I hear you say him morality or morality?
Probably it's a him because you have to come to Jamaica and go to church.
Go look at number 2. Number 2 said post-COVID reunion. It's the first conference since we have experienced COVID-19. Let's jam in Jamaica. Party time. Meanwhile, our people are suffer. Those are the first two. Those are the first 2 reasons. It gets better, folks. Here's number 3. Party in paradise. Come to the conference and enjoy the Jamaica entertainment scene. Nothing about the people of Jamaica who are suffer. Look at number 4. Discover authentic Jamaican crafts. Take a piece of our island back home with you. Nothing about the people who are suffer. So you buy a hat and a this and that. That's not the purpose of the conference. The purpose of the conference is to address the issues affecting our people. Look at number 5. Come eat jerk chicken and jerk pork and patty.
And
Look at number 5.
Yeah.
Look at that. That look like oxtail to me with rice and peas and plantain and some veggie and gravy. That's why you must come to the conference. Number 5 reason. Up to now, you notice when you hear nothing about all the things that we're talking about. Look at number 6. Dream home hunt. Come and find your piece of paradise. How many of you can actually go to Jamaica and buy a house? How many of you? That's why I've been saying to people, if you want to go to Jamaica during this time period on a vacation, it's fine. Go support the economy, visit family and friends, make new friends. Great. But don't go to this conference because this conference is not for you. It's not for you. Look at number 7. Come to the conference and then enjoy a Jamaican road trip. You notice we don't hear nothing about water, housing, health, nothing like that so far. Look at number 8. Reconnect with your roots. Visit your old stomping grounds. And do what? I must go to the conference to go visit my roots. I don't need to go to the conference for that. People, may I beg on you, please don't go. If for nothing else, these 10 reasons where this man give, don't go. By the way, my representative, who represents over 1 million people, she said, according to the newspaper, she has a delegation of 10. She represents more than 1 million people. She has a delegation of 10. That alone, just on that very fact alone, tells me that she's useless. You cannot represent 1 million people and only have 10 people going back to this conference. What that tells you, it means that you've been failing as a representative and people have been turned off by you. People now have nothing to do with you. Nothing. Right now, we have 1,880 people on the live. I mean, no, if I say, listen, we are going to go here so people want to come with me. I know at least 100 I want to go with me. She have 1 million, over 1 million, and only 10 people. All right, we could go to number 9. Look at number 9. Number 9, diaspora influence. The conference will include a diverse agenda. Learn how members of the diaspora can get tangible benefits from active participation in the global Jamaican community. Global Jamaican community. There's nothing here for you, my people in Jamaica. Nothing. Look at number 10. Network in paradise. Build bridges, make waves. It's all about business. It's all about business. All about business. And I know when they come out with the agenda for this business conference, they're gonna sneak in a couple of things. They're gonna sneak in like health, and they sneak in maybe, they're gonna sneak in national security, maybe education. But I guarantee you this: when that agenda, when it comes out, I will post it here, and you will see the amount of time that they've dedicated to investments and the selling of products and services versus the issues. The time that they spend talking about services and investments and products, it's gonna be like this. And the time for the real issues gonna be like that. So that's why I'm telling you, people, you need to come to our conference. Now, here's what it's going to cost you if you want to go to this conference for the 10 reasons here. We estimate that it's going to cost you anywhere between 4,000 to 5,000 American dollars to go there, because they have, it's the 16th to the 19th, but you can also register on the 15th, I believe. So if you arrive in Jamaica on the 14th or the 15th, you're not going to leave on the 19th. You're probably going to leave on the 20th. So you're talking about 5 days, and the hotel is about $300 a night, right? Maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. And then you have ground transportation, you have your phone, you have your airline ticket. Don't forget that. You have your food money, because not everything them serve you go and eat. You want to go out on the town. You have to go, I remember your car, ground transportation. And then don't forget, you have to pay an entrance fee, $160 US as of right now. We know them not get nobody, because guess what? They moved the early bird period. And them don't put a deadline on it. Before, they thought they were going to get a massive turnout. So they said, okay, if you register before this time period, you pay $160. After that, it's going to go up. They have to move the date because nobody now register. So it's going to cost you about $4,000 to $5,000. That's what we estimate. I remember now, when you're down there, you have to go see your people and say you have to drop a money, so do this, do that. It may cost you $6,000, $7,000, who knows? But here's what's going to cost you to come to our conference. This, zero. No money. I forgot to mention that if you go to their conference, you have to take time off from work. Our conference, we're saying, go to work. Do what you normally would do. Come home, cock up your foot. The same food in the mashed jerk chicken and the accent. Get a plate of that and tune in to our conference. And you're going to hear people talk about what the issues are, and you're going to hear people talk about what the solutions are. And you will be invited to make a contribution. Now, we know and we understand and we expect that there will be opposition to this. And we say, you're welcome, because we're all Jamaicans. But there are some house rules. And one of them is that you don't come here and cause no foolishness. If you want to cause foolishness, go to the one in Jamaica. Although we're telling you, don't go. But if you really want to cause foolishness because you want to get political, go there. So our one, we don't want to. And the first time you come on and start the foolishness, we'll get rid of you. Kevin, Kevin, because Kevin, talk to me there. Come on, put up the flyer so that the people can understand and see what's going on. Here, it's the one, yeah. Diaspora conference in danger of missing attendance target. Them come out and say, that's the minister right there, junior minister. You're right here. See, with less than a month to go, the attendance target of 1,000 from the diaspora will not be realized if registration continues at its current pace. Kevin, come in. Just show me you put up them two things there. All right, folks. Now, where Kevin gone? Let me take this down. All right. Let me do something else. I don't see Dr. Ben, so we'll just continue. Now, Bad Girl Tiffy, big up yourself. Jeff Forbes, he said, why me do it? I don't mean do it. People understand. People are catching on and said, no, oh. So I'm gonna pull them over for me now, Kevin, please. I'm going to show you something, and then we'll move on to another topic. Yes, Tiffy, big up yourself. Who else there? So while Kevin is moving over something there, I'm telling you, don't go to that conference. Do not go to, even if you wear shorts like Isat, don't go to conferences. Stay one of there. Don't go on the beach. Candy Max, yes. And that's one of the reasons why we're getting the volunteers, because what they're going to do is they're going to sectionalize the program and nice it up so that you don't have to watch the whole thing to get just that kernel of information that you're looking for. It's gonna be done real nice. And Kevin, okay, Kevin busy. I do that. So don't go to that foolishness, because they're not dealing with our people. And the beauty about coming to our conferences, you get 2 for the price of 1 at no cost, because we will review what they've done in the morning and we'll expose the nonsense, and then we're going to run into our program now and we're going to deal with the issues. So they're going to have a lot of investment things going on, how people right, that Kevin, yeah, that I want. But the other one there, sorry. But Kevin there, hold on, folks, hold on. Kevin, I'll move something after me. Okay, that's 1. All right, that's 2. No, with them there. All right, that's 1. But the second one, that's 2. All right, cool. All right, fling me on there. My people them there. All right, my people them. All right, not showing us something. Not showing exactly what I'm talking about. Right? Look on this. It's a freedom thing, right? Beautiful lady, and then put Jamaica Diaspora, and look what them say. Engage in impactful dialogue. That is fancy speech for we just going to chat. And as Isaac said, from the Baroness, all they do is just chat. So engage in impactful dialogue is just pure chatting. And look what it says. Your input matters. Register now to be part of these vital conversations. We don't have to register to be a part of our conversation. But for them foolishness, you have to register, because a money-making venture, They want the money. Look here. Them are panels, riverside chats, breakouts, keynotes. And look on the topic. Them send out a number of this already, but just look at this one topic here. Crime prevention and national security, right? Look on this. So it says, Jamaica awash in crime, in murder. And look what them say. This is what they're going to have impactful dialogue about, exploring innovative strategies to build safer communities. Make that resonate. Make that twirl in your mind. People are dead like sand, like flies. And it says exploring innovative strategies to build safer communities. That's all them can say.
Yeah, but it makes sense though.
But it wouldn't make sense.
You guys have all the money over there. If you can give me some to build some high-rise, innovative ideas, if you're way up high, the crime can't reach you. So if you send me about $40 billion, I can build a 16-floor building or more, 100-floor, and the diaspora people live closer to God. With your,
okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense, right? Makes sense. Except that it don't make sense to the people who are suffering in Jamaica, the people who we care about. Look what them have: agricultural development. Agricultural development, Jamaica, that's one sector that's losing workers. Fewer and fewer people actually engage in agriculture in Jamaica. And that's a statistic that comes straight from Statin. Fewer and fewer farmers exist in Jamaica because you know why? They've always, well, over the last several years, they've been importing a lot of foodstuffs. And now that they've moved certain taxes, certain restrictions off of it, they're going to flood the market now with cheap stuff, right? So the farmers, they're not stand a chance. Trade and economic development, you see? Exploring partnerships and reforms to stimulate economic growth. I thought that was supposed to have taken place in 2016, 2017, 2018. No.
Ratti,
yes, sir.
Right, one sec. As far as agricultural development, the thing that we're finding now with Haiti, because I'm on that panel too, the Haitians, when Bill Clinton brought in the Arkansas rice, the Haitians could not produce rice anymore, which was their staple crop. So the problem was they could not price it low enough, or they would be giving away, losing money. They would be futile on their part. So whatever Jamaica is producing, that the U.S. is flooding Jamaica with, they won't be able to produce it in Jamaica anymore because it's just not logical for the farmers to produce it at a low enough price to where they can undercut the USA. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
All right. So somebody, by the way, in the chat is asking about where to sign up for buses. We need to get something streaming across the bottom. If Prezi is listening, I tried to put that they need to go to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund website, right? But it won't let me put it in.
No, there it is.
Kevin can put it in, if anything.
This is right here. The number to call. No, here is a different conference that's going to be held at the same days, but different times. Boom. Look on this conference here. You know, notice, on the like where logo on the name though. See that? Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. That we're the real thing, you know. This name here is ours. Yeah, man. Ours. And you see what we have here. And when we say ours, you know, we attack everyone owner. Whole away, a we own a name. No government no own a name here. A we own it. The whole away own it. And when we say we, again, we attack family. We attack people at yard, people at our thing this. Right? Now, it said join us online. No money, no ear fear, no entrance fee, no jerk chicken money, nothing like that. Right? So online for the first one. And look what we say. Strategies and solutions. Right? Strategies, proof door the Jamaica. Yeah. Kevin funny, like Kevin said, this proof that Dora the Explorer is Jamaican with all of this exploration that they're doing. People, I want to take a look at where we say strategies and solutions. Look at where them say impactful dialogue at the conference. Impactful that's fancy talk. We say we just chat and we take some selfies and we shake hands and exchange numbers, and we have our hopes that the ministers and the officials remember us the following day, right? That's what that's about. That's ours right here. That when I say ours, we are talking about all the way, people, all the way. Strategies and solutions. And look what we do. We have 3 categories. So remember, for them one, agriculture, trade, and national security. They put out some more since then, but look at the first one we put out. Look at the very first one we put out. The first flyer. We have more flyers to come, but this is the first one we put out. Look on right there. So education, we want to talk about. And what we want to talk about, poor leadership, public corruption, failed initiatives, poor examination scores, mass immigration of teachers. And for sure, say we're not done spot. We use the word immigration because immigration means depart from. We don't use immigration because immigration, they use it if you live in America. Then they said they've immigrated to America, but they've emigrated from Jamaica. So, but we are talking about problems and we're going to find solutions and say, how can we retain teachers in Jamaica? How can we improve the schools in Jamaica? How can we improve the standards in Jamaica? How can we improve the scores in Jamaica? It shouldn't be people that you can only get a first-class education if you go to Campion or if you go to one of them other schools there. It shouldn't be. If you live a country, you should be able to get the same education that they're offering at Campion or one of the other schools in Kingston. So we want to talk about that. Education and educated population is the gateway to success. If you can educate your people, you're well on your way to achieving success. But when you have people leaving high school can barely read, when you have people leaving primary school who can't read, and then them go high school and them leave and them barely can't read, there's no hope. You can't prosper like that. And that is why the biggest sector of workers in Jamaica, service industry and manual labor. Nothing with your head top. Nothing with your head top. Nothing. Because you know why? Them take the head top people and put them in a call center. Best them can do, or put them in a bank. But them barely can make ends meet. Look on the next category we have, health. You need them two things you have to really jumpstart your population, and catapult them to success. You need education and you need a healthy population. Look what we have: poor leadership, which is true, mismanagement of funds. The Auditor General called them out. Lack of accountability. We know that. Lack of proper facilities, equipment, and supplies. We know that if you have to go do a surgery in Jamaica, you have to buy some of the things them what you need. You have to purchase them, otherwise no surgery going to take place. Look at the next one, the U.S. Threat Advisory. The U.S. government realized that Jamaica have a serious problem of crisis proportion in the health sector. And they've said to their people, and they did it in January, if you're going to Jamaica, you better make sure you have health insurance because we're not paying for you because the health sector in Jamaica is poor. I know we said that, and the American government said that. And believe me, there's a gentleman at the embassy who holds the title of Regional Medical Officer. He knows more about what's going on in Jamaica than all of the people in the Ministry of Health combined. Trust me when I'm telling you that. The RMO know more about what's going on in the health sector in Jamaica than Minister Tufton, the junior minister, the permanent secretary, and the whole of them combined. I know this. I know. Ask me, I ask. I tell you no. Go to the embassy and talk to the RMO. Him know more about everything than the whole of them combined. And look, failure to deliver adequate medical care, etc. And be sure someone will see the video where we alone somebody put out with the man hand we are right now. Be sure to see that. When say mortgage a drop out time hand. And other videos we were seeing. So that's health. That's what we want to talk about. Look at national security. Remember now. Remember for them national security now. See just so. For them national security people. It's see it right there, so. Exploring innovative strategies to build safer communities. That's all them can come with. Look Pampheway. See what we want to talk about there? We want to talk about poor leadership. We have a police commissioner might be a nice guy, but is he a crime fighter? He did not come up through the ranks. He came in through the side door. This is the man who came in as an assistant superintendent. He's an IT person. I don't think he's ever made an arrest. I don't think he's ever conducted an investigation. At one point, I think they move him over to the intelligence section and then they bring him back. And you expect this man to lead? You expect this man who don't know nothing to lead? And then you expect him to depend now upon the high command. And remember now, the high command have them sharp knives out, because them jealous of the fact that him get the job, because them come up through the system, him coming through the side door, and now him are them boss. And I've given him advice. I tell him, say, listen, if I'm advice, if you want it, if you would like me to advise you, the first thing you need to do is get rid of the high command. You can't have them. They're not going to support you. You don't need those people. Mr. Fitzbailey, I would call him in and say, look, you have 30 days to brief me on all of the major cases that you're working on, and then you're going to leave. You don't tell him that, though. You just tell him, say, bring you up to speed on all the cases. And after I'm finished telling, then you tell him, say, all right, so you show him the door. And you get rid of all of them. And there's some other things that we have for him. Here's the other one. Poor leadership, mismanagement of resources. They make a mistake with the C writer. So we're coming now just like them, and I have to go talk to me thing the guy. Flyer guy, miss the C writer. So. But here's another one. Porous borders, high crime rate, failure to implement national strategy, and human rights violations. Now, Isat know about the human rights violations. So those are the things that we want to talk about, right? And you don't have to pay no money to come and listen to us talk about it. And you don't have to pay any money to participate in it. It's that simple. So again, I'm making a plea to my Jamaican people. Do not, N-O-T, or not, do N-A-T, do not go to that conference, right? Now, we know what they're planning to do. They're planning to pay people's way to this conference. They're planning to do that. And they've made it clear. Because think about the embarrassment. You have a conference hall and you have prepared for 1,000 people and you get 200. It's not a good look. Not a good look. Right? So let me move that. Before we open the phone line, what I'd like to do at this point is, let me just play this. We can't go too far.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. Trust the words of politicians. Do not say to people, do not trust the words of politicians. I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Well, him learn. Because him trust the words of his own politician friends and colleagues. And you see what them do with him? Then remove him from that vaunted position of being in charge. Was he minister without portfolio in the office of the prime minister with a responsibility for information? That's his title, right? And he came on a few weeks ago and said at the post-cabinet briefing and said that the prime minister was the minister of information. As soon as I heard it, I wrote to the prime minister. I wrote to the office of the prime minister and said, "You must tell me, when did this prime minister become minister of information? Where's that office established? What are the protocols? Where's the paperwork?" And lo and behold, 2 weeks later, he's gone. And now I think he's in charge of works, office, job creation, charge of work. Him have no clue. Now he's gonna be like a fish out of water. No clue as to what he's supposed to do over there. And it's a shame. And to be honest with you, people, I really feel pity for him. I feel sad for him. People tell me that, no, me too sad, me shouldn't. But I really do, because to fall from grace like that, you don't want to revel in somebody's misery. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. Some people say he had it coming, but let's not revel in it, because he still has some more consequences to face. We'll talk about that down the road. No. Let me switch to another topic, because I say we don't have any, we guess here, but we always prepared. I've been looking at this case concerning the former Speaker of the House.
Before you go on, Ratti,
Sure.
it's a quick question. When Isat stepped away, did he finish up?
Yes, but I completed my thought and I was laughing myself.
Okay, all right. I must have been quick, brother.
No. Let me just do this thing. This might take a while. Isaac might leave before we complete this because this is interesting, people. I'm telling you, when you watch this thing that I'm going to show you, and I must thank Mystic Sensation. Now there's one called them Mystic Revelation, but Mystic Sensation, Anne Marie, and Byron for providing me with this report. But the former Speaker of the House, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, she's now before the court for providing incorrect information on her statutory declaration. Let me just play you a video so that you can get up to speed about who this lady is and what's behind the investigation that was conducted by the Integrity Commission.
Civil society groups as well as the parliamentary opposition are now calling for the Speaker of the House of Representatives to step aside after the Integrity Commission ruled that charges are to be laid against her. So what happens now? Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Dion Jackson Miller. This is All Angles. Shortly, we'll be hearing from Jeanette Calder, Executive Director of the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, JAMP, in studio with me, along with Principal Director of National Integrity Action, Daniel Archer. Before we start talking, though, let's go back to yesterday's sitting of the House of Representatives to see what all the fuss was about.
The Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that the Honorable Mrs. Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, Member of Parliament and Speaker of the House of Representatives, made false statements in the statutory declarations filed by her for the years 2015 to 2021 and the indicative ruling regarding said report.
Members, to ensure that there is no accusation of conflict of interest, I, as a speaker this afternoon, has decided to table the Integrity Commission's report on an investigation concerning my statutory declarations. I have done so because I have absolutely nothing to hide. After the report is tabled today, the report is being sent to the Integrity Oversight Committee for its deliberations. I am also, as Speaker of this House, and in the interest of transparency, sending the report to the Ethics Committee under Standing Orders 73F and 73G. All members of this House will then be given an opportunity to discuss the contents of the report in both the Integrity Oversight Committee meetings and in the Ethics Committee meetings. And additionally, all members will be given another opportunity to discuss the contents of both reports when they are returned to this House. Bills brought from the Senate. Do you have a point of order?
I have a question for you,
No,
arising from what you just said.
Member, whenever a matter comes before this House and is referred to a committee, there is no debate on the matter. The report that has come from the Integrity Committee concerns my own statutory declarations. I have therefore, as Speaker of this House, as I have absolutely nothing to hide, I have, contrary to my ruling, as I have done previously, tabled the report. It now goes to the Integrity Oversight Committee for its deliberations, and I have added another committee. It goes to the Ethics Committee, and it's for its deliberations. And like in everything else, when it comes back here after being deliberated by members, every member of this House will have an opportunity to consider and be a part of the debate. And that is my ruling, and I ask us all as members of this House to let us move on with the agenda as it has been passed to the committee. If the question is opening a debate, I'm not going to do that. It has been referred. The matter is tabled and it is public. The matter is tabled, it is public knowledge, and any committee that I sit on, or when it is deliberated in this House, I will, as Speaker, recuse myself. It has been referred to 2 committees, and that is my ruling. Now I move on with the agenda. Bills brought from the Senate.
She need you here, Isat. You realize that, right?
Okay, so what you were watching there was the opposition walking out of Parliament, and the opposition also said the Speaker was controlling a new microphone system that had been installed over the summer and was therefore preventing them from being heard. We'll hear a little bit more from opposition leader Mark Golding coming up a little bit later on, but let me come now to Jeanette Carler and Daniel Archer. And before, I don't want us to overlook this, but so before we start about microphone or report or anything, I don't think it's been commented on that the Integrity Commission had done what a number of people had been calling for, which is to have the investigation report and the ruling tabled at the same time. So there was no period of speculation as to whether the Speaker would be charged or not, or what would happen. The ruling has come out to say the investigation report came out referring it, and then the Director of Prosecution has ruled that that charge is delayed. What difference, if any, has that made? Jeanette first.
Well, you said it shuts down on the rumor mill, it shuts down on the speculation. It's a smooth, seamless understanding moving from the findings from the investigator to knowing where the DCP is going. And I really have to commend the Integrity Commission. We've had some boo-boos, but this is the direction in which we want to see it going.
Right. It's an improvement. And what you want to do is to learn from the experiences that you've had in the past. And you would have recalled all the controversy that erupted on the last occasion. Can it be done? How can it be done? Why wasn't it not done? And I'll throw in as an added bonus point here is a recognition that when you look at the report, the time factor for the investigations has also improved. Mm-hmm. So you no longer have those negatives saying, oh, look how long they take. This is something that they clearly have demonstrated learning from the past.
Okay. All right. So let's go to what happened in Parliament yesterday. And Jeanette, describe for me what you saw, because we heard the Speaker essentially saying she's acting in the way she's acting to prevent any kind of conflict of interest. And at the appropriate time, she said she'll recuse herself. But she clearly didn't think yesterday was the appropriate time.
Yeah. Dion, I was mulling on it coming down that you and I started this conversation 10 years ago. Yes. In 2013, you'll recall a different hat, co-executive director for the Jamaica Civil Society Coalition. But, you know, the person, the public official has changed, the year has changed, the situation has changed, but really and truly what we've been discussing for 10 years is, can our policymakers come to a decision on where in this whole accountability chain process do we begin to get answerability, responsibility, and accountability? When I started off 10 years ago, it was if a rumor came up, no, we can't do anything on the basis of a rumor. That wouldn't be fair. I did my research, you find jurisdictions where that happened, Jamaica not ready for it. Then we said, what about allegations? Because we have them. They're very serious. The circumstances look bad. The optics are bad. We said, no, that's not fair to the public official. We need a report. We get reports. we look at the findings. We listen to the policymakers then, and we're told, no, a report is not enough. We need a ruling. And as you said a while ago, the ruling came in short order. So we have the findings, we have a ruling. And yesterday, the thing that really took me back the most is the fact that that didn't seem to be enough for our policymakers to say, yes, this is the point at which somebody has to recuse themselves. So that's the issue that I'm having. 10 years of conversation, and this conversation started long before I got into it 10 years ago. But I was taken aback that a ruling from a director of corruption prosecution was not enough for the Speaker of the House, not just an ordinary member of Parliament, but for the Speaker of the House to say, I will step aside. JAMP is not asking for a resignation, Dion. But we can't reconcile the Speaker of the House continuing to sit and preside while there are rulings of charges that have actually been laid against the Speaker of the House. So we want her to face the court, and if the court comes up with a response that's favorable to her, then the Speaker returns to the job. But if not, then we would expect that someone else is going to have to be appointed as the Speaker of the House.
All right, well, let's take the break, and then we'll come back. We'll pick up lots more to talk about. Remember, you can WhatsApp us. It's 371-0082, 371-0082, and tweet us as well. It's hashtag TVJ. All angles will soon come.
All right. Well, I hope that kind of like jog people's memories, and they'll recognize the story, and they'll recognize the person we're talking about, former Speaker. Now, here is the Integrity Commission's report. I have some problems with it. And I'll show you. There we go. I have some problems with it, and I also have some problems with this former Speaker. Remember what she said? She said that she, contrary to her earlier ruling, she's not tabling the report, because you know what happened when this report came in? She came up. This is the genesis of Speaker Juliet Holness's behavior. This is the genesis of it. Because for the first time, the Speaker is saying, oh, no, I want to send it to the Oversight Committee. The Oversight Committee is not there to look and to review the recommendations made by the Integrity Commission. It's there to look at the administrative function of it. It's not there to look at the report and say, well, you did this wrong, you did. That's for the court. It's not for them. But this is what the former Speaker tried to do. And then when she got pushed back, she said, okay, I'm going to table it. And she tabled it. And you hear what she said? She said, I'm doing this because I have nothing to hide. A few minutes later, she said, I'm doing this because I have absolutely nothing to hide. Now, let's see if she had anything to hide. There it is, investigation concerning that Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, right?
Should she have asked for counsel first, Ratti, before she made that statement?
Yeah.
Should somebody have read her rights to remain silent?
Yeah, perhaps Isat. No, don't ask him, because we don't want him getting into trouble. Because this matters before the court.
$500,000.
This matters before the court. So we just want Isat to observe, and him can wink. We can ask questions and him can wink. Yeah? So it goes on and it talks about all of that stuff, blah, 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 blah. All right, here it is. Right? There you go. That they're looking into her false statements made in the statutory declarations that she filed. And they give you the periods, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. And so you're saying to yourself, okay, she filed for that, but what what's the basis of this investigation? It can't be because she filed, because if she filed, she's in compliance. You're right if you ask that. So here's what we do. It says here that they found that she was required to file statutory declarations. She filed them, but she failed to include a certain asset she held. And therefore, it constitutes offenses under Section 43(2)A and Section 15(1)B of the Parliament Integrity of Members Act. No, I'll be honest with you, and it talks about the breaches of the 20% duty concession granted to her by customs. Now, I'll be honest with you, I didn't know about this act called the Parliament Integrity of Members Act. I knew about the Integrity Commission Act, but I didn't know about this one. So, let me show it to you. This? No, that's the other one. Oh, hold on. Let me go back and see. Them say she no, not that. Hold on a second. Then I get ahead of myself. So she violated Section 43(2)A, right, of the Integrity Commission Act and Section 15(1)B of this Parliament Integrity of Members Act that I never hear about. So here we go. Parliament Integrity Act, right? And by the way, if you look, this thing was, I can't get it any big, I'll have to read it to you. This thing became law in 1973. But then I see things in it that's more recent. Maybe Isat can school me as to why a 1973 document is talking about something that took place in 2017. But it says 15(1)B, right? So here's 15(1)B. 15(1)B says, any person who knowingly makes any false statement in any such statutory declaration. This is something that they talk about in 1973. So they had statutory declarations back in 1973. And it says, if you do that, you will be guilty of an offense and shall, on summary conviction in a resident magistrate's court, be liable to a fine not exceeding $200,000 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years. That's the Parliament Integrity of Members Act, 1973. Now, let me show you. Let me show you the Integrity Commission Act. Hold on one second. This one, if you look at this one, remember I showed you the one from 1973, right? Hold on. Look at this one. This one is 2017, signed by the Governor General. And they said she violated the one from 1973. And then she violated Section 43(1)A of this. So let's go to Section 43(1)A. Where are we now? Section 17. All right, Section 43, 41, 42, 43. All right, here we go. Look at 43. See what it says? They said that she violated Section 43(1)A. It says a person who fails without reasonable cause. The first one never mentioned reasonable cause, right? Without reasonable cause to submit a statutory declaration, which he is required to submit in accordance with the provisions of this part, commit an offense, and it's the same. And this one is not exceeding. The other one was 200,000. This is 500,000, or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 6 months. The other one was 2 years. So you see what they're saying that she did, right? Now let's go back to the report. So they said that it came to them as a referral. That's why they're investigating it, and so they're trying to find out if she complied with the requirements regarding the 20% concession and whether she informed the Integrity Commission that she owned this vehicle, right? Now look at this. All right, now here's a false statement, right? They said it is an offense to knowingly make a false statement. One of them said knowingly, one of them said without reason or unreasonable to make unreasonable make a false statement. So what she's supposed to do every year, as you know, she's supposed to report like all the politicians and the civil servants. No, I think before it was, if you're making 2 million, 2.5 million or more, no, I think it's 12 million. They moved it up. But you're supposed to provide information regarding your income, your assets, your liabilities. So they found out, and remember this goes back to 2015, 2016, all the way to 2020. So in 2020, when she submitted it, they realized that there was a Mercedes-Benz GLA 250 that she owned that she didn't tell them about. So here's what they did with her. They asked her, remember, no, she submitted the statutory declaration. So now they're doing follow-up. They're doing an inquiry. And it says, from the letter that they sent her, they said, if you believe that you have omitted any other information with respect to your income, assets, and or liabilities, whether they exist locally or abroad, kindly also provide full particulars of same. For the avoidance of doubt, for each asset indicated, please state the source of funds, including all supporting documents. And please be advised that we're asking you this based on the law. In a letter, she responded to them, right, that she didn't own a 2015 Benz. And here is the letter. Here's part of the letter. She's right here, B, 8B. She said, I do not own said motor vehicle and hereby request that the commission corrects this error. You understand what a woman I do? She just don't call them on the carpet. She said, listen, you make a mistake. I don't need to go correct on a mistake because I don't own no car. I don't own no Mercedes GLA. What? LA, well, it's GLA. They have LA right there. 250. Right? No. They went to the tax administrator and they found out that the vehicle was purchased and registered in her name from 2015 until 2022. Remember now, she said she submitted her statutory declaration. She didn't mention the vehicle. They wrote to her. She responded, I don't own no vehicle. They went and they looked and they said, but wait a minute, the paperwork shows that you own this vehicle. So, based on that, they interviewed her. So you see what's going on. She submitted the paperwork. They had a question. They wrote to her. She responded. Based on her response, they said, look, we need to talk. So here's a question. Does the information contained in the declaration provide an accurate and complete representation of the asset owned, the liabilities held, and the income earned by you, your spouse, and children February 25th, 2016? The answer, you know I'm going to look at a document here to verify. So I'm going to tell you now that I got a letter from the Integrity Commission about a vehicle which I owned, a Benz, and always said I never drove a Benz. And so I wondered what they were talking about. When I got this letter to come to the Integrity Commission, I said, I would go because I have nothing to hide. Last week when I sat in the Supreme Court, I remembered that I got a concession. I remembered last week that I got a concession for a vehicle which my sister drove until she sold it. I never drove it, and I never had possession. I also requested from Parliament a list of my concessions, for which they replied with a document showing that I received concessions for 3 vehicles. The documents detailed the Benz vehicle and so I must declare it. Next question. Miss Dalrymple Philibert, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, were you the owner of a black 2015 Mercedes GLA 250 motor car with license plate, blah, 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 blah? Answer. I must admit now that I was the owner, although I did not remember at the time. Question. Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, I now present you with a copy of the certificate of title in relation to the Mercedes, a copy of the invoice, and a copy of the import entry. A signature appears under the section marker signature of registered owner. Is that your signature? Yes. Can you recall signing this document? Yes, I can. So you see what happened? She never put it on. Them write to her. She said, no, me no own a vehicle. Me no know nothing about no vehicle. Then when them start interview her, she said, no, I never own a vehicle. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I do own a vehicle, but I never drive it. It was my sister. I have nothing to do with it. But remember now, she's getting the 20% concession for using that vehicle to do government business. So this is the problem. How can you remember to file the concession and remember to file for the other for using the vehicle? You get a stipend for using the vehicle. You get a concession if you're a government person for the vehicle. So them slash the price. And then you get money if you use the vehicle for government purposes. And she's been filing to get money from the government for using the vehicle. And this is what she said. But just want to remind you know. She said, right here, I remember that I got a concession for a vehicle which my sister drove until she sold it. I never drove it and I never had possession. Your sister cannot use a vehicle that you get the concession for. And at the same time, you're filing that you're using, you're getting funding, but the vehicle is, you don't have the vehicle. I don't understand this one. I'm confused. And then you go on to talk about the concession, and it says, here it is, the car shall, within 3 years of the date of entry, be used primarily by the traveling to whom the concession and exemptions have been granted, meaning she, what you say, our sister. And then the second piece said, the vehicle shall not be let, meaning loaned, or hired, or utilized for commercial use within the aforementioned 3-year period. Now, remember, she said, is my sister drive it? No, I never drive it. And the law says you can't do that within the first 3 years. You can't do that. And here's another one. The officer to whom the concession is granted shall exercise continuous control over the car for the 3-year period. She says she never drive the car. She don't have no control over it. Next provision, control over the vehicle shall not be vested in a person other than the person to whom it should have rightfully gone to, meaning the former speaker. You can't give somebody control over it for the first 3 years. So she got the 20% duty concession, right? Now here it is. Miss Dalrymple Philibert, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, I'm going to show you a copy of a 20% duty concession in relation to the acquisition of the black Mercedes. I bring your attention to the section that says applicant's signature. Is this a copy of your signature? Yes, it's my signature. So she get the concession. But I know she had drive the car, but the law says you're supposed to have it for at least the first 3 years. Can you recall signing this document? She says, I know I signed it, but I can't recall when I did. Good. Next question. They're talking about how the vehicle was purchased. Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, how was this vehicle purchased? Answer. Most things were done through my husband. There was a small loan for which my sister received assistance. All the vehicles I have can be traced back to funds in my husband's account. So now it's the husband's fault. Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, did you hold or guarantee a motor vehicle loan with Sagicor Bank in relation to the Mercedes between December 2015 and December 2021? Answer, no, not to the best of my knowledge. There was loan with Sagicor, but I don't quite remember what for. Next question, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, I now present you with a copy of a document from Sagicor. Were you a guarantor on the loan from the 2015 Mercedes-Benz? Listen to this answer, people. Listen to this. What do you mean guarantor? This is a lawyer, you know. Do you know what it means? What do you mean by guarantor? I don't remember the person you see here on this document, Mr. Eatman. That's her sister's husband. Is the father of my sister's only child, which is also my only nephew. And I could just add that the name that appears on this document is a person who I may have guaranteed for, as I have confidence in his integrity for 43 years. She didn't answer the question. So them say, okay, I'm going to give you the loan application, which deals with guarantee. She says, it says I guaranteed it, so it means I guaranteed it. But again, this is a person that I may have guaranteed for, as I have absolute confidence in for 43 years. Still not answering the question. Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, how was the vehicle purchased? Answer, through the loan from Sagicor. Question, was the purchase funded by you? Answer, the loan was guaranteed by me, and I'm pretty sure that my husband would have made payments and my brother-in-law would have made payments. And now that you say it, we would have looked at Nova Scotia and Falmouth, and at the time, interest rates were very. She's gobbledygook. She's dancing. She's not answering the question. Now, here's what they found. They found that the car, after the concession was taken off, the car was supposed to be sold for, where is it? $8.1 million. And they took off 20% off of it for concession. And the car was sold for $6 million. So they said the duty on that was $1.5 million that they didn't pay to the government. And for the $6 million, her brother-in-law put up $200,000, then took the loan, and the car was in her name, registered in her name, and then she went ahead and then she started claiming benefits from using the car. But it gets better. Here's what the brother-in-law said. Actually, he's not the brother-in-law, he's the baby father. Not that it make a difference. He's still the father of her child. But him say, I'm a member of the Dalrymple family because of my relationship with her sister, Agneta Vera, who's the mother of my son and Mrs. Dalrymple's nephew. The vehicle was kept in Kingston and used by Mrs. Dalrymple and other family members. Remember, she said she never touched a vehicle, she don't know nothing about it. It was driven by Agneta, the mother of my child, and used by Mrs. Dalrymple whenever she was in Kingston. Other family members, including myself and my son, use it from time to time. And then he goes on to talk about how he put up the money, and purchased the car. And not the car, they sold the car. Once this came to light, the car was sold. There's something else I want to show you. Here it is. The use of the vehicle. Question, does the information contained in the declaration provide an accurate and complete representation of the asset owned, the liabilities held, and income earned by you, your spouse, and children, blah, 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 blah. And here's the answer. We mentioned it before. I remember that I got a concession for a vehicle which my sister drove until she sold it. I never drove it. And I never had possession. It's in red right there. And here it is. Do you acknowledge making an application for the concession, the 20%? Answer, yes. So she did. Listen to this. Have you ever taken possession or driven this vehicle? No, she started changing her answer. Yes, I have taken possession. I applied for it and I got. And they said, when you say possession, what do you mean? She said, up to recently when you wrote me, I vehemently took the position that I didn't have the black Mercedes. I really did not remember how long, if it was for a minute or a day or for 2 days or for 2 months, because my sister had the vehicle for so long in Kingston. It was genuinely not included because I was not driving it. The sister's boyfriend said otherwise. It was not a deliberate attempt to knowingly not disclose any information on the vehicle. I have no reason not to declare anything. So her sister made a statement and said the former speaker used to drive the vehicle. They didn't put it right here, but it said they summarized it, but then they redacted it. And then they sold the vehicle. It is a requirement that where a concession is utilized, claims for upkeep, allowance, and traveling can be made in respect to the vehicle. So they're looking to see whether or not she collected money for saying that she's using it for traveling purposes. And then it goes on to talk about all the requirements you need for all of that, blah, 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 blah. So they said, based on everything, she would be eligible for the maintenance of the vehicle. And they said, and in the beginning, she was not assigned a vehicle, so she used a personal vehicle that's in 2020. Remember, this vehicle is a 2015. The vehicle was owned by her sister. It was a 2004 Toyota RAV4. And she received monies for that. She received monies for using her sister's Toyota as a personal vehicle. But keep in mind that during that time period, was it 2015? Okay, this was before that. This is 2014, the 2015 vehicle. So they said, look, she didn't file. She got the 20%, blah, blah, blah. And basically, she lied. But I'm going to show you something now. Here's a conclusion. She filed 2015 statutory declaration, 2015 to 2021. She didn't put the vehicle in there. She was the legal owner. Her declarations were inaccurate and incomplete. And they believe that she knew what she was doing, and therefore she filed a false statement. And motor vehicle allowances were paid. Shouldn't have been, but was paid. And look at 5.2.4. They're now saying the DI, the Department of Investigation, or director, concludes that in failing to identify the clear breaches identified above, the accountable officer at the Houses of Parliament were negligent in their processing of the payments made to Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, and that the failure on the part of the accountable officer regards constitute a breach. So now it's not just the minister, it's not just the speaker. They're saying other people involved inside, people shouldn't have been paying her. They should have realized this. So here's what they recommend, and I want you to pay close attention to this. They said, first of all, we're going to refer it to the Director of Corruption for consideration. It shouldn't say that, it should say prosecution, but that's their language. Then they send it to Customs. So they want to apply penalty for her. because the vehicle was acquired and in violation of a whole bunch of things. Then they send it to the clerk of the court, no, clerk to the Houses of Parliament. So they have to review the payment process because she shouldn't have been paid all of this money, right? Then they send it to the financial secretary. So they want back the money from her, the 20% concession, the 1.5 million. Then look who them send it to. Look at people. The most honorable prime minister. They sent this to the prime minister. They referred it to him so that he can take disciplinary action or administrative action against Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert to ensure that this doesn't occur or reoccur. And that they're referring to the prime minister that national training should be developed for members in the area of ethics and government policies, regulations, and legislation. Then they send it here that she has to refile. And there it is, right? That's it. No. Here's what the so-called troublemaker, Mr. Rattigan, did. Mr. Rattigan take it upon himself to go fast night people in business on behalf of the people of Jamaica. And by the way, I must thank the Integrity Commission because they wrote back. It was a rather expeditious response because I sent it to them May 6th, and by the 17th, I had a response in my hand, less than 2 weeks. So here's the first question I asked. First question I ask is, I said to them, you're saying that she violated Section 43(2)(a). But didn't she also violate Section 43(2)(b) by providing false information in her written and verbal communications? And why didn't they go after her for this? Let me show you what 43, let me show you what it says. Here it says 43. Okay. Yeah. When I read 43, when I read 43, I read 43(1). I apologize. It should be 43(2). The charger with this 2A, a person who knowingly makes a false statement in a statutory declaration, right? But here's what I'm saying to them. I'm saying she should be charged with 43(2)(b) as well, because she knowingly gave false information at an inquiry conducted by the Director of Investigation. And how do I know this? Because remember now, folks, the first charge is where she submitted her statutory declaration on or before March 31st of the year. That's when it's due. And she turned that in. They went through it and they realized that she made false statements in that statutory declaration. They wrote to her, which is separate from the statutory declaration. They wrote to her, she responded, and she did not tell the truth. Then they said, look, we're going to have to sit down with you and go over this. And they met with her in person and interviewed her, and she still didn't come clean. That is a violation of 2B, where she gave false information at an inquiry, and they did not charge her for that. They didn't charge her. So I asked them, why didn't you charge her? I also asked them, why is it that there's a recommendation to the Prime Minister to take disciplinary action against or administrative action against her? And then for the training, I said to them, but you guys gave them training already. So what is this training? Please tell me, what is this training about? Is it annual? When is it going to be introduced? What's the purpose of recommending it to him, since under Section 6G, they have the right to do this? So here's their answer regarding question 1. Why didn't they charge her for 43? What's it? The 43 2B. They give me all of this nonsense, and guess what? They never touched 43 2B. They never touched it. When you read this is all gobbledygook. They said they're going to charge her for 43 2A, and I'm saying no. What about 43 2B? Tell me why she's not charged for that. Them can't tell me. No, you see why I'm telling you people that Mama never wastes her money when she send we go to school. When she send the whole away go to school, when we say we attack family, not just me, the whole away. When Mama used to send we go to school, Mama never wastes her money. Right? She no waste her money. Because them up to now, they cannot tell me why they haven't charged her under 43 2B. They got to 2A, but where's 2B? Still cannot tell us why. That all of this say, oh, she was charged with this and she was charged with that. The question is, why wasn't she charged with a violation of 43 2B, which is making a false statement in an inquiry? No answer. No answer. And then regarding question 2, they said that the Prime Minister, because I asked them what's the authority, and there's something called Ministry Paper number 19/2002 entitled Conduct of Ministers. And they said the Prime Minister, based on that, it gives him the right to discipline somebody, to ask them to resign. So she said she never resigned. I think she said she did it on her own free will because, she didn't want a conflict of interest, something like that. But it would appear as if the Prime Minister tell her, take a walk. And then number 3, we talk about the training, and they never really answer it either. Them say it's not the same training. And I didn't ask them that. I said to them, why is it that you guys can provide a training under your own law? So why is it that you're referring to the Prime Minister that national training be instituted for something like this? And them not answer me. They don't answer me. Ebian Ortiz, you owe me a full response. This is not a full response.
Ratti, what is strange is that when she was forced out, she said it was not a resignation. Is that what she's saying?
Yeah, she's saying that she did it because she didn't want a conflict of interest.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then look at Minister Warmington. His was a flip-flop also. Is there a technique that they're using? Because when you look at what's the one from Ministry of Education?
Royal Reid.
Royal Reid, and you look at Dr. Wheatley. They're doing something so as not to be confirmed as having resigned, not from the position, but from, I guess, from being an MP. And they're keeping into a zone where they can be recalled, where they can make a comeback.
Mm-hmm.
Is that in Dalrymple case, could she possibly come back and come back to her, not just her old MP job, but to her original position, if they have charged her with the correct charges?
Well, I tell you what, it's funny you mentioned that, Herb, because I think, if you recall, there hasn't been a by-election for her position, even though she resigned from Parliament. She resigned from the Speaker's position and from Parliament, so she's no longer an MP. And you think that you would say, okay, let's go ahead and do a by-election and get somebody else. They haven't done that. They haven't done that. So that's why they have, 48 people, 48. Yeah, there are 48 people in parliament, and the opposition has 14. It used to be 49. And so she's not there. And so you ask, why are they taking so long to do a by-election to get somebody else in?
Yeah.
And now I'm hearing that she's planning on coming back, but it doesn't make any sense because the matter has been, that's what I'm hearing. I don't know if it's
They're
true.
leaving the door open, right? In all these cases, the door's been left open somehow. And they're not really resigned. They weren't forced out. They weren't fired. You really don't know what the status is for any of these people.
I mean, this is crazy because look, she purchased the car. It's very simple, folks. She purchased the car. Her brother-in-law, let's just call him her brother-in-law. He put up 200 grand. Then he took a loan from Sagicor. She guaranteed the money would be spent, and she also used the vehicle, right, as collateral. And then she, based on what the evidence shows, she was using that vehicle, and she was collecting maintenance for that vehicle.
Yep.
Right? But she said, I was never using the vehicle because here's the problem. She didn't declare it on her statutory declaration. She didn't. And so now she said, well, it wasn't me. It was my sister. I never used the vehicle. I never had possession of it. And then the question is, well, wait a minute. If you didn't have possession of it, then you violated the law because the concession law says that you must be the person driving the vehicle.
Yep. You must have possession.
1.5 million off the purchase price. And also you were getting maintenance for the vehicle. So how can you get maintenance for the vehicle and you get a 1.5 million concession and you don't have the vehicle?
Don't drive it. Yeah. Did they ever make her pay the money back?
It's we don't know yet. It's this case is before in the Half-Tree court right now.
Well, you know something. Can a citizen file those charges that they failed to file?
Well, I said that's something you can answer. You won't get into trouble for that. Can a citizen file a section of a violation of 43(2)(b) because the government didn't file it?
No, it would be private prosecution, and I don't think it wouldn't go any further. They wouldn't allow it.
The court wouldn't allow it.
The court wouldn't allow it.
So in the meantime, what we do?
Just sit and watch. Just sit and watch. That's what the people does most of the time.
Can we call in Shaggy? We need him to sing It Wasn't Me.
That's all.
Oh God.
No,
I mean, there's I think there's a particular body that can take other actions if the public feel aggrieved. If one has to make sure that the public is safe. But people generally don't like to complain to that body.
By GLC?
Yeah.
Well, they don't get our complaint.
No, I'm saying, but that's certainly a place where you could say your voice your concerns to. I hear that the chairman will gladly, if the complaints is overwhelming and public confidence is diminished in any particular attorney, she may very well be compelled or constrained to file a personal complaint to protect the integrity of the profession.
Well, we are going to file something on this. We have to file some punch on behalf of the Jamaican people because the Jamaican people lost out on this. They lost out on the 20% concession, plus they were paying her for maintenance of the vehicle, right? Because if you use it for government purposes, then they pay you a stipend. And according to what this is saying, she apparently was getting that stipend. And no, they're saying, well, wait a minute, the clerk in Parliament should have known better. Apparently some provisions were violated where you're supposed to double check, you're supposed to exert oversight. You know what, Herb and Isat, I am willing to bet you guys, I'm willing to bet you Isat a bucket of chicken that This is not the first time something like this happened. And it's
Right.
probably happening right now. Where somebody buy a vehicle for your relative, get the 20% concession, and then put in and say, boy, they want to get the money for maintenance. Meanwhile, they don't have the vehicle.
How long will it take to run such an investigation in Jamaica from within the parliament at the clerk's office? Or could we get the clerk on to our program here and talk to her about this? Would she be willing to do that?
But you mean the one that left?
Yeah, the one that left. Yeah.
Oh. Isat knows her. I don't know. I believe she was the one in the video.
You could get her on, Isat.
Who is that?
The lady, I'll tell you her name.
The one that just left the job as clerk of the
Oh, but wasn't she on this program before?
No.
Which program was on here? Yeah, I do. I can ask her. I know what you're talking about. Because it's not done yet, Archers.
Yeah. If we can get her on, we can clear up a lot of things. And hopefully we can find out, hey, how many of these applications were filed for the exemption? And it will be easy to find out who's still driving those vehicles.
She named Valerie Curtis.
Yeah, Miss Curtis.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, you see, these are the things that MOCA and Integrity Commission and even the police
are supposed to be following.
Yeah. They should say, you know what? We are going to do a project. I mean, that's so. I'm telling you, that's the culture I came from, where they would look at a group and say, you know what? Let's look at this group. We don't have anything right, but let's just look. Maybe there's something here. And you do some curse-rich searches. But something like this, they should have been looking at all of these people right now. But
they need random checking, right? You gotta be checking randomly. It's like the guys who claim disability from Social Security, and then Social Security go checking, and they see in the newspaper where the guy wins a weightlifting competition. This guy's on disability. How is it possible? He can't win a weightlifting competition, right? So they just signed over their disability and have to go make back pay. That's what they should be doing with them. Where's your car? Oh, you're claiming this. There's no way they can claim and not be driving the car, driving something else.
Correct.
I remember when I work in Treasury, the payments we used to make for allowances, car allowances and stuff. That I can remember from, and that's from the late 60s when I was at Treasury Department. I mean, this is the heights of nonsense. This is coming out of taxpayers' pockets. And Ratti, why can't we bring on like the Bar Association and ask those lawyers, why the hell can't they make the complaints when they see this type of ineptitude in the law, where the law is not fully being exercised over the lawmakers themselves?
Well, ask Isat. See him right there's a thing in front of you. Ask him. Because we're not.
Isat, you are the member of the bar. Why can't we bring the bar before us? I say, hey, you guys, you see this happening. Why didn't you take action?
Who take actions against their friends?
Oh, so they said gone. No, when I said they said gone, meaning it out not open. No, I thought that something like that. Then when I say, oh, you know, we don't find anything, blah blah blah. But when I said they don't take action against their friends, that's why them need some. That's why them need an a truly independent body for come in and deal with.
Yeah. Well, Lime Tree saying, man feed the food. What you talk about her? Oh God. The man eating your tax money. That's what's happening. you're paying extra taxes so they can be an easy street. Isn't that what this is about?
Mhm.
They all want to be an easy street at the taxpayers' expense. We go through that here too in the US.
Yeah.
And then you have the TV people, 7 on your side or somebody else, or even the FBI set up sting operations for this type of stuff. Right?
I don't mean to play at devil's advocate though, but I'm just gonna ask you. You don't think that you're taking the car issue a little bit too high?
No.
I'm asking.
All right. Define what you mean too high. What do you mean?
No, I'm asking.
No, I'm asking you. What you mean? I want to answer you, but I don't know what you're asking.
I'm saying like she just never. She give her sister a benefit that she's not using. Was she not to use it? I'm just asking because
it's not her. See, it's not hers to give. Just like if you did it, right? If you got a benefit,
they would have put me in a prison and trim me and all everything where they come with it. I'm just asking.
All right, let me answer you.
I'm trying to put it. I don't know because hold on. What's the difference between saying that you're gonna spend $2 million to fix a building and then you add $20 billion? That's not more egregious than a simple car matter.
No, we are going after that too. But here's the thing.
I'm just asking. Why
it's a big deal. Let me explain to you why it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Because Isat, this is how corruption
begins.
When you start out with that, with the concept that it's just a small thing, it's not a big deal. And so why we are go after her like that, because and then what happened? Somebody see that and do the same thing. Then somebody see it and do a bigger thing. And a bigger thing, and before you know it, it spiraled out of control. To now you get to the point where 2 billion is 20 billion. Not to say it's corruption, but it just looks like a pricey. It just looks like a pricey. What you call it? Overspending. It just looks like
overspending. I just say you have people who them teeth in gas, them teeth in education, money, stipend, this, that. Look what happened at the Maritime Institute or whatever, CMU, whatever. Look at the things that happen versus she's getting a benefit that she ought to get by virtue of her being in the position that she's in.
Yes.
And giving it
but
to
like Herb said, it was her to transfer to her sister though.
No, I'm just saying, so what she should have done was to keep the car and drive it and let her sister drive the bigger car.
Yeah. But you see, she want her bread toasted and buttered on both sides, and you can't have that. The bread only can be buttered on one side.
No, I'm just wondering, and I don't want nobody to think I'm defending her. I'm not defending any indiscretions. I'm just thinking.
But Isaac, here's the thing.
Yeah.
We always say, right, that the stream is dirty at the head, right? And we always say, how come we don't see these people up here going to prison? But we see a little man down here who pick a mango off of the King's House property. You see what they did with him. They made an example out of him. And we're saying, why is it that the man who stole a mango and him probably have more reason for steal than she did? Not to justify stealing, but he's probably hungry, right? That was greed. That was greed. Him hungry. And you say, well, if you can punish him for stealing a mango, then why is it that you can punish her for getting $1.5 million in a concession plus monthly stipends? So you have to start somewhere.
Because that's not a little bit of money. That's a lot of taxpayers' money.
I got right? Just that her resignation and whatever is coming, is that enough?
No, because it goes deeper than that in her case. Go back to Montego Bay and dig up the property she sold and didn't give anything to the family. Go back and start digging. And you find there's a pattern. Remember, before judge sentences, he's supposed to say, Mr. Prosecutor, have you done the social study? Have you done this study? Have you done that study? And they bring all the studies in. And when the judge say, oh my God, lady, you've been ripping people off.
Boy, you got it. All right. Question.
So then the judge gonna flag her real good then.
Question withdrawn. You have nothing else to add to this.
Look, man, let me say this to you. If you remember the movie Serpico, about the New York cop, the first day on the job, this training officer takes Serpico out, and he takes him into this restaurant. Serpico see all these illegally parked cars, double park, right? And him say, well, we need to get these people out here and move them out. Well, the guy takes him inside and he tells him, you're entitled to get a free meal. I get a free meal every day. I never buy lunch, right? So what the guy does, Serpico orders the meal he wants. And when he gets the meal, it's a sandwich. And he says, I didn't order this. He says, but that's what I offer the police. Right? So in other words, eat your sandwich and don't enforce the law on my customer outside, double park illegally. He never went for it. And from that day on, he decided, as crooked as his training officers were, he's not following their example. Right? And so they put him undercover, and he start making all these busts undercover because of too many crooked cops, too many crooked city officials, right? You gotta remember, sometimes that crookedness costs lives, especially when you have a fire inspector go into an establishment, collect his money, collect a sandwich, and then one day there's a fire at the establishment, and the exits that are supposed to be open are barred. They can't get out the front because the fire begins at the front, and everybody inside dies. They do investigation. What did they find out? The violation was there all along. And now you have somebody who's been filling out reports and collecting bribes, or graft, as they like to say, is responsible. So a little thing can lead to a much bigger incident. And especially when it comes to officials who have the public safety and the public good at stake, this is what happens, right? And so when you make an allowance because it's the big man, and the big man, time comes for him to suffer justice, and him say, no, it's so-and-so did this, and then put it on the little man down there. And the little man is going off to jail and saying to the big man, just like Trump. I said to Trump, you said you would get me good representatives. You say you would do this for me. You say you would save me. And Trump said, no, I didn't tell you I was going to do all that. So I guess then put another shaggy and the man gone off to jail. And here's Trump running around, happy as a pig, in playing in the sty. And all of his January 6 people gone to jail. And him is free. So that's the story, And I remember when I used to do inspections and stuff, I think I mentioned it. All the little things that the little people did, and they were being punished and kicked out of the service. The big guys were doing it too. The 3 stars was doing it. The 2-star was doing it. The 1-star. Everybody was looking the other way while all this stuff happening. So when I do my inspection and I point, hey, everybody's looking the other way. Here's what's going on. And here's how long it's been going on. And then higher headquarters come down, do the inspection, and they saw this, but they choose to go out and play golf instead. They were enjoying themselves at the expense of others. So you just bring the whole kit and caboodle down on top of everybody. And then you're going to have people who are enjoying the benefit that everybody else enjoys at every level and don't have to worry about looking over their shoulder. Why? Because they're doing it legitimately. So let's just get everything straight. Corruption starts a little bit at a time, and then it gets so big it's uncontrollable. And in Jamaica right now, I hate to say it, my friend, it's uncontrollable, just like it is in some cities here in the U.S. So what we're seeing here, we're seeing it down there. Prezi,
You're Prezi.
you come in time to save Isat. Isat is stunned.
No, listen.
He needs some backup.
Great tactical bailout, President.
I had to rush to put on back my shirt. Come here and say, listen, we need to calm this down. We need to go bail out Isat. But I love the conversation, gentlemen. But I just want to chip in a little bit just to thank all the viewers for their participation. But I'm reminding you guys to head on over to the website. We're waiting on you there. So I want to thank those who have signed up, those who have donated. I want to give an update on some numbers, which are not doing as well as I had hoped. So earlier I told you about Marveline's donation of $80 to anyone who wants a seat on a bus to go. We've also received donation from PETA. I'm not sure, but the name is pretty interesting. But thank you for your donation. And that's it. I need to see some more money coming in. Need to see some more registration. Want to thank those who signed up. So far, 100% of those who sign up say yes, they're going to DC. And we're looking for, we've got some Zelle payment, but we need everybody to come on over to the website and let's get you registered for the DC March. Website, ojldf.net. Please head on over. I'm waiting for you there. And also remember, I have the phone number. You can give me a jingle. 757-655-3377. Give me a jingle. The phone is ringing. I'm going to get that shortly. All right. So keep it coming. Ratti, back to you guys.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, man. Let's see, we are get professional around here, though. See how we are doing thing, right? So it only gets better. It only gets, folks. And listen, we have 1,931 devices attached to this thing now. Please, we don't need to go over there because we need to raise our voices in Washington, D.C. That is the mothership of the Jamaican representation in the United States. We have somebody at the UN, but I think it's like a one-man, two-people operation. The seat of power in the United States for the Jamaican government is at the Embassy of Jamaica on New Hampshire Avenue in Washington, D.C. And so we need to get out there. So I'm asking you, this is not only for you, but it's for the person next to you. The person next to you, it's for your children, it's for your grandchildren. We need it's for the people of Jamaica. We need to let our voices be heard. And so we're looking, I won't give a number, but we're looking for a bigger crowd than New York, right? And so we need for you to come out and show your support, show your support for the people of Jamaica, but also show your displeasure at the maladministration, at the poor governance, at the corruption, and all the other ills affecting Jamaica at this time. So please go over. Prezi's over there. 1,952. I need at least half of you to go over there now. He can handle the load. Don't worry about it. Just go over there now and make your commitment. You can pay today. It's $80 round trip. And it includes a full hot Jamaican breakfast. No continental breakfast with no muffin and scald egg or fry egg or them give egg. Them give you a fruit and a yogurt and some juice. Not like that. Not like that. We'll give you a hearty meal and get you ready so that when you come up of that bus, a one Jamaica we are say, right? So please, I'm asking you, go over there. 1,935 of you. You can do it, people. We would like to get it done tonight because the bus company, they need a commitment as soon as possible. So if half of you can go over there And what that means, if after you go over there, and then, you know, you bring your friend, you bring your relatives, you bring somebody with you, we may have to get 2 buses. We may have to get 3 buses. If people coming from the south and they want to get on a bus, please let us know. People coming from Canada, they can actually fly down to DC, or if they have relatives in the New York area, just drive, come down and spend some time with your relatives, and then jump on the bus, go down, bus bring you back, and then you're on your merry way. Connecticut people, New York people, New Jersey people, Pennsylvania people, you have no excuse, none whatsoever. 1934. Please go over there and make a commitment. Make a commitment now. Press you over there, wait pound. All right. The doc says he's. Oh, sorry, Kevin. Doc says he's on his way. He was on. We were supposed to have tonight. We were supposed to have the Chief Currie from the Maroons. He was supposed to be here, but he's at a function right now. And he told me, I spoke with him personally, and he told me that he would try to make it tonight, but I promise you, I'll try. But if I don't make it tonight, then next week for sure, I will be on Reason with Rattigan. So he won't be able to make it tonight. So next week, Chief Currie will be here with us. And maybe I can ask him to trace my roots, because I was told that my grandmother is a Maroon. But you know it, go. Everybody are Maroon. You know, everybody always try to associate themselves with the Maroon. I don't know if that's true, but we can always find out. So Kevin is putting up something here that is gonna be interesting, and I need to show this. And by the way, you know, Jamaica, they do it every year. They talk about, the crime rate is you know, year to date compared to the corresponding period for last year. You know, it's falling. Or it's fallen by 10%, or blah 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 blah. All right. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Kevin. All right. I had up on my phone a while ago, and somebody wrote to me and said, listen, I have something for you, and I would like for you to put it up and discuss it. And I'm going to put it up, and I'm going to go through it and discuss it. It's a topic we discussed earlier, but this is more. Here we go. Bam. All right. See it, yeah? No, this is the business conference that will be held in Jamaica from the 16th to the 19th. You can register there on the 15th as well. Before I start this, before I look at this, I'm going to tell all of you who are thinking to go, stop thinking, don't go. All of you who would like to go, don't go. All of you who have made arrangements to go, cancel your arrangements, don't go. This conference is not for you, it's not for the people of Jamaica, it's for a handful of wealthy people who are planning to make money off of the backs of the poor Jamaican people that them paying $13,000 a week. That's what this is about. How we can further exploit our people. That's what we're doing. That's what the plan is about. So don't go. Don't go. And I'm saying this to my representative. If you decide to go with the 10 people that you have, claiming that to represent 1 million plus people, you can just kiss that position goodbye, because if you decide to run the next go around, me I go walk street and lane to make sure say you don't get back that position there. Me I go, I have a funny feeling that me I go do, you know. But me I go walk street and lane. You cannot go, Michelle. You cannot go. You represent the people. You don't represent the government. And you're going with 10 people. And I'm sure right now, if I ask this 1937 devices and people, I ask them if you should go, I am 100% sure that the majority of them will say you shouldn't go. Who you represent? I can ask people on this live right now, so people from Maine down to Virginia on this chat, should our represent, well, most of them don't even know you, but I'll ask them, should our representative go? And they're going to say no. Listen to the people, Michelle. Do not go because of, this weird idea that you're going and you're going to represent the people and you're going to be talking to people who will make a difference. You will not make a difference, Michelle. You will not make a difference. So don't fool yourself. You won't make a difference. It's not too late. Cancel. Cancel, Michelle. Because if you don't cancel, I'm telling you right now, if you don't cancel, I am going to make sure that you don't get that position. By the way, me already make sure of that, because there's no Global Jamaica Diaspora Council or run for. Because that is ours. And you including that, you own part of it too. Because you're in the diaspora, you own part of this. Don't run away from what you own. That's stupid. You can't run away from something that you own to go to go somewhere where you don't own. No. So you need to tell the 10 people to give back, say them want back their money. Tell the 10 people, they say, call the minister and say, I want back my money, I'm not going away. People, I'm begging you, don't go. Come to our conference in the nighttime. Some people I know I won't be able to reach. Them that the rich people who want to make money off of poor people. They will go. All the investment companies, all the companies trading in products and services, whatever, they will go. But them don't number 200. So make them go on. Make them go on. All right, here we go. Let me see. Oh, look at this. Final draft for internal review. That means we shouldn't get it. Whoops. Well, me get it. Me get it. So see it, yeah? All right. Final draft for internal review and approval. And then what is? A whole bunch of language like a string of pearls and nonsense. Youth empowerment, emphasizing no, sir. And this is a final draft. Or this is this. See this herbalist. See this.
Final draft for internal review on approval.
Yeah. I guess we shouldn't get it.
All
right. Let me go down and see what the final draft said. Pre-conference. Whoa. So Saturday, the 15th. So it's not the 16th. Them say Saturday you can come and you can register from 11 to 4 at the Montego Bay Convention Center. Okay. So now if you have to go Saturday, if you want to go register, don't go. Do not go. But if you're one of them, rich people and you want to go, you may have to go like the Friday, the 14th. Because come off of the plane and if you rush go over there, you want to come on the things at your own leisure, right? So we're at the 14th. Then the 16th, when it opened on a religious basis. It's not bad. Actually, it's good. So you have a faith-based type function there on Sunday, and then you have more registration, pre-conference registration, and then they have the opening ceremony from. So you see what now, Herb? So our conference now, we don't have to do it the 16th because for them look at this, them open from 7 to 9 p.m. So there's nothing going on there. Could go over. Day 1 of the conference.
So we do it from the 17th then?
Yeah, we can do it from the 17th. So
17th,
day 1.
18th, 19th, 3 days? Yeah.
So we have registration. And look at this. Registration, you can register anytime. You can come late and register. The marketplace is open. And then they have opening remarks, national anthem, opening prayer, welcome remark by Mr. Courtney Campbell, Mr. 10 points. Hold on there, wait a minute. Hold on. See me, I know. See the gentleman here. Some of my dear friends, they know him very well, you know, but listen, him not on the right. There he is. Mr. 10 points. See him right there, so the 10 points, them, yeah? Let me remind him, first reason, a man take a beer, so just show up and get sun and opportunities, business opportunities, I guess. Second one, let's jam in Jamaica, let's party hardy. Third one, party in paradise. Fourth, buy a bag from a vendor. 5, get some nice oxtail with rice and peas and plantain and veggie and a whole heap of gravy, heavy on the sauce. And then you can come and pick out your house where you want to buy. Pick out a nice house, right? And then you come and you go on a road trip. Then you reconnect with your roots. Then you know that's influence people, global Jamaica coming, and then you build network. That's Mr. 10 point. On it. Wait there, Kevin. Last Kevin. Hold on there. Sorry. Oh, that's on Miss Cuthbert. Yeah. Oh, see, Tom? All right. So, Mr. 10 points will be speaking for 15 minutes. All right. No, actually, not him. I guess the whole of them, all of the speakers. Then we have the Minister of State, the one who claimed that Jamaica's exports exceed imports. And then when we look for it, it's a damn lie because there's a deficit of $5 billion US. 5 billion. I think we import 7 billion and we export 2 billion. Somewhere in that region, but it's 5 billion. And him said the opposite. Him said, no. Exports for the last 30 years. Him said it's the first time exports exceed imports. You notice him now have not said that no more. Plenary session, meaning the session of home for everybody. Look at this. Look what's there. The first big session. Jamaica open for business, transforming investment and enterprise in Jamaica through diaspora engagement. So then what this means is that we are big enough to come put some money in the country so we can take it. Come put some money in the country because we want to take some of the money and we want to thief some people. Come and invest, man. Where is the discussion about people suffering in Jamaica? Not there. See, try that, so? Jamaica open for business. Or you open for business and crime rampant? I don't think you should want to deal with the crime thing first. All right? So them have all of them rich people, yeah? All of them rich people are the panelists. No poor people are on the panel enough to come talk about what affect them. My coffee break, Riverside chat. Look at this one here. Succeed. This lady is a billionaire, Dr. Trisha Bailey. And then bring her in and she going to talk now about succeeding that business in the diaspora. Now, let me see if I understand this. You're going to pay somewhere about $4,000 or $5,000 to go down to a conference to learn how to do business from the place where you just left. I mean, this makes sense? It don't make more sense if they must stream it, you stay home and watch the stream. You're going to leave and go down to Jamaica for them tell you how to run your business in America. And Riverside chat. All right. Oh, you hear Tessa? Dr. Trisha Bailey is the richest Jamaican-born woman. Yeah, that's the lady who went. I think she went to what, Yale? I think she went to Yale. Now, here's a luncheon sponsored. Skip that. Foolishness. Now, see them bring something I know in our Herbie. Them bring something I know, transforming education in Jamaica in the digital age.
They're trying to respond to us. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. They're going to talk about strategies, challenges, and collaborative efforts. That mean them want the diaspora involved. But remember this, you educated fools, that none of this will work unless you have teachers. None of this is going to work unless you have teachers. And your teachers, them are run like them are thief. Them are run out of the place like it a go out of style. This is not going to work if you don't have teachers. That's just the beginning. You have to have the equipment. You have to have the wherewithal. You have to have the resources. So now they're saying, remember them say, oh, we don't need you down here. So them ask, no, come and bring your resources and help us to develop the education system in Jamaica. All right? And look how much time them spend on this. 75 minutes. Big topic, 75 minutes. When you realize what we have spent for education at 3 hours. Go to the next one. This about education as well. Oh, look who's up on the panel. Doc Honorable Fayval Williams. This can't, them not serious, man. Look on session 2. Look at what it says. Exploring wealth creation opportunities for the diaspora on the capital markets with Jamaica Stock Exchange. How much I don't have money for go to that? How much I don't have money for do this? A lot of us in the diaspora, it's not that value from hand to mouth, but we don't have the money to go do all them the foolishness, yeah, and give your money to them people, yeah. Oh, hey, Herb.
Yeah.
Look who's on the panel. Mrs. Alcion Roach Wilson.
Wow. You run her out to New York? Alcion. Well, look, she make a contribution, I'm sure.
I hope to send items to Jamaica hassle-free. No, I don't see the time there.
Oh, that's probably in response to the guy his ambulance is still on the wharf down there after a couple of years.
Okay. Because Customs will be doing the presentation there. Then look at number 4. Powering growth, the crucial role of affordable energy access and investments in small business development. They promised this to Jamaican people this long time ago. Affordable energy. Jamaica has one of the highest energy bills in the world right now with JPS. And they promised that they would take care of that back in 2015, 2016. Look at 5. Jamaican entrepreneurship ecosystem. Building bridges for sustainable success. What does that have to do with poor people? This is a joke, man. Hold on. Riverside chat. We're talking about agriculture now, we know. Agriculture, right? We're by far, that's the sector that's losing the most people every year. And this is based on statistics from Statin. And I'm only going to spend 45 minutes to talk about agro-business opportunities in Jamaica with Honorable Fly. Hey, Minister, you need to send me the information about the fertilizer, You need to send me that because I've asked for it. I have some information which shows that a tremendous amount of fertilizer missing. And I saw where you were talking about issuing fertilizer back in December of last year. And I saw where there were trucks delivering fertilizer in the middle of the night to a whole bunch of people associated with politics, not the farmers. So I wanted to provide a response to my ATI request, sir. I'm going to renew the request tomorrow, Sunday. I'm going to renew it so that when you come in the office Monday, it's sitting there waiting for you. But we need to know what the fertilizer I want to get from Morocco there for the people. All right. Said about fertilizer. We'll talk about that next week. No. Oh, Isat, maybe you should attend. Look at this. For 60 minutes, they'll be talking about Jamaica's constitutional reform.
Now, I recall when we were there, we brought in people on a daily basis who was helping us in Jamaica to listen to specific briefings. And in reality, I think we we should sponsor you for the constitutional reform briefing.
No,
Because they might learn something.
actually, I must say this. I'm happy that it is there. That is for you guys. There is an issue that you guys need to.
Wait now. I thought we are one team. You keep saying you guys.
No.
This is guys.
No, hear me. Here's what I want you to appreciate. This is the very problem that you're having with that diaspora, the Jamaica diaspora councils, that they have Jamaicans and they're pretending to be you guys. You can't be guilty of the same thing, sending Isat who is not living in the diaspora to go and do what? Speak to them about what?
But Isat, sorry to interrupt.
Representative.
Look at the very last clause here, where it says, and pathways for what? Inclusive reform that reflects the aspirations and values of all Jamaicans, not some, all. That means us. So how come them don't want to include us in what they're doing?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The conversation needs to be there. So I'm actually happy that it is there. So the outcome of that, somebody can indicate what's happening. Because that was one.
Right.
Well, that's a huge issue. It's just unfortunate they're only taking 1 hour for something that will change the dynamics.
1 hour. Yeah.
Well, it says 4:30 to 5:30.
Yeah, 4:30 to 5:30, 1 hour. Yeah. Then we could go to the day one now. They have including those. Oh, see it. Yeah, here it is. And values of all Jamaicans, including those in the diaspora. So how come we're not invited to this thing? How come them not? When I say invited, how come we're not sitting on the panel? Because we have a whole heap of questions we want to ask them. But anyway, we're not going. We're not going, people, because this is a joke. Here you have a minister, Honorable Malawu Fort, who she was asked a question about what power should the president have, and she couldn't even answer the question. Professor Rosalie Hamilton, I'm sure will straighten that out. Will guide her to the straight path, because this lady is leaning. She's got to turn over. Now, closing remarks. That's the first day, I believe, right? Let me see what I'm going on. Day 2. Oh, the official launch of the Eat Jamaica Day. So that's right. When them say you go down there, go eat, right? You're going to leave America and go down there, so go pay $5,000 for go eat for 30 minutes. Or listen to some people talking foolishness for 30 minutes about Eat Jamaica Day initiative across the diaspora. What diaspora? Then the most honorable Andrew Michael Holness. You should have doctor for that as well. We'll speak for 30 minutes. And they have Q&A. Too bad we not the Herb for some Q.
I wonder if they will take it via Zoom.
No, it's like in person. Mr. Ratti, I'm gonna have to depart now, you know.
Go well, my brother. We will talk.
All right. Dr.
Yeah.
Ben.
By the way, folks, we're joined by Dr. Ben. He's here. So that's why I had to make him leave, you know. Come see Dr. Ben.
No. I announced the time. So we'll talk.
All right, no man. Go ahead. We know. That's all. Now, folks, here it is. Plan of action for the implementation of the National Diaspora Policy. Now, this is a policy that came out in 2020, I believe. And yet it's 2024. They still haven't implemented it yet. And then this thing right here, what them call the Jamaica Diaspora Engagement Model, that is the platform that they had that in Europe, when they were launching it, somebody hacked into it and started showing blue movies to the consternation of all of the people watching. We need to shut it down. Right? Now, here's they're gone to health now, you know. But look how the frame the issue. Transforming Jamaica's health system in partnership with the diaspora. In partnership. And look right here. The session aims to catalyze partnerships, knowledge sharing, and actionable recommendations that leverage diaspora expertise. Too bad they not do that for crime. Resources and networks to strengthen Jamaica's health system, improve access to quality care, and and advance public health priorities in alignment with national goals and global standards. It's a whole bunch of nonsense of saying, all this is saying is that, look, we need to give us some money. I'm going to come down and do that medical, what do you call it? What do you call it, Herb? That when them have a group of doctors will come, what do you call it? Them have a name that them use for it. Doc, you know about it?
It's a certification commission where they can come in and can tell you what's wrong with your system and how to fix it.
Well, that's what them ask are right here. I don't see anything here about the Cornwall Regional Hospital. I don't see that and the amount of money with dumping of that. I don't see anything here about Spanish Town Hospital with the rats. I don't see anything about KPH, Jubilee, Savlamar. I don't see nothing about them hospitals here. Right? So all of this is just a framework for beg the diaspora, and then when the money go there, we don't know where the money going to go for. We're still trying to find out what happened to the money from the telethon, the 300, 400,000. We don't to buy PPEs. We don't know what happened to that money. So, and if you notice, you don't see the Minister of Health. You don't see him here. Maybe he has a prior engagement, so we don't see him here. So this now, they might give them atmospheric water generator to the Ministry of Health by the Jarrett Foundation. Dr. Jarrett, go back the 1 year from the one see if that water generator is there. So I'm have to tell you. Then them have Diaspora Mentorship Academy. Bring teachers, because otherwise this is a waste of time. Luncheon sponsored by PICA. The same people who can provide passports up to and pass a year when you apply for it. The same people them who we are being told leaked some information about the leader of the opposition. Shame, 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 shame. And them start talk about, deepening engagement with the youth. But them don't want to vote. Just remember that. Then we have fashion show. Nice. Look at this one, people. Wealth creation through real estate. What I did want to say right there is affordable housing. That's what I did want to say. Poor people. But it's not there. And all them people are people who want to make money. Them not have the people's interest at heart at all. No. STEAM-based learning in the digital era. We need teachers. We need resources. Day 2. How the diaspora can uplift vulnerable communities through the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. That's BS. This is how the diaspora or how people can help themselves through the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. When I tell you about social projects, ask them about all the money we're coming through the Planning Institute, PIOJ. Where the money they gone? Where the money they gone? That are the money we're coming for build communities. Let them move and go. I forget about that. More thing about education, revolutionizing education and empowering educators in Jamaica. How you going to empower educators if you don't have them? Them dig up, them gone. Me have teachers that ask me if we can get a link for them so that they can leave and come teach. In fact, we just send a link to a teacher who not working. She should get a job. So all this thing here, COVID-19 gap in early childhood, is all foolishness. We don't see nothing about water yet, We don't see nothing about crime yet. We don't see nothing about like infrastructure. We see a bunch of foolishness about education and a bunch of foolishness about health. Unleashing the potential of Jamaican youth in the diaspora and at home for sustainable development. More nonsense. Here it is, entrepreneurship. Whenever I see this word in there, money it means who want money. That's what it means. We don't want to really deal with people who want money. That's the only time we deal with people, when we make money off of them. Then they have 1 year upon sports, arts, and culture for growth and development. We have the Honorable Olivia Grange. We need to hear about the money. We have Mr. Christopher. Oh no, that's a different Samuda. That's the gentleman who refused to get the young lady our silver medal. Them. Never bone to pick with him. There's a Jamaican athlete who ran in the Olympics, I think, back in some years ago in Australia, and she gets some medals, and then lost the medals, and up to now, the woman, I don't think she get her medals in it. I think her husband must have tried to get them, through some links. All right, last day. Look at this again. Tourism and wealth creation. Entrepreneurs are being encouraged to invest in the tourism industries to create wealth generation opportunities in one of Jamaica's fastest growing sectors. What I'm telling about tourism, what I'm telling them people is that they say it's almost 4 billion come in, and maybe about 3 weeks ago, the Minister of Tourism had to admit that less than half of that money, I think it was less than half, and I've been told that it's about 20% of the 3-point-something billion actually come back to Jamaica. And you know why? Because when you book a ticket here and you say you want to go vacation in Jamaica, you're not booking it on a national airline. You're booking it on Delta, American, Spirit, whatever, JetBlue. That money not going to Jamaica. So the airline money, forget about that. And when you book it and you say you're going to Sandals or whatever, that money is not going to Jamaica. That money is going to a bank account overseas. And what will happen is that Sandals and the rest of them take the money enough to pay salaries and upkeep, maintenance of the place. But the bulk of the money will not see the shores of Jamaica. So then as a result, the workers in the tourism industry, they get paid slave wages. So when them tell you that, we're getting all of this money and blah, 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 the biggest generator of foreign exchange for Jamaica is remittances. I don't care what them tell you about you're sending for Auntie Matty and Granny Lou and Charlie. That is real money going into Jamaica. And I've said to people, don't send the money for December, make us see what happens. Don't send the money for Jamaica for December, make us see what happens. This is nonsense. By the way, Honorable Edmund Bartlett, I've always said that I perceive him as the hardest working minister because I see him, especially in Dubai, a place that I used to cover. I used to go to Dubai every 2-3 months from Riyadh. And I see him there a lot. During COVID, I see him all over Eastern Europe, yasa. I even see him at the World Games in Budapest, right? So, yeah, I'm doing thing. But, Minister, we're looking at you because there are some things going on with the finances there that we're not quite sure about. And if we find anything that's worthy of exposure to the Jamaican people, then we will. But if there's nothing there, then everything is good. So you can sleep well if you know you have nothing to hide. If you have something to hide, you might have to take some kind of sleep aid. Because I think Herb is on your track. He's on your tracks. And Herb is like a bloodhound. Herb, once you get the scent, Herb no Lego at all. So, Minister Bartlett, don't worry about me. I can't do anything. So I don't know nothing about finances. I don't know nothing about track and trace. I don't know nothing about SWIFT system. I don't know nothing about money laundering. I don't know nothing about that. You see the man above me in a blue shirt? I him you for afraid of him. Strengthening and sustaining diaspora engagement. Okay. Plan of action for the implementation of the national diaspora policy. I don't know how them going to do it, and them do even have an organization. Peter, I don't know how them going to do it. Wayne Henry. Oh, hey, hold on there. Shauna Chin, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Herb, we have to do something about this. We have to do something about this.
You have the title still there.
Yeah, they're using the title.
They all are.
Doc, you believe this? We'll buy the name and we'll have the organization, and people still using the name. See it right? That's all.
Well, that's just defiance, and they tempting us to do something about it. So we
will.
We will.
All right.
I guess that's what they wanting to see if if you really do have the power that you said that you have.
I sent a copy of the cease and desist to Kevin, the diaspora representative, the one from Canada, that might be giving a presentation about the prisons and some other law enforcement subjects. So he has it, and maybe he'll show it to them. But
we'll show it to them. Okay. Then we have the real Brogard giving out award. He's giving out one, maybe several awards for an hour and 10 minutes. Nice for him to get out. He's very good at this, he's very good at pressing the flesh and cutting ribbons and doing all this nonsense. Any poor person can do that. Give that to a poor man. Can't do that. We don't need to pay you 34 million Jamaican dollars a year and give you almost $500 million for you to run your office to do this. Look at this one here. Getting help with buying a house in Jamaica with the NHT. How about getting houses for the people who live in Jamaica? How about that one there? How about that? National Healthcare Enhancement Foundation. More foolishness. The Diaspora Jamaica's new data protection law. Hey, new data protection law. Didn't the minister recently come out and talk some things where it would appear that there was a breach?
Yep.
All right. Here's another one. How can diaspora investors, CETA investors, benefit from tax and fiscal incentives? One to the poor people. How about for them benefit? All right. Here they're reaching out to the youth again. But youth, keep in mind that you can't vote. Just remember that. The only way you're going to vote is when we cause them to make enough vote. So no need to jump over up off of that truck there and come over that side there. Migration, sustaining a thriving diaspora. At its core, the session is expected to focus on empowerment strategies to ensure the diaspora success. How about the people who are sleeping on them car down a State Road 7 and wait name? Wait the street the name Oakland Park. How about them people there? We are the Jamaicans. How the Jamaicans were on welfare and public assistance and in a shelter. How about you not do anything about them people there? This man, Christopher Benjamin, I hope that you are doing. I hope that you are planned for though. Because we have Jamaicans up in New York, we're in a shelter. We have Jamaicans in a New York area, we live like dog. Because some of them call me. There was a lady who called me one time who gave birth and she in a shelter. And they want to kick her out of the shelter and she had nowhere to go. Look on this one I know, Herb. When you talk to me about this one, this one I know is the Operation Secure Jamaica, Excellence in Crime Fighting and National Security. For what? Half hour.
Riverside chat with Dr. Kevin Blake.
Half hour. The biggest impediment to the development of Jamaica is crime. And you are going to have your police commissioner sit down and do a riverside. It's not even a plenary session where everybody there. A riverside chat. And he's going to talk about a plan that I am very familiar with. This, in fact, name Operation Plan Secure Jamaica, not Operation Secure Jamaica. Unless them take off the plan and them say them already are Secure Jamaica, which is foolishness because a plane just land week before last with over 200 people.
Several planes been coming in there.
Yeah. So when you talk to me about this Operation Secure Jamaica, the excellence in crime fighting and national security with the new police commissioner, we shouldn't even call him commissioners, commissioner, Dr. Kevin Blake. Talk to me about this piece here.
This is I guess he's going to be giving his thoughts. They're going to be soliciting his thoughts, but Look, if he came in as assistant superintendent and he was an expert in IT, then what they're looking at is what can he do in terms of utilizing the internet to fight crime. In order to utilize the internet to fight crime, you must have a capability to see but not be seen. In other words, you have to be able to get in and out of certain accounts, look at what these folks are planning, and then you use that to set your trap. And then you have to ask the question, do they have the necessary white hat hackers that can perform that function? Are they recruiting these people up at unemployed people from UTEC, from UWI, or from NCU to perform certain covert actions? Did he form that unit when he was at NIB, the National Intelligence Bureau? And do they are fully trained and fully capable of taking a look at these criminals and their accounts on their cell phones, IP addresses, which is the computers, and did they leave maybe malware there, not malicious malware, but malware that sends signals out to them to let them know what these people are up to? Okay, now if that's why they brought him in, he's going to do some damage, and I'll be very impressed with that. But barring that, if he's just a police commissioner because he's young and he's had a few successes, and that's as far as it goes, and he really doesn't have the experience to plan major operations, he should have people under him who can do that. So he would have to surround himself with these highly skilled planners and innovators that can create CIs and create a system that you can validate whatever the CIs bring to you. You can validate it inside of 24 hours. And you can have an effective police force. If this is not what he's about, if he's coming to talk on police operations and police deep planning, he doesn't have the depth to be able to do that. So he has to stick with his area of expertise and say what is permissible under his edict that he got from the prime minister, right? Barring that, I don't know how he can take it much further. Operation Secure Jamaica, excellence in crime fighting and national security. Maybe he's learned something that we don't know of from the former police commissioner, Anderson. And Commissioner Anderson has that military planning and logistical background. If he's learned anything from him that can be applied here, then we need to hear what the plan is going forward. I knew that they had motorcycle outriders that gave them rapid deployment capability into areas where cars can't access and Jeeps can't access. So if they are planning to do something like utilizing the School SOS program to protect our high school kids inside and outside of the school, then maybe that's something that he should or could consider. But I don't know what's new that's going to be coming from the JCF. So maybe they need to send me one of those invitations of theirs, Ratti. Let me assess what's going to be going on down there with our young commissioner of police. And I hope you're listening to me, Rocky Mead. I know you're the General Mead. You're the eyes and ears for the Prime Minister. So let's see what happens. Let's see if there's any power in that office.
Well, I get the feedback. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know what this gentleman is going to do with the Riverside chat. One of our dear listeners said, what is a Riverside chat? Is it roast corn, fried fish, and sweet potato?
Hey, if it's bammy, saltfish, roast breadfruit, and roast the other one them have the roast yam. Yeah,
Roast
I
yam,
can deal with that.
Yeah, and you see, if you notice, there's no Q&A right there, right? It's just a Riverside chat. So you know what's going to happen? Somebody spoon feed him this thing, and he probably have some notes, and I'm just going to just rattle off Operation Plant Secure Jamaica. I'm just going to just rattle it off, and then him say, "Okay, thank you very much."
Thank you very much.
Gone, yeah.
Yeah.
Bring him around here. Bring him around this side. Make we talk to him. Make real law enforcement people talk to him. Since he's a real law enforcement. Oh, hey, there's Kevin Jr.
Yeah.
Him have the title.
Yeah.
But him put GJDC, that not gonna save him still in a herb. I mean, you need to talk to him.
Citizen security. Yeah, I know you have the thing.
No, let me say out something about this gentleman here. This gentleman is a sector leader. And you see, and what does that mean? It means he was appointed by the government of Jamaica. He's a diaspora member. And he was appointed by the government of Jamaica to be a sector leader for peace, citizen security. We're talking about crime fighting now. They gave him the title, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council Representative, sector lead. Now, what they need to do with him is when them come to us and say, well, why is it that you guys don't stop the guns from coming here? Them forgot to talk to because he's the sector leader. He's in charge of that. He's the man who's supposed to coordinate all of this stuff globally. In this case, it would be just in the U.S. So the question is, who is he working with in the U.S. to establish partner relationships with American law enforcement, like DEA, FBI, ATF, Homeland Security? Where is he on maybe deputizing people? Because it sounds like that's with him ahead to. Where is he in terms of collecting and collating a list of shipping companies and people who send stuff by cargo, by plane? Where is he in terms of collecting and collating all of that information? So that then you can establish a plan to say, okay, before you can accept something for shipment to Jamaica, you need, first of all, to collect the right documentation to identify the people properly who are shipping the cargo to Jamaica, right? And then you also need a pertinent documentation regarding the person who will receive or the company that will receive these shipments. How about scanning devices for some of these shipping companies? Do it, and you can do it randomly. How about that? He's the man who's supposed to be doing that. So when they come and say, well, you diaspora members, tell them go to hell. Tell them you have appointed a person by the name of Kevin Jr. to do all of that. Where I haven't seen a report from him. I have not seen a report from him concerning how do we stop contraband from going to Jamaica. Yet he's in charge of it. He's in charge of peace, citizen security.
Well, Kevin is from Canada. And I see here they're teaming him up with the commissioner out of New York, NYPD. Maybe she'll bring a lot to the table. But whether or not she's familiar with Caribbean countries, and I got to look up her profile and see who she is.
Right.
I don't know much about her. But Kevin himself, he was deputy in charge of Canada's, at the national level, the federal prisons. I don't know of him as a law enforcer. Otherwise,
the question you have to ask is, okay, You've made him the sector lead for this, right? He's in charge of that sector. So
Yeah.
where is his plan to deal with? Have you coordinated with him? And has he, in return, coordinated with the various representatives in the different countries regarding this? Because here's something else. Lead for peace, citizen security. He should be talking to a whole bunch of people across the globe. And that's why, Herb, that's why we continue to say, Jamaica, don't be proud to a fault. Accept our recommendation for the establishment of a fusion center.
Yep.
We will help you to develop that structure. I don't know how more times you have to say that. And then I'm finished. Diaspora Day of Service Projects, and I'm finished. So, hey, let me move it because that day on, I'm going to give it some
Hey,
time.
what was the name of that NYPD officer again? Somebody's asking in the chat.
Her name is Tanya Kinsella. I'll spell it Tania. Tanya. Her last name is Kinsella.Kin as in Nancy, S as in Sam, ELLA. So that's KINS.
And she's assistant commissioner.
First deputy commissioner.
First deputy commissioner.
Yeah. This is a boondoggle trip. That's all this is. It's a boondoggle trip. You know the question I would ask her. Here's one question I'd ask her. And ask the whole of them. One question I would have killed them. If you just said to them, listen, last year, I think it was last year, January, the NYPD promised through the mayor of New York that they would assist Jamaica with drugs going from New York to Jamaica and guns going from New York to Jamaica. Please tell us the success or the failure of that program. They can't answer because they don't do nothing. They don't do nothing.
Yeah.
But we don't realize that we don't forget things around us. So we don't do 9-day wonder. We don't do 9-day wonder. We might act like it's a 9-day wonder, but rest assured that we are going to circle. We are going to rally back and we are going to ask you.
Well, one of the things they really need to look at, NYPD has this humongous intelligence unit that operates with the Israelis. Have they asked for assistance with training and development, equipment utilization, all that stuff, the logistics, to utilize that in Jamaica? Because if they can capture terrorist movement, they can capture movement of highly dangerous people, the people who terrorize communities in Jamaica, the gangsters in Jamaica that are always shooting up neighborhoods, identifying them. I told them about this program called Palantir before.
Yeah, I know Palantir.
Palantir, they should be able to use that to effectively do predictive policing in a case like that, because they should know who the what you call them, the lawbreakers and the disruptors are in these communities, and track and trace them effectively. Because once somebody messes with a disruptor or a lawbreaker, they're going to retaliate, and you know what's coming. You know.
The guy
Ratti, this is the last part. I told him about the U.S. military equipment used in Iraq, where you do the face trace capture, as well as iris capture, fingerprint capture. And if you find this individual in Baghdad and they show up in another sector of Iraq, and there are explosions every time you find this guy in a different sector, that's the guy you're going to pull in for questioning and checking his hands for certain tests that you can do, right? Residue tests. And it's simple. You don't have to go chasing after anybody. Just wait. The police will see them, suspicious character, suspicious activity. You use that equipment, and the U.S. has so much of this equipment they're probably going to destroy a lot of it that
Yeah,
they would be requesting.
again, the diplomats here are rank amateurs. They don't know how to go about get. I've seen other countries. I worked in other countries and see how them work the US and get stuff that them need. And then we look at how Jamaica operate with the crime issue, and it's like, you know, them just don't know what to do. Them sit down upon them hands, useless. You know, the guy who was in charge of NYPD Intel, not the agency guy, talking about the guy, the NYPD guy, a dear friend of mine. We used to work like this on the JTTF, you know, and the Jamaica not ready. Jamaica not ready with Jamaica is ready, but the people leading the charge for Jamaica, they're not ready. They're not ready. So, folks, that's what we have regarding the conference that's upcoming. So now that we see this thing here and it's for internal, it's almost the final draft, we will go ahead and we will do ours. And like I said to you, I'm asking you, I'm repeating, I'm beseeching, I'm begging, I'm imploring, do not go to that conference in Jamaica. I am not saying don't go to Jamaica. I'm saying don't go to that conference. Tune into our conference. If you want to go to Jamaica for a vacation, by all means, sure. But don't take a vacation to go to a conference and go sit down and listen to foolishness for 4 or 5 hours a day when you could be out on the beach and hang out with your family and your friends, or you know, you do whatever you do on your vacation. Because this won't be a vacation. It will be painful. And you know when it will be very painful? When you go and you listen to the foolishness and you say, you know, Ratti did right, you know, shall never come here at all. And your $4,000, $5,000 bun up. That's when you're going to regret. Or when you sit down at the hotel room at night time and you watch us talk about what happened in the daytime, and we are talk about, you know, how we are going to handle the problems and come up with solutions so we can help the people of Jamaica. This has nothing to do with the people of Jamaica. Nothing. So I'll leave it right there because we have Doc here and we have things that we want to talk about. So, Doc, welcome. Sorry to keep you waiting, my brother.
Yeah.
We put there that it's the resetting the body again to factory set. Factory, right?
Yeah. Just wanna you know, say how happy I'm on to be on. I was recently on a show just a few minutes ago with Chief Currie over there in Florida. I'm actually in. Are you hearing me? Okay.
Yeah, man, loud and clear.
Okay, so I'm actually in Laos now. It's a 12-hour difference. Yeah, so I just want to say to Anne-Marie Mattison, and I was supposed to touch base with you on Thursday. It's, you know, the travel here was grueling. Over 40 hours of traveling, and then readjusting to the different time schedule. But the trip was worth it. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be on. I almost wondered how possible it was for me to be on, you know, but I'm glad to be on. I've been up from 12 midnight up until now, which is about from 12 midday up until now. So I'm trying to, so I'm trying to find, you know, I'm just trying to make the adjustment with back home. My body is trying to make the adjustment back home and be here. But it's good to be on. Normally I wouldn't be up because, of course, rest and sleep is very important. And part of what the body needs to reset itself is resting, because with all the nutrients and with all the raw material that you put into the body, of course, the body needs time now to put that material to work. So normally I wouldn't do that. But this show is so important to me, and my staple. And so, however, I had to make the adjustments. You know, I made the adjustments. So I'm glad to be here. You know, we've been looking on. I've been listening to the show, and I've been listening to you dissecting the recent Diaspora conference, and I must say, you know, it's critical. We don't want to be naysayers. We don't want to just point fingers. It's about accountability. That's what it's about. And you know, whenever leaders feel that they have full reign to do what they want to do, I'm telling you, they will do it. And so persons, you know, need to realize, and that's what this show is about. It's about letting our government know that if in the past you were not being held accountable, you're having free reign in doing what you're doing, you have to be careful now, because if you don't do what you're gonna do, Rattigan and his team is gonna rat you out. You know? So it's about understanding now that people are listening and people are requiring accountability. So I'm really happy for this show. I'm really happy for the persons who come on from week to week to make it a success to show it. And I'm also happy for this opportunity that even though the content is geared towards the government of Jamaica from a political perspective, there's still a platform where we can talk about health and talk about the need for health. Last week I spoke about the importance of fabric and the importance of wearing fabrics that are conducive to our body, because we see so many persons that can't get healed, whose health cannot be restored simply because of the wrong fabric that they're on. One thing I wanted to continue on is, as we talk about restoring the body to its default or factory setting, is again looking at nutrition. Most of the nutrition, most of the food labels that we have, most of the food labels that we have that have what is called a percentage of daily recommended need. A lot of the time, this daily recommended need, this chart, is based on a nutrition that is not consistent with us, with our needs. It's based on it's based on the daily required, but the daily required is far low, is far below what is called the optimum. So in other what you need to be healthy, that is called the optimum requirements. The daily required is a far cry from that. And so a lot of times, can you imagine, we based our nutritional needs on a scale that is far from what the body really needs. And so, I wanted to talk about that. I wanted to talk about that today. The importance of eating food that so that our bodies can, realize or fully realize what it really needs. And so, a lot of people who are sick right now are sick because they overeat. We live in a society where overeating is a way of life. Especially studies have shown that when we eat and watch, for example, electronic devices, or when we watch electronic devices, we are more prone to eat far more than we would eat if we weren't watching electronic devices. As a matter of fact, it has become so normalized now that most people, in order to eat their food, they have to go before the television to turn it on in order to eat. Well, one of the reasons for that is that we have been programmed that way. It supports obesity. It supports excessive eating. So we talk about excessive eating of sugars, excessive eating of salts, excessive eating of fats. Studies have shown that when we sit before these devices, we actually eat far more than we actually eat. Some people can't even eat without watching some form of visual device. Some people can't eat. Gone are the days when persons could sit around a table and just eat. Those days are gone. Most people now, in order for them to eat, they have to be distracted. And so because they are distracted, that is the way that they're able to eat. And so because people are constantly around devices, it means that people now eat right around the clock. The body has a time that it best intakes nutrients. That is during the hours of sunlight. So from sunrise in the morning till sunset is the hours in which we should be eating. And from sunrise to sunset, it's not even all of that. From sunrise to about noon, to about 3 o'clock, because once the sun is rising, we are at our highest metabolic state. And so when we eat, our body is able to utilize or to burn up a lot of what we eat. When we eat, once the sun is down, most of that, we're not going to be able to utilize it. Most of that is going to stay in the system and, not be properly utilized. It contributes to forming blockages in the system. As a matter of fact, once we eat, our body's immune system's focuses shift to digestion, and so once that begins to happen, then again, we're losing our health. So I wanted to talk about this evening the importance of observing the different cycles of the body as it relates to what is called the circadian rhythm. And so the body basically has three distinct phases within that cycle where it is best for the body to do particular operations. So there's a best time for the body to absorb nutrients, there's a best time for the body to utilize nutrients, and there's a best time during the daily cycle where the body cleans itself. So I want to talk about that because this is also another big area of misconception or ignorance. And so because people don't know that, then we break these cycles. We go against the natural rhythm or the natural flow of the body. And because of that, that is also one of the ways in which, we
froze there. Ratti.
Yeah, me here. Yeah. Doc. Yeah, Doc kind of mash up the signal. What time did they say it was, Maria's?
I didn't hear that. What was the question?
What time did he say where he is in Laos?
I don't know. I didn't hear that. I might have missed that part.
Yeah, but I know that he's yeah, he'll come back in.
He'll come back in, yeah.
Yeah, he's been up for a while, Oh, different, yeah.
I know he was talking about the circadian rhythm, and that's about after that I lost him. It's a 12-hour difference, Freedom is saying. So it must be 7:46 in the morning where he is. He must have been up early. Yeah, because you can't sleep.
Hey, you know what? Let me turn on the phone and get some calls from some people. My family. Talk to it. The phone on, Let me put on this number. Yeah, so I can call and we can go on. There's a number at the bottom of the screen. And by the way, don't forget, tonight you have to tune in to Relax with the Rebel. Oh, Doctor is back. Hold on a second. Here's it.
Okay. Man. I got disconnected. The internet here is a little unstable. Yes. But so I want to talk about the circadian rhythm. The body has its own timing mechanism. So for example, I went to bed at about 6 because I just came in today, which I've been yesterday for you. And at about 6 o'clock, yes, it's 7:46 a.m. in Laos now, lands. So at about 6 o'clock, I just felt this overwhelming urge to sleep because that's what my body is accustomed to. And then at 12 midnight, I got up feeling well rested. So 12 midnight was about 12 noon. I don't sleep that late, but if I'm tired, then that's the latest I can sleep in the day in my regular time zone. And so my body is accustomed to that rhythm, even though I'm in a different time zone now. And it's going to take some time for my body to get adjusted to this time zone. And then as soon as my body gets adjusted, it's going to be time for me to go back home. So my body is going to readjust again. And so if I don't carefully manage what I'm doing, my body can be thrown off balance. Even when I go back home, my body can be thrown off balance. And so people, this can happen in a natural setting, even in a person's home, in a person's regular time zone. If persons don't follow the principles of the rhythm of their body, they can be thrown out of balance. Now, some persons who don't know what to do, this can end up becoming psychological. This can literally lead to, if not properly managed, this can lead to clinical depression. A lot of persons are clinically depressed. A lot of persons are clinically depressed, and that clinical depression manifests itself in the form of relationship issues. If a man is clinically depressed, he's going to have issues with intimacy more so than a woman. And that now can lead to other issues. And so the body being thrown off balance because of not understanding the different rhythm of the body. So I want to talk a little bit about the different rhythm of the different cycles that the body has, and when it's best to do what. And if what is not being done in the best time, how it basically affects the body. All right. So and I got from about sunrise in the morning to about 12 noon is when the body is in its detoxifying stage. That's when the body basically, you get up in the morning and your tongue is coated white. You want to go to the bathroom, you want to do number one, you want to do number two, because the body is cleaning or reading itself. Now, what most persons do between sunrise and 12 is most persons from very early in the morning, we were taught, you have to understand, where did this come from? We were taught that we need to have a healthy breakfast. And so what we do is we fill our tummy with yams and dumplings or something heavy, and then almost right away we get sluggish. What should a person do during that time of the day? During that time of the day, this is the body is cleaning itself. And if there's anybody watching, and if you don't believe it, try this. If when you get up in the morning, you get a nice 8 or 16 ounce glass of water and drink, the hunger that you have almost immediately goes away. Just a nice glass of water and that hunger goes away, and you won't feel it until about 10, 11 o'clock coming back. Because what the body needs is, because it's in its natural cleansing state, what it needs are substances that helps to aid it in that state that it is in. So yes, you could drink some tea, but Shan said coconut water too, right? But coconut water is not a substitute for water, because some coconut water is also high in potassium. It's basically a type of mineral water. And so even though potassium helps the body, it's a diuretic and it helps to flush the body. Persons who may have kidney problem or other underlying issues, potassium may not be the best for them. So plain old water is better for you. So room temperature water, 8 ounce glass or 16 ounce glass. If you drink that, you have more mental clarity, you have more energy, and you don't feel hungry. And what that does is that it helps the elimination process. So it gives the body what it needs to flush itself. So what I've been taught to us is we need to get a lot of food into the body. No, what we need to get is water, and then after water, maybe some fruits, some little fruits to help give us some sugar. But if you drink water, believe me, you are going to be fine. And so what the water does is that all the waste that is produced from the cycle prior to the cleansing cycle, what the water does is that the water helps the body to eliminate those waste. If it is that you're going to drink tea, then drink teas that help in aiding the elimination process. So don't drink teas that are going to disrupt that process. Drink teas that will aid that. So lemon is good. You know, if you have some teas in lemon to it, then that's great. Mints are also good. Ginger is also good. So those teas, you don't want to drink cocoa or chocolate. You don't want to drink any of those teas, because those teas don't help in aiding. Those teas require digestion. And so when we talk about health, it's all about managing the body's chi, or managing the body's life force. It's all about managing the body's life force. When it comes down to health, it's all about managing the body's life force. We have to bear in mind that once you put food in your mouth, the body's immune energy is spent on determining or deciphering what is in that food. So it's not, because the body has its own immune intelligence. So once you put something in the body that is, especially the thing is unnatural, again, so that's very important. When we put things in the body that is natural, less of the body's immune energy is spent on determining what that thing is. When that thing is unnatural, more of the body's immune energy, because let us say, for example, you drank a cup of cocoa from artificial sources. That cocoa is going to have additives in it. The body's immune energy has to be spent to identify each of those additives to also determine if it is that it should be absorbed or rejected. Should it be absorbed? Should it be rejected? So a lot of subconscious activities take place in the body. So when you put something in natural that the body can assimilate and identify readily, then less of the body's immune energy and resource is spent on doing that. So that's very important. So the first cycle of the body is detoxification. So the body actually cleanses itself. It knows that it needs to cleanse itself. And another thing that happens, I'm going to pause to maybe take a few questions if there's any, is that when the body is detoxifying itself and you put certain bulky foods, especially bulky foods in the system, what is going to happen, again, is that the body is going to reduce its attention from detoxifying and go right into absorption. What happens is that a lot of the food that was taken in from the day before that should have been excreted during the cleansing cycle did not get to finish that phase. And so that is why a lot of people have high tummy. A lot of the people who have high tummy, it is because of foods that weren't processed in this cycle from the day before. It didn't get a chance to go through its entire cycle because it was now joined by food the next day. And so cumulatively, that causes what we call fecal compaction in the stomach. So a lot of persons, I just did an enema. Just spoke to a gentleman in Jamaica. Maybe he's even listening because he found me on the show. This is a gentleman that had stage 4 cancer. And when I saw him, he could hardly walk. Came into my office complaining of serious pains. And so one of the things that we needed to do was we needed to put him on an enema. And I came here on Thursday. So Wednesday I was with him and we were doing the enema. And when we started doing the enema, I mean, he was so backed up that his stool was coming out in small pebbles, small black pebbles. And as I said, that there's a lot that you can learn from a person's stool. Not only was it coming out in black pebbles, but it has a metallic scent. Whenever we do certain treatments, we have to pay attention to the stool because there's so much that we can learn. So the stools weren't brown, they were dark. They were dark near to black, having a metallic scent. And he couldn't sleep, mental fog. He basically couldn't function. He was in such an uncomfortable state. And I remember we started the first sessions with him, and he had a caregiver with him. And we use his opportunities to teach. I love to teach. I'm here in Laos, and I was invited here by a very influential family to work with some clients here. And he had a healthcare with him, and I love that because it was an opportunity. She comes in and we explain to her that the fluid won't go up. The fluid will not enter his colon. And I said, in 2 days' time, I want you to look at how easily his fluids will go up. Not only that, but a healthy colon can comfortably hold 1 quart of water. So this morning, not too long ago, the nurse told me that it took him 5 minutes for his colon to hold 1 quart of water. So, and I've been looking at his stool. And so when we finished the first session, he couldn't take more than about a cup of fluid, a cup of the enema. And by the end of that session, so we gave him 2 that day. And when he saw us coming out of him, he couldn't believe. I don't want to go into the details, but when he saw us coming out of him, he could not believe. And that continued for about 3 to 4 days. We saw stool coming out that was in him for weeks. He had to use sometime a stool softener every single day. Just spoke to him, no more stool softener. He sleeps right throughout the night, no more pain. As I said, stage 4 cancer. The only thing that he's now down to is just feeling weak. And we're working on getting him strong. Then we're going to get him the gallbladder, liver flush. And there's a protocol. The body knows to heal itself. And it's amazing to just look at persons. Just look at the body. The first day we did the first 2 enemas. By the end of day 2, he was more mentally alert. He was more comfortable. And I don't know, I don't ask clients to share, but it's up to him if he's feel, because I want persons to understand that this is not just me talking. We have persons who have started a number of our programs already, and they are seeing results. So the point that I'm making, though, is that it's very important that we understand the stages, the cycles that the body has. So I believe that part of what he was doing wrong was during the cleansing cycle. During the cycle, when the body should have been cleansing itself, he was stuffing things in. And even though he wasn't having the bowel movement as he should, routinely, habitually, because breakfast for us is a habit, he was habitually putting food in, and so the pipe was continuing to be clogged and clogged and clogged and clogged and clogged and clogged. So it's very important for us to understand the importance of the different cycles of the body, and especially the detoxifying and cleansing cycle, because the body does that naturally by itself. Somebody says, Lorna says, is enema the same as what we parents call washout? And it is a form of washout, but it's not the one that our parents would talk about. Our parents would give us the oral solutions that would give us that would have laxatives in it, that would give us a washout, that would give us a cleanse. But the coffee enemas are colonic enemas are very different, because the fluid enters the body through the rectum rather than through the mouth, and so it serves a different purpose. I'm looking at some of the comments in the discussion. So that is very important. So I would say that is the first cycle. So the cleansing cycle, that's the first cycle that the body goes through. And it's very important that we understand that the body cleans itself naturally. If the body is not cleaning itself, the body was designed to clean itself 3 ways: through perspiration, defecation, and urination. Those are the 3 natural ways that the body cleans itself. If it is that you're not having enough perspiration. So let me talk about perspiration, because a lot of you guys in the diaspora live in settings where you don't perspire because you sleep in an AC room. Yeah, you're in an AC room. You ever wonder why when diasporans, when people visit from Jamaica, you ever wonder why you don't sweat so much? Some of the guys say, no, come out of the vehicle and start to carry the luggage up for those that you will live on hills. Carry the suitcase up the hill. When you guys reach up there, the shirt wet, clothes wet, because you perspire a lot. You live in a setting where perspiration, out of the 3 forms of eliminating waste, you only benefit from 2 more so than 1. And so perspiration is very important, very, very important. So a lot of people who are constipated too, because I see Ratti come Ratti. A lot of people who live in certain, I was with a family member who was having serious constipation issue, because that person, when you're in an air conditioned setting, number 1, you're not thirsty, so you don't feel a natural urge to drink water. So you're dehydrated, your skin is normally dry because of the dehydration. So it's very important. Yes, Ratti, I see you want to come.
Doc, give me a second there because we have and I want you to listen to this segment here. We have a Hugh Wildman on, attorney extraordinaire. And I'm very happy for him to take the time out to be with us. Because we know he's moving, and he said that he wouldn't have access to his computer, so he'd have to use a phone. And so he wants to talk to us. He wrote an article this week about the Mark Golding saga concerning the passport and the citizenship, and his take on it is vastly different from everything that we've heard about the situation. He sees it having to do with pledging allegiance more so than the idea that you're a Commonwealth citizen or you have a Commonwealth passport or this or that. Very interesting, and I had a chance to talk to him. So he won't spend much time. Oh, look, he's sweating too. Look at that, Mr. Wildman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wildman not in the AC.
Boy, you actually catch me moving office, believe me, I'm moving office.
Well, listen, folks, go call your neighbors, call your friends, call everybody, tell them Mr. Wildman is here, and he's going to provide us with a different view about the Mark Golding saga. But not only Mark Golding, he'll extend that to apply to people in Parliament with Commonwealth citizenship. So, Mr. Wildman, without further ado, you're not a stranger here, sir, and I thank you.
A colleague called me not too long away from Montego Bay, said he read the article and he's in total agreement. He went and studied and he's in total agreement with me. Just called too long call me.
Well, I tell you what, why don't I just exit the stage and just leave you to explain to us what's going on? What are your thoughts regarding the Mark Golding situation, with the citizenship and the passport, all of that?
Well, I speak generally. I try to give an interpretation, and people will know, be informed. I'm not addressing any particular individual. I'm just saying that I've listened to the debate on the dual citizenship thing, and I think that people have gotten it wrong. I think that the interpretation that have been given to the two sections of the Constitution, totally wrong. And so I felt that I had to make a comment on it because I had to deal with this thing in Grenada also, and I have done extensive work on this thing. So I know that I think that the interpretation that have been given to the two sections, not in keeping with the Constitution at all. So with that said, my position is that the two sections, 39, which is the qualification section, that section speaks of what is required to be eligible to be elected or nominated to the Parliament. And in particular, it talks about Commonwealth citizens. Now, what that means is that you don't have to be a Jamaican citizen to be qualified to be elected to the House or nominated. Once you come from anywhere in the Commonwealth, you're born anywhere in the Commonwealth, and you will come to Jamaica and you live for 12 months, you're 21, you can run for the Parliament or be nominated to the Senate. However, that section is subject to Section 40 of the Constitution expressly says so, that 39 is subject to 40. And we are saying that what 40, and in particular 40 subsection 2, seeks to do is to prohibit anyone from pledging allegiance to any other state and then qualify to run for the Parliament or to be nominated. So the mischief of 40 subsection 2 is to prevent anyone being eligible having pledged allegiance to another state. And it doesn't matter whether the state is a Commonwealth state or non-Commonwealth state. Once you have done that, you would have been in conflict with Section 40 subsection 2 of the Constitution.
Let me read that so people can understand what we're talking about. 39 says subject to the provisions of Section 40 of this Constitution,
Yes.
any person who at the date of his appointment or nomination for election, A, is a Commonwealth citizen of the age
Yes.
of 1 years or upwards, and B, has been ordinarily resident in Jamaica for the immediate 12 months, shall be qualified to be appointed as a senator or elected
And
as
no
a
other person.
representatives, and no other person shall be
That's
so.
correct.
Right. Now, 40, right, which governs 39,
Yes.
says no person shall be qualified for election as a member of the House of Representatives.
Yes.
Is a member of the Senate. Is this?
Yeah.
No, sorry, it's not yet. Is no, you want me to go to section 2?
Go to 40 subsection 2.
Right. No person shall be qualified to be appointed as a senator or elected as a member of the House of Representatives who, A, is by virtue of his own act
Exactly
under any acknowledgement of allegiance, obedience, or adherence to a foreign power or state.
That's correct. So that is a critical section. And what that section is trying to do is to prevent anyone from being elected or nominated to the House who has pledged allegiance to another state. Those are the critical words. Once you have pledged allegiance to another state, you're caught by it. So if you, for example, born in England, and then, sorry, you have a British passport, and then when you become of age, you go and renew that passport, and you come to Jamaica, and you want to run for the Parliament of Jamaica, you have to give up that British passport, although Britain is a Commonwealth country. You have to give it up.
Well, how do you square that with the other one that says that if you come to Jamaica as
Yes.
a common citizen,
Yes.
and you've been in Jamaica for 12 months,
Yes.
then you run. How do you square what you just said with that?
Yes, because once you have been born as a Commonwealth citizen, you don't pledge allegiance. You're born as a Commonwealth citizen. So that is the key thing, you're born as anywhere in the Commonwealth. Remember, what England did, was to regard these countries as one family. So once you're born anywhere in the Commonwealth, you are regarded as being eligible to run for the Parliament. And this provision obtains in other Commonwealth countries. I was in Grenada, and the exact provision is there. And all of the Caribbean countries, after independence, that is the provision that Britain gave all of them. So once you are born anywhere in the Commonwealth, you are eligible to run for the Parliament or to be nominated to the Senate.
Let me ask you a question. You and I had a conversation, and I think it was yesterday. And one
Yes.
of the things I asked you was, is there case law on this, or is this your interpretation? And you
Okay.
mentioned,
There's a case from Australia known as Swan Hill. I know of that case. That case was decided in 1998, around 1999.
how you spell it?
Suehill. And Sue versus Hill.
Oh, Sue versus Hill. Okay.
And that case provides considerable guidance on the two, because that is a case where Miss Hill was a British citizen, went to live in Australia for a number of years, qualified to become an Australian citizen, ran for the Parliament of Australia, but she never gave up her British citizenship. And it was challenged, and it was held that she was disqualified because although Britain is the head of the Commonwealth, Australia a Commonwealth country, and they got their laws and everything from Britain, they regard Britain as a foreign state nonetheless. So although Britain is a Commonwealth country like Australia, and Australia got its laws from Britain, and the King of England is the King of Australia, they still regard Britain as a foreign state.
You know what? A few people, at least one person in the chat, they were saying that it's a little bit confusing, and I can see why. Because you're saying, look, if you're saying that a British citizen could come to Jamaica, spend 12 months, run for parliament, vote, and could possibly be the prime minister. There's no opposition against that. Then, so they said, we understand that piece, but we don't understand other piece that you're saying that if you plead allegiance, because if you were born there,
because I think what you are mixing up, You are mixing up the qualification with the disqualification. Listen now. Remember, being a British citizen, you're born a British citizen, born a Canadian citizen. You did not pledge allegiance to Canada or Britain. You're born there. That's a difference, you know. So you're born a Canadian, you're born a Jamaican. So the point is this: you're eligible to run for the parliament because you have not pledged any form of allegiance. You're born a British, you're born a Commonwealth citizen. What the Constitution is seeking to do is to disqualify you once you have pledged allegiance to another state. And a foreign state means any other state other than the Jamaican state. That's what the Constitution. No.
So, Wildman, we've lost you.
I think. He definitely gone. You have to cut it.
Yeah, Mr. Wildman, we lost you.
Where's Duke?
Oh, there he is.
Okay.
There he
Yeah,
is.
you hearing me? Are you hearing me?
Now we just started hearing you again.
Yeah.
I am saying to you, the Constitution is preventing anyone from pledging allegiance to another state. And another state means any other state other than the Jamaican state. That's what 40 subsection 2 is doing, you know. And that is the overriding section.
So are you saying then, if, let's say, if Mark had served in the British Army,
yes,
and he had to pledge allegiance at that point,
yes,
sure, then that would definitely disqualify him from running.
You know, once you take out a passport in another country,
right,
that's a form of pledge of allegiance.
Right.
So if your parents gave you the passport, no problem. But when you become of age, if you renew that passport, you have pledged allegiance.
Well, you really don't have to renew the passport, but if you do renew the passport,
I am saying if you renew the passport, that's an evidence of pledge of allegiance.
well, when you say evidence of pledge of allegiance, you really don't have to take a pledge to get a passport.
No, but I'm just saying to you, if you go and take out a passport in another Commonwealth country, that is a form of pledging of allegiance. That's what it is.
So hold on.
I had to deal with investigations in the United States intelligence community and military.
Yes.
And when we are adjudicating, we do look at the person who has renewed a passport.
Yes.
Right? And if we have some other nefarious reasons that we want him to keep the passport and to use it, depending on the country, then we do that. Now, normally we would then disqualify them because they took out a new passport.
Yes.
Right? I understand what you're saying from that standpoint, because countries want to know you are 100% in their corner.
Yes.
Right? But so in this case, then, do we have evidence that people in the parliament have renewed their passport after they initially received their passport?
No, my information, there are a number of people in the parliament who have gone actually to Canada and Britain and become Canadian and British citizens too. So that's the point I'm making. So if that is the case, then they'll have pledged allegiance to those countries.
Yeah. Now, are we talking about the new constitution? Are we?
No, we're talking about the old constitution. The old constitution.
Yeah, but all right. So if it does say you can be a Commonwealth citizen,
isn't that one of the rights of a Commonwealth citizen that they can in fact hold that Commonwealth passport?
But that's what I'm saying. I am saying if you're born anywhere in the Commonwealth,
yeah,
and you come to Jamaica,
yeah,
once you live in Jamaica for 12 months, you're and of the age, you can run for the parliament or you can be nominated because you're a Commonwealth citizen. That is clear.
Right.
That is the qualification section. But that section is subject to the disqualification section, which is 40.
Okay, I got you.
So hold on a second now. So, Mr. Wildman.
Yes.
Born in England, right? Come to
Yes.
Jamaica. You
Yes.
come and you have a British passport, right?
Yes.
It says that you pledge allegiance to England, but you come to
Pardon?
Jamaica. It says that you have a British passport.
Yes.
And you come to Jamaica.
Yes.
And you're saying you even with the British passport, you're still eligible to run.
Yes, because you did not get that British passport by you pledging allegiance. It was given to you by your parents.
No, but then what? Yeah, but if I got that passport because I got it because of birth. I was living in England.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying because of birth. So you did not do anything by your own act. You got it by birth.
But here's the thing, no. It's time to renew the passport.
Once you renew that passport, you're caught under section 40, subsection 2.
All right. So here's a question for you then.
Yes.
What I'm trying to think of somebody. A passport lasts for how long? 10 years? 5 years?
That's what they say. 10 years.
10 years.
But then, what that means then is that if I left England and I got to Jamaica, right, and I'm 15, and let's say the passport lasts for 10 years.
Yes.
And I run for parliament at age 21 or something like that.
Yes.
You're saying the first time that I renew that passport,
yes,
section 40 will kick in. Section 40, subsection 2 will
That's
kick in.
correct. That's correct. Well, because it is by your own act. That's what the Constitution says, by your own act. So it kicks in. 40 subsection 2 kicks in.
All right. Somebody asked a question here. They say, what about the prime minister who pledged allegiance to the king but is not a British citizen by being a member of the Privy Council?
Well, no, because that is not pledging allegiance to Britain. That's a pledging allegiance to the head of Jamaica. The king is still the head of Jamaica, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So to say that that is not pledging allegiance to a foreign state. The king is still the head of state of Jamaica.
So then you could use that by extension. You could say, well, if a British citizen renews his passport, he's actually pledging allegiance to the head of state of Jamaica.
No, you're missing the point. Remember, Britain is a sovereign state.
Mm-hmm.
Britain is a sovereign state. When the prime minister do that, it is like he's talking to the governor general, who is the head of the executive in Jamaica, representing the king. So you have to try and get the thing right. Remember, Britain is a sovereign state, independent state. So when you go and get out a British passport, that is different from saying you pledge allegiance to King Charles in the context of King Charles being the head of Jamaica. Those are totally different things.
Mm-hmm. No, I can see where this is gonna hit the court. I can see it, and know that you're relying on Sue versus Hill.
No, but it's just an example. Sue and Hill is just an example of definition of what is a foreign state. It's just an example of that definition.
Okay, so
that's what constitutes a foreign state.
When you look at it, the fact that this is not highlighted or explained to those people in those unique situations, would that be cause to say, hey, interpretation was wrong on their part? However, you should not disqualify them in any way. That's what the court may have to decide.
No, ignorance of the law is no defense, remember that.
Yeah, that's true.
So Mr. Wildman, so
yes.
The consequence of this then is that you have to renounce
That's correct. That's correct.
So,
That,
so all the people then, and I guess I'm asking a question that I know the answer to, based on
yes.
40 subsection 2. All of those folks in Parliament who are members or who are UK citizens and Canadian
Yes.
citizens, they
Yes.
must renounce
They must renounce
or leave.
before because the reality is that they would have run afoul of section 40 subsection 2.
Okay.
I see the key thing, and I'm trying to get people to focus on this. As my colleague called me this evening and confirmed, the key thing is that you pledge allegiance. Since this thing has come out since Thursday, a number of my colleagues who never looked at it called me and said, well, man, we went and studied this thing, and you're absolutely right, You're absolutely right. When I looked at it again, a number of them called me and said, we never saw it that way, but you're absolutely right. Section 40, subsection 2 is the superior section, the disqualification section. It is clear. So by your own act, not by somebody doing it for you, your own act, you pledge allegiance to another state. Britain is another state. Canada is another state. Australia is another state.
So you know what? I'm looking at 39 now. So what could reasonably happen then is that I'm 90. Let's say I'm 19 years old, right? In the UK, and then I go and I renew my passport. I get my passport 20. I come to Jamaica, right? And I spend 2 years.
Yes.
Right? I have 8 years remaining on my passport.
Yes.
You know what? I'm gonna run, and then the next thing you know, I'm an MP. And
That's correct.
The next thing you know, they say, "Oh, we like this guy. We're gonna make him the prime minister."
That is correct.
Minister, but I have a passport with 8 years of allegiance to a foreign state.
That's correct, and so that is what the founding fathers were trying to prevent, that sort of deliberate act of pledging allegiance and then becoming leader of the country. That's what the founding fathers are trying to do, and they tried to do it in all the Commonwealth countries. Grenada has a similar situation, identical to Jamaica's.
But Mr. Wildman, the point I'm making is that we haven't really solved the problem then, because 40 doesn't really solve it, because if I get my passport a year before I come to Jamaica, which means that what you're saying, a deliberate act of pledging allegiance, right?
Yes.
So I get my passport out when I'm 19. I come to Jamaica. I have 8 years left on it, and I run for parliament. And then I win, and then the winning party say, "Hey, we want Rattigan to be the prime minister."
But you'd have pledged allegiance. Britain, you just said that. You'd have pledged allegiance.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It says that you'd have to do it after, though. That's what it sounds like. You'd have to do it after.
No. Once you pledge allegiance before you are nominated to be a member of parliament or to be you have to renounce.
Okay.
You see, the thing is this, Just look, it's simply, look at it this way. You're born British, no problem. You can come to Jamaica and run. You're born Canadian, no problem. You can come to Jamaica and run. No problem. No problem. But where the problem arises, having born British or having born Canadian, you get a passport from Britain or Canada and it lasts for 10 years. You go and renew that passport after 10 years. Then you come to Jamaica and say, hey, I like Jamaica and I want to be a member of parliament in Jamaica. You have to give up that British passport. A simple thing. It's a simple thing.
Here's where I'm having the problem, though. I'm having a little bit of problem because if under Section 39, right, it's very unlikely that someone from the Commonwealth can actually come to Jamaica unless they got a passport later.
No, that's not true. A lot of Commonwealth people cross borders from Commonwealth country to the other country. No, so it's easy. It's easy.
No, I'm talking about the passport. I'm talking about renewing the passport. I'm saying getting the passport and renewing it. I'm saying that it's unlikely, right? Unless I get the passport like later on in life where I didn't do
No,
it?
that's easy. No, that's easy. If you are a British citizen, it's easy to travel to Jamaica. Nothing wrong with it. Or Canadian, easy to travel to Jamaica. Nothing wrong with that.
No. I'm not talking about the travel. Hear me out. I'm not talking about the travel.
Yes.
I'm saying that you're saying that, look, if you're born there, you're fine. And you get a passport, you're fine. First passport you get, you're fine. If you get it as a result of being a child and your parents get that for you. The moment you take a step to renew it, then you're not fine, right? So I'm saying under 39, it says if you're 21 years or older. So I'm saying for that to apply, I must have to get the passport then later on in life, because if I get that passport like 5 years old, at some point.
What the age is trying to do, man. Don't get caught up with it. The age is saying that you can't be elected to parliament if you are under 21. So the age has nothing to do with when you get the passport. No, two different things. The age is just stipulating. What age then you're eligible to be an MP or a senator?
But it goes back to the same question that at age 21, for example, to be eligible, I would have to, unless I got that passport later on in life, I would have to do something to renew it. So if I renew that passport, you're saying
but you could be born British and you get a passport at 10.
Yeah.
Right, that serves you up to 10 years, and then you decide to renew it. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but once you renew it, then you finish.
That's what I'm saying. Once you renew, it is your own act. That is your own act. Your conscious act. Not somebody doing it for you. No, your conscious act. And that's what the Constitution is getting at.
Lawyers like to pontificate, right? And they like to think, well,
the Constitution is against pledging of allegiance to another state. That's what the Constitution is trying to do. Pledging of allegiance to another state. So once you have done anything to pledge allegiance to another state, you are caught under 40 subsection 2, which is the superior section.
Right. No. I'm just saying too. The reason why the question I'm trying to drive at is how success, because this case a case like this has never been decided by the Court of Appeal. Right. So I'm asking you, what do you think the chances are that something like this can come up and the court will rule exactly as you're explaining?
I think if it is challenging, it's easy. It's easy. It's a matter of statutory interpretation. That's what it is, statutory interpretation. The Constitution is just another form of statute. It's statutory interpretation. That's a simple thing.
Okay. So I don't want to keep you much longer because I know that you're moving.
Yeah, it's statutory interpretation. 40 is superior to 39.
Right. Doc, you have any questions for Mr. Wildman before he exits?
Well, I understand the point that you're making, which is, and I understand what Mr. Wildman is saying, but I'm now seeing what you're saying, how possible it is for a scenario like that to be painted since the lowest age is 21, and a person would have to at some point renew. So how, if we're interpreting that clause wrongly, how possible is it for a person at the minimum age of 21 to be eligible while at the same time never having to renew his passport?
We're ready.
How if we're interpreting that law accurately, how could a law like that be drafted when one, the minimum age of application is 21, and the person would have had to apply for the passport himself?
No, I think you asked. The question is this: if wherever you come from,
it's frozen again.
Yeah, he's moving around. Yeah.
So that's just my take on it. I understand what he's saying. That aspect of being born a Commonwealth citizen, makes you eligible. But what disqualifies is the age of 21. But if that law is to be understood properly, how possible is it for a 21-year-old to, how possible is it for a person to meet that minimum 21 age group and at the same time never had to apply for the passport themselves. How possible is that?
Well, that is the question I was asking him, saying that.
Yeah, I listened to he, because he makes a case, but that's a scenario. It's if that law is to be understood, how he's saying that it should. I'm not saying that it's not, but it's almost as if the law is speaking to a situation that can never happen.
Right. Because of the age. Because here's the thing: if let's say I was born in England and I never had a passport, and then my parents then take out the passport, they go and they apply for the passport, and I'm 18, 19, right? And I come to Jamaica a year. What will happen under his reasoning? Then I would be fine because I didn't get the passport. I didn't renew the passport.
So now you're eligible to run.
Yeah, and become prime minister while pledging while I have a British passport.
Right.
So so
I see a point.
But forget him back next week. But at least him
but for me, I believe that law would make sense, because part of the problem in Jamaica is that we have too many people representing Jamaica, representing Jamaicans who have allegiances elsewhere. We can see why it's easy for them to run the country into a wreck, and after they leave tenure, just migrate to wherever their citizenship is. I don't believe that should be so. If we take Jamaica as being important, and the people of Jamaica as being important, I think that we should be in this together. We have too many persons who, while they were in representational politics, we saw them, and after they left representational politics, they are no longer in Jamaica. All the loot, everything that they got, they now basically got those eggs and took those eggs with them because they had interests elsewhere. So I don't think that should be. I think that a person in representational politics, their loyalty should only be to Jamaica and Jamaica alone.
Well, here's, to take it to another level, right? You have honorary consuls, right? In America, they are U.S. citizens, but they represent the government of Jamaica, and they have a diplomatic passport, I believe. So I don't understand this. You can't sit in Parliament with a U.S. citizenship, but you can represent Jamaica with a U.S. citizenship. You can represent the government of Jamaica too. I don't know. Why? Yes, Doc. You know what? Continue here, sir.
Yes. So we Mr. Wildman has brought some heat in the room too.
Oh, he's back. He's back. Whoa. Yeah. Yes, Brother Wildman.
Yes.
Yeah, you were saying something and then you got disconnected.
Yeah, I am saying to you, if you focus on the fact that 39 is subject to 40, 40 is the overriding section.
Yes.
So anything comes in conflict with 40, 40 is superior.
Mm-hmm.
So you cannot pledge allegiance under 40. Remember that. That's a key thing. Can't pledge allegiance under 40.
Okay.
Once you bear that in mind, can't go wrong.
What do you think about honorary consuls overseas?
Yes.
Who are citizens of another country working for the Jamaican government?
Yes.
What
about them? What about them?
What's your view on that?
No, in terms of what?
In terms of whether they should renounce.
Are they running for the parliament?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm taking it out of the constitutional realm, and I'm just saying in general. What are your feelings about that? That you have some, because they're saying that, look, you can't run in parliament if you have a U.S. citizenship. If you have U.S. citizenship,
that's correct.
But we're gonna give you the power to. I think they can issue visas. There are lots of things they can do. on
Yes.
behalf of the American government, even though they carry an American passport.
Yes. Yeah, but you see, as I say, the election qualification is a specific section. And
Right.
if you're a diplomat and you have an American passport, you're not eligible to run. You have to give up that American passport. That's a simple fact.
So you don't see an issue with it then, if it, as long as
No,
it's
because a diplomat is a career person. But if they want to, for example, enter the parliament, they have to give up that American citizenship. It's a simple fact.
somebody asking a question here. They said, "Can you ask Mr. Wildman to explain how did Mr. Seaga become Prime Minister of Jamaica?" I don't know if you can answer.
Okay. Mr. Seaga gave up his citizenship from youth.
Yeah, proof of that?
That he said so. He said he went to the embassy and he gave it up.
That's not proof, though.
Well, I'm just telling what he said.
Okay.
He said he gave it up. I have to take him at his word. He said he gave it up. He was born in America, not of his choice, but he said he gave it up.
Okay. So
you have to take his word for it.
So the overriding lesson we have learned from you tonight is that anyone sitting in the Jamaican Parliament,
yes,
who renewed their passport on their own volition, they did it
yes,
themselves.
yes,
have no right to sit in Parliament.
Well, that is correct. That is correct.
Leave. Okay.
That is correct. Once you renew that passport for another country, you're in problem.
So that would include Babsy as well as Young Samuel.
Any one of them.
Okay. That is interesting.
All right. You want to take a question, or are you too busy?
Okay. Let me hear what you have to say. I love that about it.
Let me open up the line, because I'm sure a lot of people are going to have a lot of questions to ask you.
Yeah.
The phone line is open. Mr. Wildman is ready to take any questions you have on this particular topic. We're not talking about anything else but this tonight. Let me put the I'm trying to get where is it? All right. There's a number, folks.
Yes.
And I think Dr. Ben was asking a question when we got interrupted. So,
yes.
Or he was explaining something. Doc is frozen. All right.
Okay.
The phone calls are coming in now.
Yeah. I'm hearing you.
Good reason, Rattigan. Where you call?
Phone calls are coming in now.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. I have a question for Mr. Wildman. When Mr. Seaga gave up his citizenship, from my understanding, how can you give up citizenship from a country that you're literally born in?
Pardon?
How can you give up your citizenship from a country that you were born in? He renounced.
Yes, you can give up your citizenship for any country.
Mm-hmm.
Even a Jamaican can abandon their Jamaican citizenship.
So is there a process a written process? Because the US
that's administrative. Yeah, man, that can be done at any foreign ministry or embassy. That can be done.
All right, caller. Let me take another call. All right. Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. You're live. Where are you calling from?
All right. Really quick.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
I have a pressing question for Mr. Wildman, because he's stating that Andrew Holness is pledging to the king to be a member of the Privy Council is all right because he's pledging to the king. No, however, when a British citizen is granted the British visa, the visa is granted name of the monarch. So how does he equate or disregard the king for being the king in one instance? And
let me explain that to you. And that was explained also in the Swan case. Let me explain it to you. Although King Charles is the head of the Commonwealth, he is separate king for every country under their constitution. Remember that. He's the king of Jamaica, but under the constitution of Jamaica and the constitution of England, is a separate king. He may be one king, but for every constitution is a separate king. Remember that. That's basic constitutional law. Basic constitutional law. He's separate, just like the governor general for each country. They are all representing King Charles, but under every country, there are different constitutional arrangements. Remember that.
All right.
Just remember that. Basic constitutional law.
I see Mr. President there. Mr. President, you have a question for Mr. Wildman? He's not.
Mr. Wildman, very good explanation. Part of the question that was being asked earlier, I was hoping that you could expound on it a little bit.
Yes.
Now, the argument is the passport renewal.
Yes.
So let me put this a litmus test to that thought a little bit. If I make an oath of allegiance to a country, so help me God, is an oath an act of religious duty that deals with the conscience versus paying homage to a sovereignty or a country?
Well, everybody have their different ways of having somebody being sworn in as a citizen. So that is for example, when you go to court, some people say, I do not take an oath, I affirm. But it is still recognized as binding their conscience. So, and they can give evidence based on that. So I don't think we should get carried away with the formalities. The key thing here, no, don't get carried away with the format. The key thing here is this. Have you taken out US, Canadian, British citizenship by whatever oath you have taken? That's the key thing. Do not get carried away with the formalities. Because at the end of the day, whatever you do, does it make you a citizen of the country? That's the question. Does it make you a citizen?
And that's
a key thing here.
All right, last point before I turn back to Ratti. So just to kind of push back on that, you're saying that formality shouldn't play a role, but if it's ceremonial, formality is the essence of the whole idea.
No, man. You have to look at what is the effect of the ceremonial function? Because at the end of the day, are you now a Canadian or British citizen by whatever oath you take, whatever form you take? Are you now an American? And if the answer to that is yes, then you are disqualified now under 40 subsection 2.
I don't think they derive benefit from an oath to a sovereign entity disqualifies a person.
I am saying whatever the thing you have done is, does it make you now a British or a Canadian citizen under their law? Under their law. Does it make you a citizen? When, for example, a person applies to be a US citizen, they study US laws and they go and they are sworn in as a citizen of the US. They have to follow the procedure. At the end of the day, they become US citizens. The question is this: having become a US citizen now, what is the effect of that in Jamaica?
All right, Ratti, go ahead, because we're going to go back. We don't want to go too much time.
No. Hello, welcome to Reasons, Rattigan. Good night. You're live.
Good night, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir. Good night. Where are you calling from?
North Carolina.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sure. I know you want to talk to Mr. Wildman, and he's waiting for your call, for your question.
Yes. If someone is citizen by descent, as in their parent, right?
Yes.
And they renounce their citizenship, can they reapply for that citizenship later on?
Yes. You could.
All right.
But what if you were not by descent? You
I'm not following.
You cannot reapply later on if you give it up.
I guess the question is,
you have to look at the Citizenship Act of every country. How you acquire citizenship or you lose it. There's an act that governs how you become a citizen of a country. It's called the Citizenship Act. So it tells you how you acquire by descent or by marriage or whatever the case may be.
Right. Does it make a difference if the citizenship is acquired through marriage, descent, or birth? Is there a
That's what I'm
distinction?
saying. That's what I'm saying. If it is by marriage, if you marry a British person and you go and take out British passport, then you're acting up. Is your acting up? Is your act? That is not by involuntary. That is your act.
So you're saying then what you can do is you can marry, just don't take out that passport, just don't do anything.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Because you see, the Constitution is against pledges of allegiance. That's the key.
The only problem though is that if you get married and you're going to do naturalization, you're going to have to take out you're going to have to make a pledge.
Whatever. So you have to make a decision what you're doing. Do you want to do that and run for the parliament? You have to decide what you're doing, you know?
Okay. All right.
So before you go to the next card, right, Mr. Wildman, if I'm a Commonwealth citizen,
yes,
and I stay in Jamaica for 12 months and decide to run, but then I went to renew my passport in my country of birth.
Yes.
What status am I in at that point?
That's what, because you have no pledge allegiance to your country of birth. That's what I'm saying. You have no pledge allegiance, you renew that passport. It's like renewing that passport, don't you know? You see, your own conscious act is key, though. You must remember that. Your action, just like, for example, the leader of the opposition, he said, okay, I want to renew this passport. Okay? He decides that he wants to do it. It's his action.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. You're live. Where are you calling from?
Baltimore, Maryland.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Baltimore.
Okay, I have a question. So if you're saying that he did that, how did Mr. Holderness pledge allegiance to England and swore an oath that he'll do anything?
No, he didn't pledge allegiance to England. He could not have. No, what I'm saying, no, listen what I'm saying. He could not have. He pledged allegiance to become a member of the Privy Council, but that has to do with Jamaican law. Jamaican law. You see, what is fooling is because King Charles is the head. But King Charles, for every country, is a different King Charles, you know. Remember that, you know. King Charles is different in Barbados as he's different in Jamaica. Every country with their sovereign, every country with their constitution. King is a different King Charles. Is a different King Charles. King Charles of England is different from King Charles of Jamaica.
But King Charles is still ruling Jamaica.
Oh Lord, listen. Yes, because we have decided to keep him as the head of the head of state. But what I'm saying to you, for every country that is the head of state for, is a different King Charles. He exercised different constitutional functions.
I understand, but he's still taking an oath that he's gonna put the king.
Yeah, but he's doing it in the context of the Jamaican Constitution. He's not doing it in the context of the British Constitution. He's doing it in the context.
And my other question is, I was born in England, so what you're saying that I would have, if I went for parliament, I would have to renounce my citizenship to England to run for Jamaican parliament?
Are you a U.S. citizen?
No, I'm a British citizen.
Have you renewed the passport?
I don't have to pledge for it. They send it to me.
So what Mr. Wildman is saying is that his interpretation of the Constitution is that once you've taken an active step like that, you're essentially pledging, and therefore you would have to renounce that in order to run for a position in the Parliament of Jamaica. Am I correct on that, Mr. Wildman? She was born in the UK. She's living in the US. She's not a US citizen, and she says, look, what if I want to go to Jamaica and run for parliament? I don't think he's hearing us.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I have multiple citizenship. So I would have to give up all those citizenship except for Jamaica if I wanted to run?
That's what he said. Yes.
So then you would have to reapply if you want it after you come out of parliament.
Correct.
Yeah. So why wasn't that made? Why didn't the Constitution actually write that out so that would be understandable? Because it seems like 39 is conflict with 40.
He's saying 39 is 40 is superior to 39. 39 is governed by 40.
So why they didn't put 30? Why they didn't put 40 into 39 and reverse it then? Then it wouldn't be a conflict there then.
Well, then that's a fair question, because then they have the Constitutional Reform Committee and they should have seen this, because and especially now that nothing is final. I see what you're saying, that they have the chance right now, because it's a deeply entrenched provision, that they could go in and make the change. I see what you're saying.
Yes, I'm saying if Mr. Golden has a
Hello.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying if Mr. Golden has the opportunity, since there is a confusion in their constitution, he should have the opportunity now to give up the British and still be able to continue on. Correct?
That's correct. He can renounce the UK citizenship and continue with his Jamaican citizenship. That's fine, and that's what Mr. Wildman said. He said based on his opinion of and he said it's not just an opinion. He said it's the Constitution itself. Plain reading, he says at the point where you realize that the person has another passport or another citizenship, then that person has two choices. You either leave Parliament and you keep both citizenship, or you renounce the one that's not Jamaican. And
okay, Mr. Rattigan, let's say this now. Half of the Parliament has dual citizenship. So what are they going to get rid of the whole Parliament?
Well, that's what Mr. Wildman is saying. He's saying that if you have if you like, for example, certain people were named, and he's saying, look, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. They all have to renounce if they want to remain in Parliament, or if they don't want to renounce, then they have to leave.
Oh, okay.
Am I correct, Mr. Wildman?
You're correct.
Okay, so fair enough, because they're trying to pick on Mr. Golden by himself, and that wouldn't be fair.
Yeah, no, it cuts across. He's saying that it doesn't matter who you are. If you have, dual citizenship, you have to give up one or leave. You have to give up the one that's not Jamaican or leave.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, let me grab another call, but thanks for calling.
Okay, thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Canada.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I have a simple question for Mr. Wildman. What does the Constitution, how does the Constitution define a foreign power or state?
We're saying that a foreign power or state is any other state other than the Jamaican state. For the purpose of Section 40 of the Constitution, any power other than any state other than the Jamaican state, because the Jamaican state is a separate independent state from any other state. So any state outside of the Jamaican state is a foreign state. It's a foreign state.
Did you hear that, caller?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
What about Section 12?
That has to do with qualification, sir. Qualification.
It defines a foreign country.
Yes, qualified the purpose of qualification. In other words, what it is telling you is that all these are countries that are regarded as the Commonwealth. Oh. But that doesn't apply to the 40 subsection 2.
Let me read what it call is referring to. It says, and it's a definition. It's chapter 12.
Yes.
It's section 12, subsection 1. It says, and it's a definition. It says foreign country.
That's correct.
A country other than the Republic of Ireland that is not part of the Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth.
So what he's saying is that what the caller is saying that when you say they plead they plead allegiance to a foreign country, he's saying no, it can't be under this in this definition, because a foreign country means a country that is not part of the Commonwealth, and because the UK,
what that is doing, that is defining what country qualifies as a Commonwealth country. Commonwealth country, for the purpose of Section 39. It has no bearing on Section 40.
Oh, so number 12, Section 12, subsection 1, you're saying has no bearing on Section 40?
None whatsoever. None.
Boy, Mr. Wildman, would I love to go court with you and argue that one?
I'm telling you, none. No bearing on Section 40. You see, if you understand the importance of the pledging of allegiance, you will understand the importance of what is a foreign country. Because if you pledge allegiance to another country, then it means you'd have made Section 40 almost powerless. If you don't give it effect, it is powerless. It's powerless.
I think if you take an oath in your own conscience, you can renounce the oath at any time, because it's a matter between you and conscience. So to say oath, which is a matter of conscience, which you can always go back to the sovereign entity.
No, the law doesn't see that way. The law doesn't see that way. The law doesn't see that way.
Now, Mr. Wildman.
Yes.
Well, Richard,
during World War II, Jamaica was at that time a British colony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when those folks went over and they were British citizens and they fought, they joined the RAF or wherever they joined.
Yes.
All right. They were British citizens and they took the oath to the Queen.
Yes.
When they come back to Jamaica and they decided to go into the Parliament.
Yes.
Parliament was still under the Queen.
Yes.
But it was Jamaica's Parliament.
Yes.
Right? Now, when they got the independence in August, was everybody required to retake a new oath to the country of Jamaica?
That's correct. Yes.
Everybody did, huh?
Yes.
Okay. So anybody who did not take the oath then would have to then come back, take it, and turn in that British passport of theirs, correct?
When Jamaica became an independent state, you create a sovereign state with its own laws, own institutions, everything independent of Britain.
So they should have turned in the British passports at that point. And if you derive citizenship from your parents, then you would have had to turn in your British passport also if you were going into Parliament.
No, if you derive citizenship from your parents, then it's not your act. It's not your act.
Okay. But if you derive the citizenship and you renew the passport for the
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's the point I'm making.
There's an act of renewal that causes.
Yes, that is the key.
Yeah. All renewals.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Caller, welcome to Reason, Ms. Rattigan. You're live. Go ahead and ask your question of Mr. Wildman. No worries. My pleasure.
I would like to say that I recall Mr. Golden saying that he applied for a visa, and such is how he uses his citizenship from Jamaica with a visa to London, to England, not renewing a passport that he had when he was a child. But I recall him saying, I applied for a visa to England, to London, to the British Empire. So if anyone would like to know, is to actually get it from the horse's mouth.
Yeah. Well, here's what Mr. Wildman is, and I think Mr. Wildman, correct me if I'm
Yes.
the boundary here, but based on Mr. Wildman's reasoning, if he applied for a visa, that's different because he's not applying. He's not pledging allegiance.
That's
So if
correct.
thing with his passport, if that passport is in his drawer and it's been collecting dust, and all he's doing is traveling on the visa, then there's no issue. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Hear from the horse's mouth. Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking the call.
No worries. Yeah, so that's it. If it's been collecting dust, then it's fine. It's not a problem.
That's correct.
All right. Caller, anybody else wants to call him before I turn the phone up? Because we have Mr. Richard James here, and this man is an inspiring man. Mr. Wildman, too bad that you're moving, because I wanted you to listen to this man, because he's using one of my weakest subject in school.
Okay.
Children, mathematics. Hold on 1 second, please. Call it good night. You're live. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from New York.
Yes, go ahead, please. Mr. Wildman is here, ready and willing to take your question.
Hi, Mr. Wildman. Good night. How are you?
Good night.
My problem is, why is it that all the rest of politicians in Jamaica don't renounce their citizenship as well?
Well, that is beyond me. That is beyond me. I'm just trying to give an interpretation to two important sections of the Constitution. I can't speak to the individual position.
Everybody has been okay. He has to renounce his back then. Isn't that it?
Well, I've just given the legal position, so everybody will have to determine how they fit into that.
Hold on 1 second, caller. Let me just ask Mr. Wildman this question. Mr. Wildman, so now
Yes.
that you have seen your position, are you willing to take it to the next level, to say openly to all of the politicians then in Parliament that if you have another passport, that
that I actually filed when I was in Grenada. I filed a case like this in Grenada, and it didn't get to be heard. Yeah, I was the one who started this thing. I filed a case against two senior members of Parliament in Grenada who actually are Grenadians, went to Canada, lived in Canada, got Canadian passport, citizenship, came back to Grenada, became very prominent members of the opposition, and we found out late. And I filed a case against them on behalf of the state. And the matter was not heard because Dr. Barnett came down there at the time because they realized I was on good ground. They say that it was too late for me to charge because they say it can only be charged during an election petition within 21 days after the petition. And I took issue with that. I say it is not an election issue, it is a constitutional issue. So the matter was timely, it wasn't get heard.
All right, caller, do you have a further question from Mr. Wildman?
Thank you, Mr. Wildman. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care now. Be well.
So I show like Rattigan is really a disruptor, man. You're really.
Rattigan, I've been watching him, and the ignorance of a lot of these people that are on the platform with us, trying to teach someone else, they are so illiterate. Because if it is that you think when you sign on Uncle Sam, because most of us want Uncle Sam, the Canadian and the British, they're Commonwealth, but the American, when you sign on that passport, it's administratively. Try when you go to Jamaica, anything happen to you, see who they come for you. If a Jamaica, they come rescue you, or America. So this thing that you're talking about, it's just administratively. How can you be an intelligent person and say you have a citizenship? You're holding their passport and it's strictly administrative?
All right.
No, that is not true. We're saying the form in which you become a citizen, that's a form. That is administrative. Every country have their own ways of having somebody acquiring citizenship. That is administrative. We're not talking about the format. We talk about effect of being a citizen. So don't mix up the two things. Don't mix up the two things. Because if you go to Barbados, for example, and you want to become a Bajan citizen, they will under their citizenship act, they will tell you they will tell you how is it you have to, what you have to comply with. And if you go to another country, they will tell you.
Hold on one
To
second,
me,
caller.
is a contract.
Hold on one second, caller. Let Mr. Wildman finish, and then you can.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Wildman. Mr. Wildman, he's frozen.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he's frozen. All right, I get your point. And I don't know if he's going to come back, but thanks for calling.
Okay, thank you.
All right, take care. Bye-bye. Hello, welcome to Ms. Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good night. Calling from Nebraska. This is John Griff on YouTube.
Yes, sir.
My question is that being that Mr. Goliath probably is running afoul of the Constitution, right? If he were to be taken to court, could it be argued that he would have been acting null and void for all those years he has been acting on a dual citizenship basis?
Who's this? Who's this?
John Crow.
No. Who you said if they've been acting? What person?
No, if Mr. Golin, if the matter was supposed to be taken to the Constitutional Court, and he has been found to be running afoul of the Constitution, can it be argued that all his past action be deemed illegal?
I doubt it, because now you're making something illegal that to the best of our knowledge is not illegal right now. And then also you could apply the same principle to Mr. Siaga. You could apply to all the other people inside. All the other people inside here presently right now with another passport. You could apply that reasoning to them. And then with right. So that's the problem with that. But I don't think you can act that, because clearly I think this issue is ripe for determination by a court, because people have so many different views about it.
Yes, at the end of the day, it's all about interpretation and how you interpret.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
Ratti, listen to this. In the U.S., we used to go strictly along those lines of whether you renewed or not. But the U.S. has developed certain cases for not doing that, right? At the same time, the U.S. will grant citizenship to people that they've been working with cover status for a year, right? They'll give them the green card, bring them in, and give them citizenship so that they have a lock on them.
All right.
So there are different cases that would come up, especially in the political arena, where somebody is entitled to citizenship regardless of what they do or what they have done.
Right. Before you bring in the next person, I really got to put this for you. This is for you. So I'm looking at the passport application, and what it says on the application: I declare under penalty or perjury that I am a United States citizen or non-citizen national, and that the statement made on this application are true and correct. I don't see an oath of allegiance here in renewing a passport.
Well, see, the difference though is that with the U.S. passport, you wouldn't be able to sit in Parliament with a U.S. passport.
It's not a Commonwealth.
It's not a Commonwealth, right?
Right.
But according to what we're reading here, what Mr. Wildman is saying, if you have a Commonwealth passport that you got from your parents, like let's say you never had one and then you got one when you're 19, right?
Yeah, I understand all of that. Yeah.
Right. You understand all of that, caller?
Yeah, I just wanted to know that question that I asked. It's just that section.
Oh, if they can use it, if they can say, well, everything that you did was illegal.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. All right, let me run and grab another call, John Crow. Take care of yourself, all right?
All right, yeah, man. Yeah, give thanks and keep up the good work.
Thanks, brother. Bless up. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason Rattigan. This is the last call I'm going to have to take. Caller?
Yes, Mr. Rattigan. Good night.
Yes, good night.
I just have a quick comment and a question.
All right.
Yeah, my comment is that all right.
Hello?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah, go ahead with the comment and the question.
So my comment is that I'm a 52-year-old man who was born in the 70s, and I always say all good PNP direct Michael Manley and I'll go Liberal direct Edward Siaga.
Mm-hmm.
But my question is, why is it that the PNP side is not leaking out on all the dual citizenship?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer that question. I don't know.
That's what they should do. They should leak out on them since everybody's leaking out on Mark.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know. Is that the question or the statement?
That's the question.
All right.
That
Well,
might be a strategy, though.
Oh,
Might
okay.
be a
all right.
strategy.
You will. All right. Last call. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello.
Hello, good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night.
Mr. Rattigan, good night. I have a question for the doctor.
Yes, go ahead with the question, please.
I want to find out if you can do the liver flush if you have cancer.
All right, the doctor is here. Doc, can you do the liver flush if you have cancer?
I saw the question. Yeah, so that's a very, very good question. And it's, as I said, we do have a person right now in stage 4. And we didn't allow that person to start the liver flush.
Hold on a second. Caller, let me hang up and then you can listen to the answer, all right?
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good night.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, because when you do any form of detox that you do, what it does. I'm going to answer the question generally. Then, no, so the answer is depending on how strong the person is. Because when you do a liver flush, what you're basically doing is breaking the person's body down. So if the person is weak, then their body is already weak. They can't withstand going further break them down. If the person's constitution, however, is strong, the person is strong enough, then fine. So again, that is something that you may have to discuss with your healthcare provider, because as I said, I do have a client now that has stage 4, and normally, even though in our protocol that is how we would start, that person is not strong enough. But it is essential. So what we're doing now is we're working with the person to build them up, to make them strong enough so that they'll be able to do that. So it depends on how strong the person is.
Okay. All right. Any more questions from Mr. Wildman? I just turned off the phone because the calls are coming in like crazy. And I have Mr. James here that we have to get to him at some point before midnight, right? He's been standing there patiently. But any more questions? Mr. Wildman, you want to take another question by phone or no?
Yes, I have one for him. Mr. Wildman.
Go ahead.
Your premise is that a person that renews a passport is pledging allegiance to the country that they're the benefactor of the passport from. Now, when I look at the oath or the declaration on the British passport and the United States passport, I see no such thing. All I see is
Brethren, let me stop it. It is not what they are saying. Under Jamaican law, and our court in the Diaspora case made that point even stronger. Under our law, once you take out a passport in another country's name, that is a form of pledging of allegiance. That is set law. So it doesn't matter what format, as I'm trying to explain to you. You get carried away with the administrative issue. Once you obtain a passport in another country's name, it is a form of pledging of allegiance to that country. That is set law. Set law. We don't need to. We don't need to debate that. We don't need to debate that. That is set law.
So is that going to go under the new constitution? Because I think
Well, I don't know what they will do in the new constitution, but I'm just telling you what the law is. I don't know what they will happen in the new. I'm saying it is beyond debate that once you take out passport in another country's name, is a form of pledge of allegiance to that country, because that's a form of citizenship. Okay?
All right. Thank you, Renisha. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, anybody on the platform have a question? Richard, do you have any question that you want to? Well, we're going to get to you, but do you have a question for Mr. Wildman?
No, I'm just keenly listening and gathering all of the information, because I need to be fully aware of the constitutional code as it pertains to especially the things that are at hand at the moment. The issue at the moment is allegiance, citizenship, qualification, disqualification. So I'm really paying special and keen attention to what is being said, how the questions are being answered, in order that I can, come to a conclusion, because I like to just gather information before I arrive at
Okay, cool.
to ask a question.
All right, folks, listen, Mr. Wildman has graced us with his presence and he's giving us his time. I'm willing to take one more call from Mr. Wildman because I don't wanna overstay my welcome with him, because otherwise he won't welcome me to stay over. So yeah, I just wanna do. Okay, here we go. Caller, good night. Welcome to Region with Rattigan. Now, where are you calling from? Hello.
Boston.
Where are you coming from? We're calling.
Ratti, you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Wildman in Boston.
Oh, Boston. Yes, yes. Go ahead. Mr. Wildman is ready.
Yeah, man. Mr. Wildman.
Yes, sir.
Just want to confirm something. You're saying, I want to get it clear.
Yes.
You're saying, right? If the person born in England, for argument's sake,
Yes.
come to Jamaica as an adult,
Yes.
right? So he came with a passport which he had renewed already because he become an adult already.
Yes.
He would not eligible to sit in Parliament.
That is correct. He'd have to renounce his British passport.
All right, Mr. Wildman. Thank you very much, Mr. Wildman. What if Jamaica? I don't know if this. I'm just trying to set up a scenario here.
Yes.
What if Jamaica says, "Look, if you're from the UK, you can enter Jamaica on a driver's license, as they used to do with the US years ago, and you come with a driver's license." Now, are you willing to extend the argument to say that having a driver's license is pledging allegiance, or are you saying
because a driver's license is a form of citizenship?
So if you're coming with a driver's license from a foreign country, you're good.
Yeah, because that's not a form of pledging of allegiance.
Okay. All right. So all of the UK people, don't use the passport if you want to come to Jamaica. Use a driver's license if you.
No, but you see, yeah, you're assuming that they want to come and run for Parliament. That is a different thing.
No, the ones who want to, I'm saying that's what they should do.
Is not everybody interested in running for Parliament?
my add to that, my add to that is that it's a very serious in light of we laugh and so on, but this is something serious. This is not something that should just stop here. What type of demand will the Jamaican people make on politicians? How far are we willing to take it? Because this is not, even though the issue has come to the forefront because of Mr. Gowling, it's really bigger than him. It's really this is a situation where we find both electorates guilty of on both sides of the fence. So the question is, we can see that illiteracy of the Constitution has what has led to situations like this, and I can bet there are many more like this, because the average Jamaican is not knowledgeable about the Constitution. So the question is, if this is the case, should we have a body, an entity that is tasked with the responsibility of doing background check and investigation as it relates to eligibility of persons who run for candidate? There is popularity or being a favorite of people should not be just be the criteria. We the Jamaican people should make a demand on the government where an entity is put in place that does background information to ensure that persons meet these requirements. And then number two, if it is that this is illegal, there should be a move where, and it's a simple case, where persons who hold allegiance to states outside our powers outside of Jamaica, they should renounce that position, and because it's not that they're being forced, they're being given a decision to say, if this is what the interpretation of the law is, you can hold your dual citizenship, but just know that you are disqualified from, or if you still continue to aspire to be a representative of the people, that your allegiance is only to Jamaica. I'm saying, because this is new to me, this is what a show like this is the fruit of a show like this. It's not to have an intellectual debate about something like this. If this has come to our surface, this is a declaration and the demand that the Jamaican people. This is about people power. This is about empowering the people, and I'm glad for a show like this, because maybe outside of a show like this, the average Jamaican would not know. I would not be able to afford Mr. Wildman, or afford his services, you know, to get something like this out. So the fact that it is out, what are we now going to do with this knowledge? This is the question that I would ask Jamaica. What are we going to do with this knowledge? Are we going to further bring it to court to find out what the actual interpretation is, and then based on that outcome, move forward?
Good point. Good point. Any questions from the panel before we ask Mr. Wildman to wrap it up and give us a closing statement? All right, seeing none. Mr. Wildman, I know you're busy. Give us something. Close us out, sir. Give us something.
Well, what I would say is that my input has really sparked a debate in Jamaica and beyond. I think that it is a fit and proper case for some form of judicial intervention. Yes. As to how one of the issues that we have to consider, which is the point I was making earlier, is that where you find out that this is occurring, can it be said that it is too late in the day to challenge it, that it can only be challenged during an election petition? I think not. So these are some of the issues which I think the public may want to consider. Because one view is that you can only challenge it within the 21-day period for filing an election petition. And I'm saying it is not so, because it's a constitutional issue. And once you find out that somebody is in breach of the Constitution, you should be able to get a declaration to that effect at any stage, because it is a constitutional issue, not an election issue as such. So these are some of the issues which I think food for thought.
All right. Well, we're going to leave it there. And I want to thank you again, sir, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us and to engage us. I mean, some thought-provoking discussions going on around here. And you take care of yourself. This issue is not dead. It's picking up steam. So I fully expect that to continue for some time to come. And of course, love to have you back on.
Thanks.
All right. Take care of yourself.
See you again, Mr. Wildman.
Take care.
All right. Wow. Or something else, right? I see where I'd like people to know that I can't. It's hard for me to engage, and at the same time, that's why, Mr. President, we're going to need the volunteers, because we're looking for volunteers to monitor the chat. Because I see where every time I glance over, I see where somebody's saying, "Get rid of this guy," and then I'm trying to figure out what did the person say, and by the time I look, then the screen, you know what I mean, it disappears, that part of it, and then I'm focused back on the conversation. So we're gonna need people to be monitors for the chat, because it's time for me to do all of this, take the phone call, pay attention to what's going on here, and I don't want to lose my loyal supporters. So starting next week, we're gonna have somebody just take care of the chat. So say President agreed. So there we go. Doc, don't leave me, Doc. Stay with me. I'm gonna do like I don't know, I guess I'm gonna have to walk and chew gum at the same time. But we have with us Mr. Richard James, and he has a very, very interesting initiative. And I don't know why he's not being supported by PSOJ and the government. Well, first, let me ask him. I'm assuming, Mr. James, before you tell us about your initiative, are you being supported by the PSOJ and or the government?
No, I'm not being supported by any of them.
See, big problem there. All right, sir. Welcome to the platform. Do me a favor. Quickly tell us who you are and what the initiative is about, and then we'll just dive into it after that.
Okay, good evening to everyone, and thank you very much for having me on the show. The show is a show that I've been watching for a good while, but because my attention is much towards preparing students for examination, I have not been on this, paying attention to it as much as I should. But whenever I do, I've received, quite a bit of information, understanding, and, I'm aware of the great work that you are doing on the behalf of the ordinary Jamaican.
Thank you, sir.
So, my name is Richard James, and my company is Richard James Mathematics Resources. Richard James Mathematics Resources are a set of books and audiovisuals that were designed to make the lives of teachers and students easier. And we attempt to do that by addressing their specific needs. Now, I'm a lover of textbooks. I use textbooks. I have textbooks right here in my classroom. As you see that I'm journeying from my classroom. However, the whole idea of mathematics resources will take mathematics education on a new level. And of course, we do not imagine that a single textbook will be able to address everything. So the resources are designed to that end.
Well, tell us a little bit about your background.
Okay, yes. I started off, well, of course, people have a tendency to neglect the whole activities at home, but my father was insistent and I doing well in mathematics, so that is the first and most important one, I think. But in support of that, I attended Glenlevan Primary School, and that is in the 80s, of course, and I was given a special, the entire class was given a specialist mathematics teacher in grades 5 and 6. Then I went to Cornwall College, and when I attended Cornwall College, the entire team, we won the national mathematics competition 4 consecutive years. Later on, one of my colleagues and I went to Cornwall College to teach, and we won the national mathematics competition again. Right, so when I returned from the university in 1996, I was just looking around just the streets of Montego Bay and children, going home from school, and I realized that the distraction level was so great that the students will need mathematics resources. And if you put that in the context that in 1996, it was not until 5 years later that I owned a cell phone, then you should have an idea of what the distraction is today. Mm-hmm. And how much more that the students will need resources. In addition to that, more recently, although it has always been the case for a long while, more recently, a great number of our best mathematics teachers are migrating.
Uh-huh.
Yes, and I dare say, when I look at the students on practice teaching, and some say teaching practice, the budding teachers, they have a certain, not wanting to stigmatize or to lock them in a box, but there was such a sense of purpose when they are on teaching practice. We don't see that kind of urgency, we don't see that kind of being on edge, and the whole idea of being industrious, innovative, somehow quite motivated. We don't see that now. So I imagine that the problem that we have with mathematics education will linger with us a little bit,
All right. Tell us, before I open it up to the panel, tell us how do you actually implement that initiative, that mathematics initiative that you have? How is it implemented, and what's the far-reaching effects, if any, to get children interested in what you're doing and away from the streets? What's the attraction? What are you offering them? I mean, you just go up and say, hey, listen, come with me and I'll teach you some math, and then you stay away from the bad book. How does it work?
Well, first of all, with the whole idea of having, to develop a mathematics set of resources, it has to be funded. And I decided to go to the classroom. So going to the classroom was not what I really wanted. What I really wanted was to design mathematics resources that will teach the entire Jamaica mathematics and teach them the right way. Now, going to classroom is as a consequence of that because it had to be funded. And I get what I need to get done in terms of getting students and parents to be attracted to Richard James Mathematics Resources. I do that by, the published results. So if you take a look and if you do some Google work on me, then you'll see that my students have been doing extremely well in mathematics in Jamaica for a good while. And although Richard James Mathematics Resources are not given the credit for the performance of students in particular schools, other schools will also use the resources. So it is not so much of a beckoning for beckoning's sake, but people are attracted to Richard James Mathematics Resources because in their locality and even sometimes in the other parishes like St. Elizabeth, also Westmoreland, Hanover, that the mathematics resources have been doing quite well and students, have some good results to speak about Richard James Mathematics Resources.
All right, let me open it up to the panel. Panel, Mr. James is ready for your questions.
Mr. James, I'm very interested in tech, and I know math is a very important component in tech. But as it relates to STEM programs, is that something that is very popular in Jamaica? Is that something that is taking on traction? And what would you say to people watching as it relates to STEM and why we should put our children to focus a little bit more on math?
Well, of course, the Ministry of Education is really very serious about STEM. And I think that they are embarking on quite a few different initiatives. It's just that I've not zeroed in on many of them. So I know that STEM is very important. As a matter of fact, I think that this is a question that you are asking me that pretty much answers itself. Mathematics is the foundation for everything in science, information technology, chemistry, physics, the entire thing. So mathematics forms the background for those subjects, information technology. And if you are interested in doing anything in science and technology, then mathematics has to be the driving force. And I need to say this also. People do not appreciate the amount of reading that is on a mathematics examination. So I dare say that we will not move far and we will not move fast if, what do we call it now? A serious literacy program is not developed. So a serious literacy program has to be developed with the understanding that the literacy, if you are not going to be very literate, then you are going to have some difficulty with the mathematics. So if literacy is also deteriorating, then we'll have to do something about that.
Anybody else? Herb? Doc?
Yeah, I'm wondering that if our children in Jamaica were behind pre-COVID, how are we doing post-COVID? And what are we doing to help them to catch up in terms of summer school or, mentoring, extra lessons, that kind of stuff?
Well,
and, yeah, go ahead.
Well, as a nation, I cannot speak extensively on it, although I remember, as a matter of fact, that summer programs were organized by the Ministry of Education. And for some reason, I think that we are aware of it, so I'm not going to mention it. for some reason, then there was a little bit of, would say, the program went into what I would say, they had some difficulties then. I would like to say that. They had some difficulties. Right. And because of that kind of difficulty, I doubt very much that especially teachers would have been motivated to continue for another summer. Now, concerning other, I think that I would want to go back to the entire thing with COVID. During the COVID lockdown, as a matter of fact, before the COVID lockdown, I was 100% prepared to take the mathematics program online. As a matter of fact, I was already online. And during the COVID lockdown, students joined Richard James Mathematics Resources from Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, the United States, maybe about 5 to 7 different states, Canada, and I am not going to leave out St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So during the COVID lockdown, a lot of students from, especially from this side of the world, joined Richard James Mathematics Resources in order to continue their mathematics education. And it was very successful for them.
Okay, very good.
I think also that the Ministry of Education, right now, I think that if you do a serious study into the effects of the COVID lockdown, you will see some things that are amazing. For example, I'm sure that you will see this, that the sight of students have deteriorated in their sight would have deteriorated because of the COVID lockdown. Another thing is that the COVID lockdown really affected them socially. So I find that the students are not so social. And you know that mathematics is a social subject because over the years, students who study with Richard James Mathematics Resources, they used to sit in class 2 by 2. And I can remember them, those students 2 by 2. And that has proven to be another thing, it's a contributing factor to the students doing well. And the whole idea of getting along with others, I think that also really was a serious problem with the students during the COVID lockdown. And of course, it's important to be able to get along with others if you're going to do well at mathematics.
Have you reached out? Oh, sorry, Doc, go ahead.
I was just basically, commending Mr. James because I see so many persons in the chat who says, they have benefited from the work that he has been doing. It is just sad that in Jamaica, we don't identify these assets. And I must applaud him for not being one of those Jamaicans who looked for greener pastures outside of Jamaica, but is loyal enough to say that my loyalty is here. And even though I may not be getting the support as I want to, he's still trying to push forward. But my question is, in terms of, because I see so many persons asking about how available, is the resource online? Is it that all the resources available? One person is asking, do you have app? Do you have a tutor, tutoring website? Because nowadays it's about how you can engage the clients, how easily you can make your product available for those persons out there. How accessible are you, and how user friendly is your material as it relates to children who may need it?
Okay, I dare say that as it pertains to cyberspace, not very at the moment. And as a matter of fact, you know that it is not for the lack of trying. I started out quite a few years ago, getting an app together and all of the rest of it. And as a matter of fact, my technology expert, she died. And that really gave me, this was a big setback for Richard James Mathematics Resources. But at the moment, I think that maybe some of the things that she was, set out to do at that time, they are more easily done. So I might be able to do quite a few of them on my own. So you can imagine that my mathematics resources, within a few months' time, by the time you return to school in September, you will have great access to my mathematics resources. I'm saying great access instead of full access, because my mathematics resources are comprised of basic, part of it is 22 mathematics books. When we when we unravel it in a way that it could be placed online and students will benefit from it in a way that they should, I'm sure that you will see pretty much maybe in terms of print, maybe somewhat in the region of 1,000 documents. At the moment, we have in the region of 5,000 animated audiovisuals, and those are heavily captioned in order that students who can read, even though they cannot hear, they will be able to do well at mathematics. And it is not impossible, and maybe for me, not so difficult because I know my resources inside out. But considering that we have 5,000 animated audiovisual, the organizational structure of that has to be up to a certain speed in order to give individuals full access to everything. So it is a work in progress. Quite recently I started loading up my instructional manuals on PayHip. You can go there, you'll see a few of them. By the end of the week, I will have all of my PEC books there. There are 5 PEC mathematics books that I have, and you will see most of my instructional manuals. All of them, there are 7 instructional manuals for CXE, CSEC, and I have quite a few other books that will also be on PayHip. At present, though, if you need to see, the mathematics in working the correct way, you can also join me on TikTok, Richard James Math Resources, and I have a YouTube channel. So individuals have been using my channel. Teachers also, because, there's a teacher who spoke to me, maybe about 5 or 6 months ago, and he said to me, Mr. James, if I have a topic to teach my students, what I do, go to YouTube, click on the topic, and just let the students watch the audiovisuals because they are very, very clear and they are quite detailed.
Any other question? Let me.
Well, what a basic question would be, who did COVID damage the most? The girls or the boys? And was that because the boys just weren't self-starting?
That's a very difficult question to answer, because I see that general performance here with Richard James Mathematics Resources, the girls generally are out ahead of the boys. Yes, in terms of numbers and sometimes quality of performance. But if you look at like boys, my students who would do well at a younger age, you'll probably find a greater number of boys there. I think that the boys get more distracted as they get a little bit older. So they get more distracted, and they are more easily distracted. So in terms of getting out of COVID, I think that the boys would have been more affected by it. But it is not something that I wouldn't expect, because naturally I find that to be so even without a bifurcation caused by COVID.
Well, I just find it amazing that the government and the and PSOJ, that they haven't seen it fit to utilize your skills and your organization in a way that.
Yes. All right. There's a particular company that during the COVID lockdown, that company, because I was offering the mathematics program for free on the internet, and that company came in and the company paid the internet bill during the entire COVID lockdown. You know, I was doing that. Now the company went further to say that Mr. James, or the person who was in charge of that, maybe not the CEO or maybe not one of those in higher management positions, went further to say, Mr. James, we are interested in your mathematics books going into the schools. So I should write a proposal to that, you know, with that whole idea. Now, when I wrote the proposal and saying that the books will cost this to be produced and all of that and the rest, the company
hold on a second.
Decided, this is what the company decided, because they approved of the proposal and everything. But they decided that I should send my mathematics books to another company to print. So they decided to do that. Now, my mathematics resources, if I should discuss all of my resources in the way that I should, then this will take until maybe 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And this is just the pet books. I'm just showing the pet books here. You know, and I have several other books right here. Now, if you consider that to just hand over to another company so much of your intellectual property, I doubt very much that you would want to do that just like
No, you
that.
don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Call me if they call you again.
I doubt very much that they are going to do it.
All right, hold on 1 second. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Philadelphia.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, Mr. Jamaica.
Yes, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, you're kind of delayed, yeah. Let me move from the television. Yeah, Mr. Rattigan, I'm just calling you to say this to you. The same problem you have with the Jamaica government not taking no argument from you, give you no respect, is the same thing with that teacher. They don't respect you because you probably don't have certain kind of color and you're not part of their gang.
Okay. Well.
Yes, sir. I can tell you, you just ask the teacher why you're not getting the support. The same thing go for you. All of your advice is not going to be taken because these guys, if you're not putting something in their pocket, they don't regard you.
You know, but especially in Mr. James's case, I mean, he's more valuable to Jamaica right now than I could ever be because teachers are leaving like it's going out of style. And so he's there and he's doing the best he can and he's getting results. So you think they would say, okay, you know what? Let's hold on to him so that he doesn't leave. And let's make something out of this. Highlight him, showcase him, provide him with all the resources.
He's not part of their gang, sir.
He's not part of the gang. Okay. You hear that, Mr. James? You're not part of the gang.
And if that is the case, then I will never be a part of it.
You hear what you say, caller? Said he'll never be. By the way, caller, where are you calling from?
Oh, Philadelphia.
Did you put did you let me just segue a little bit to something else? Did you put the did you go to the website and fill in the thing to be on the bus with us in about 3 weeks?
No, I did not.
You have to do that, you know that.
No, I'll probably go to when you go back down to Florida.
Okay. All right. Well, that doesn't mean you can't convince people or talk to people and have them see if they
No,
will.
I do. Listen, I listen to your program religiously every weekend. I got people from the opposite side curse me, say I love you too much because they love the hypocrisy to me.
I'm not part of their gang, right?
Right, just like that.
All right, my brother. Thank you so much.
Yeah, give thanks for your job, man. Give thanks for all of you guys, what you're doing.
All right.
Brighter days to come. We can't get worse than what it is. Brighter days coming.
There you go. There you go.
All right, give thanks.
God go with you, sir. Bye-bye.
All right.
Yeah, Mr. James. So, look, what I'd like to do is, because we're running out of time right now, we have Doc has to finish up his thing. What I'd like to do is I'd love to have you maybe next week or so, because I think that what you have to offer is something that Jamaica should really, really take advantage of. And it pains me to know that we have somebody as brilliant as you are and so committed, that even in the face of all these obstacles and odds, your students are thriving. They're successful, and somehow somebody don't see the wisdom, of saying, let's have this man lead the charge for us with mathematics. I don't know why. Hold on 1 second, please. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello?
Virginia, Maryland.
Virginia, Maryland.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right. My question is for Mr. James. Do you think students should first learn logic before they study mathematics?
Repeat that, please.
Do you think students should study logic first before they study mathematics?
That's an excellent question, and you know as much as I do that logic is studied in mathematics. So logic is included in mathematics. And of course, I think that the direction in which you are going is that logic should help you to reason and be able to come to, when not correct, but a conclusion that you can substantiate. And that is excellent. That is going to be, well, I would say, one of the greater consequences of studying mathematics. But you wanted to do it before. I think it's an excellent thing. So for those who are able to get that kind of instruction in logic before they pursue mathematics, I think that they should. But if not, then you know that logic is in mathematics also. As a matter of fact, I think that the first time that the CSEC examiners would consider logic is in the advanced level. So logic is the first time that we will see logic in mathematics is at the advanced level. I am sure that it is, but I don't do much with information technology. I am sure that logic is in the CXC curriculum before you get to the advanced level, that is information technology. And it might also be present in physics earlier also. But in terms of the mathematics curriculum, the first time that we'll see that coming over is in CAPE Unit 1, pure mathematics. And by the sound that I hear coming from you, you sound as if you think that might be too late and that the student should take a look at it earlier on. But that's a very good one to take a look at. I don't think that there's any simple answer to that question, since one is the maker of the other. So it's just something that will require serious thought before we can come to a full conclusion on it.
All right, Mr. Rattigan, see you in DuPont, sir.
Beg your pardon? Oh, yeah, see you in DuPont. Hey, great. See you there, man.
Yeah, man.
All right, take care of yourself. All right, cool. Yeah, man. Yeah, brother James, we have to bring you back. I don't know what the schedule is like next week, but I'm looking at the basically testimonials in the chat, and people are saying, yeah, you taught them or you taught their children, and they got this, they got that. I haven't seen one. So yeah, I mean, if this were a rating for like they do the stars, like for restaurants and stuff like that, you would have a solid 5 right now.
I'm very, thankful for that. And the reason why I'm laughing is that I went to Jamaica College sometime with the mathematics resources, and somebody run out and said, Mr. James, I'm so happy to see you. And I said, you don't remember me? I said, I am so and so. I said, oh, you are Johnny Watson. I remember you. I mentioned you sometime, because she's closer to 30 years old now, so she would have changed somewhat. Mr. James, you must remember me because you taught my grandmother.
Hold on 1 second. Caller, good night. Welcome to Business Rattigan.
Yeah, good night, Mr. Rattigan. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you, sir. And you?
I am perfect, thank you, sir.
Do me a favor.
I take great pleasure in talking to you, man.
Yeah, one quick thing. Could you turn on your device, please? I can hear our feedback. I'm getting a feedback.
Okay, is that better?
Yes. I hear it
Okay,
a little
yeah,
bit. I hear it a little bit. I hear it a little bit still.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, go ahead.
Well, I'm calling from the Cayman Islands.
Oh, wow. Welcome.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, I tell you, I really don't have word to express that how impressive I am by you.
Thank you, sir.
Like, I'm a born Jamaican. I've lived there for a while, and I mean, like, I love Jamaica. That before your show, I thought all hope was lost. I thought everybody was the same. That I mean, getting to hear you, listen to you every day, your whole panel, every single one, Wayne Lonesome, it gives me joy. It gives me joy, and it gives back hope to Jamaican. Because I mean, knowing what's going on there, it's great joy. I mean, like sometimes I feel the urge. I mean, like it hurts so deep, like I want to cry at times, just by just seeing the disadvantage and that is going on there, and how people is being mistreated, misled, misguided. The whole scenario, absolutely no love.
Well,
and you guys have actually sowed that seed of giving people hope, and I just want to help you to water it in any way I can.
Well,
and
I tell you what, I appreciate the remarks, but I tell you, somebody who gives me hope is Mr. Richard James, you know?
Yeah.
And so if whatever we can do to help him develop his program so that the children of Jamaica can get a good education as far as mathematics is concerned, then we need to pool our resources and help him. So while I accept what you're saying, the kind remarks, I have to defer them. I have to pass them on to Mr. James, because he's doing a lot more than I could ever hope to do in Jamaica, because what he's doing is he's preparing the minds of the future.
Yeah, and for surety, and I mean, like, I'm not going to take any credit from that, but me, myself, I have invested in Jamaica, in kids, a lot, a whole lot. Like, I have a charity there that is just designated for kids.
Okay.
Basically, kids in the community, I mean, like, I have invested in kids more than I think the Prime Minister of Jamaica have even invested into his own family and his thieving crew. Like, I have given them a call, in the sense that that's why I say when I listen to you guys, it touched me to know that this is what a real representative, this is a person who loves people. When you love people in general, nothing is too much for you to give to them.
Right.
And you don't take away from people you love. You just want to see them happy, and you give them your whole endeavor. And that's the big difference. And I mean, like, I know a lot of people want to call, but it's one of the greatest joy to have a conversation with you and to let you know that, guess what? You are the Moses. Your whole group combined together is Moses combined together with Aaron, and you have a lot of other soldiers with you. So I know that for sure you are going to take the Israelites out of Egypt and take them into the promised land. That's a surety. And with your vigor, with your strength, with your perseverance, with your love, even if you stand alone, you're going to do it. That's a sure guarantee.
All right.
And may God continue to bless you, sir.
Before you go,
Keep the good work.
before you go though, I don't want to stand alone in Washington D.C. 3 weeks from today. So are you gonna be there?
Yes, I will try my best. Yeah, I think I can make the time for that. That I support you everywhere I can. So anyhow I can support you, I will do so.
All right. Well,
I'm on board.
I'm looking forward to seeing you, and don't forget the date. When is it again?
I'm not certain. I'm not 100% sure of the date.
Okay. Well,
it's
all right. It is Saturday, June. Is it 14th or the 15th? 14th.
Okay. All right. I will call you back again. I will keep in touch with you, and whatever
That should be
donation.
the 15th.
Right. I'm going to try to send you my information because I was trying to get some shirts from you.
Okay.
As a sponsor, so I would like 4 shirts. So I'm going to send you my details.
Okay.
And I will call back at a given time, and then I will have that arranged.
No problem.
And in support. Thank you very much, sir. Keep
You're
the good
welcome.
work up.
Just remind him it's the 15th for me.
Well, it's the 15th of June.
Yeah.
Caller, welcome to Regions Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Georgia.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Rattigan, watch a program like all the time. See? So
Thank you, sir.
I'm a solution-based type of person. One thing more I ask you, right? What is it that you and the other guys can do for this hombre in regards to the ideas that he has? Meaning, Damien Crawford, which is a spokesperson on education for the People's National Party, right? I know maybe financially he probably can't do it, but I'm thinking that he can point him in the right direction. That's just my thing, because this guy needs a solution, and I'm a solution-based type of person. That's my, if you want to say, question or suggestion.
All right.
I'm listening.
Okay. All right. Thank you. What we're gonna do is, Mr. James, I'm telling you, I'm very, very, very impressed, and so I would like to invite you to come back on next week, because we're gonna over the course of this week, even though we're busy planning the protest in DC, I will find a time to talk to some people and see if there must be something that we can do to help you to help the children. So we will definitely be in touch with you. I hope you can find the time next week to join us. And
Yes,
then
I definitely find the time. Sorry about that. I definitely find the time. Today, although I knew ahead of time, it is still a little bit sharp on me to be here today. So next week, I think that I'll be better paced to be on it. And then, of course, next week, I hope that I'll have the opportunity to demonstrate a few of the mathematics.
Yeah, and if you have any products that you'd like to offer for sale, then please bring them along as well, and we will we'll do whatever we do back here to get them out of your hands and into the hands of other people.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to if he's had assistance from the UK aid or Canadian aid or USAID.
No, I haven't had any assistance from any of those.
And you've never applied to them or asked them to take a look?
No, I've never applied.
Okay, so he needs help with some of these applications, because you can get help because you're serving the community and you're community building. You're one of the builders, and there's no reason why USAID can't take a look at what you're doing and give you a grant, right? So we need to get somebody down there to help you. And what parish are you in?
Are you in St. James?
The last statement?
What parish? Are you in St. James?
Yes, I'm in St. James.
Okay. Yeah. And yeah, so you should be able to get help from the embassy. I see no reason why not. So that's something we can probably work on, Ratti.
Okay, no problem.
Getting them his information and do a profile on him to let them understand the kind of assistance he needs.
Right. Because Mr. James, I'm telling you, we as much as you're so talented, I'd like for you to expand. I don't want you leaving Jamaica. I want you stay there and develop those young minds, because we need more people like you.
Yeah.
And even though some people said we don't have a brain drain in Jamaica, we do. Lots of people, qualified people, are leaving. I see them right close to where I live. I see them.
Mr. Rattigan, who's telling you that we do not have a brain drain? Do not listen to those people, because I take my mathematics resources throughout the entire island. And I know the movers and shakers in mathematics in many many schools. And as soon as you return to the school on another occasion, they are gone. And the person who is taking their position within a few months, they are also gone.
All right.
Heads of mathematics department, they are leaving in droves. And the key mathematics teachers are also leaving. So don't listen to them when they tell you that we have it. Listen to me, because I have to go there and meet them personally. So I know we are having a serious problem. As you said, that's a brain drain. And also, I would like to thank you for inviting me on next week again. And I'm almost sure that, by being on, other individuals will, be on. It will take some traction, and then, people will want to come onto the show to ask a few questions concerning mathematics education in Jamaica, and also the mathematics resources in particular. So you have my students doing things never before done. Just a few seconds, if I can, done in this country. I just want to make maybe a few. Every day, every year, you hear that students, 12-year-old students, pass CSE, but never mathematics. They are always saying that it's some other subject. We have 12-year-old students passing the CSE mathematics with Richard James Mathematics Resources. Also, I remember a particular parent came here and said, "Oh, Mr. James, my son cannot read so well. But I think that there is something that he should be able to do." And that if he cannot read well, then he cannot read the information on the examination paper. He was in grade 8 at the time. By the end of the year, we got this young man to read up to the level that he was able to get a 2 in CXE mathematics in grade 8. And that is a person who the mother said could not read. So it is not just for mathematics, and as it pertains to values and attitude. Well, I don't very much that I'll be in the classroom much, after this. But in the former years, some students, the parents bring them here not just for mathematics education, but so that they can be cultured, because they were really getting out of hand. And when I'm through with them, when I was through with those students, the parents came back. They did extremely well. Some of them get distinction. And instead of thanking me for getting the distinction, the parents said, "Thank you, Mr. James, for instilling values and attitude in my children."
That's outstanding. You're talking about making students well-rounded.
Yes. And to prepare them for more than just mathematics. Because I'd like to tell them sometimes, when you come here, mathematics is the least among the things that you are here to learn. And you are being prepared properly for society.
Well, let me just say that it's my pleasure and privilege to have met you, sir. And I am humbled in your presence, because I would like to do what you're doing. I do some things, but you are directly touching those people, touching the families, touching the children in a way that I could never. And you see the results. You see it. And so I'm telling everyone in the chat, next week, come with your ideas, come with funding, come with contacts, come with everything, because we're going to help this man so that he can then expand his reach in terms of helping the future of Jamaica. This is something we should be highlighting. This initiative is something we should be highlighting. And
should be funding.
We should be funding. You're absolutely correct, sir. You're absolutely correct. So let me I feel so ashamed. Let me move, because I'm here asking people for money, and we have somebody here who should be getting on. Let me move my QR code off of the screen. President, with all due respect, I have to move it in the presence of the illustrious Mr. James, sir.
Yeah, we love what you're doing, Mr. James, and you're truly an inspiration, and we're all excited to work with you. So next week, when you come back, we're gonna definitely offer all the support we can. So thank you for being an inspiration. As you said, with the brain drain, as Ratti said, you could have gone. You could have taken up yourself and gone, but you stood around and you're fighting the good fight of faith. And I just subscribed to your channel, by the way, and asking everyone also to subscribe. Raymond G just subscribed to your channel. But talking about channel, I want to talk a little bit about that, but when Ratti will give me the cue for that. So thank you again, Mr. James. We appreciate your hard work and your dedication to our children and their future, sir.
Yeah, thank you for your kind words, and thank you for having me on this program. I've always wanted to be on this program because of the positive values and attitude, the vibes that I get from this program, And, as it said, nothing happens before the time. I think the timing is perfect now, So I'm really very delighted to be in your presence also, all of you on the panel.
No problem. Dr. Ben and Herb, any parting words for Mr. James?
No, I'm enthused that you do have someone of his caliber dedicated to those kids, and the kids need it. That's the only thing. Our kids reading, writing, math. It's essential. And right now, there are people like him needed to change the pattern in some of these high schools that have consistently graduated only at a 40% level, and where those graduates cannot effectively read, write, and comprehend in a business world today. So we do need his intervention, and his dedication is to be commended. That's pretty much how I see it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you need the support. You do need the support.
I'd like to just, congratulate Mr. James, during COVID. As I know in person, he has spent a lot of time and resources. I mean, outside of Richard James' mathematics resources, he hasn't spoken about the amount of time he has spent at COMC. He hasn't spoken about the amount of time he has spent at a number of private institutions teaching mathematics at all different levels. And he's always just so willing to give of himself. So, when you find persons like these who are so passionate, they're usually so passionate and focused that the help that they need, they're not able to go and seek it. So I'm glad that he's on this platform, and that those who are seeing what he's doing, know that he's just focused on what he's doing, but he really needs help to be more effective in doing that.
And let me just say before you go, Mr. James, that I want to personally thank Dr. Ben. I believe he was the one who brought you to my attention. And had it not been for him, God knows what would have happened. But like you said, God on time, and everything happens, when it's supposed to. So,
yeah, for sure. Yes.
So I want to thank Dr. Ben again. And again, it's a pleasure and a privilege to have met you. And we're looking forward to seeing you next week, sir. So I'll be
next week.
Yeah, I'll give you a call during the week.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Take care. Wow.
Yeah, very, very lively chat, Rattigan. Very lively chat. The chat is just so lively. And I'm glad that they have received Mr. James with such open hand, because I said there are not many people who have the passion that he has and still stay in Jamaica. Most people would have migrated, or they would have, sought to so they could monetize themselves in looking elsewhere. So we find Jamaicans like these who want to stay the course, and focus on developing Jamaica. We need to give them reasons to. We need to encourage them. And again, I'm happy for this platform, because it's not just about it's not just focusing on accountability for politicians, because, and it's funny how when that is done, it's looked upon as, I saw somebody in the chat saying that, oh, you're tearing down Jamaica. No, when you focus on who needs to be focused on, that's when you put the magnifying glass on a subject, then it's sad that's how some But it's also good to see what the show is about. It's not about just putting magnifying glass on the negative elements, but it's also about putting the magnifying glass on the positive elements, those who contribute positive to Jamaica. Right. And, you know, I know that Richard James is just the beginning of many more, you know, such areas that, you know, the Rattigan show is going to focus on. So this is really providing a balanced perspective to people, because a lot of times people in the diaspora want to give support to Jamaica and Jamaicans, but they don't know where to give that support to. So it's good that, you know, people who are there, who have the resource, who want to be a part of, and resource doesn't necessarily have to be money. Resource can be being a part of a team who would want to help in gaining funding, you know, because a lot of persons are resourceful in that way. But so I'm just happy to see that, you know, persons like him was featured on the show to give that balance. That Rattigan show is not only about magnifying the negatives, but it's also about magnifying the positives as well.
Indeed, indeed. And like I said, if the government does something that's positive, I will highlight it, but it has to be more than just a promise. Because, you know, if they said, give me your vote and I'll fix a road, and then they fix the road, and then what am I supposed to do if you fix the road? Am I supposed to have a party for your 10-day celebration? No, you get the vote, fix the road. Don't you fix 2 roads? If you fix 2 roads, now we start talk. You promise 1 and you fix 2. But good. But this is what we talk about. And you know what as you talk about magnification, the thing that highlights and magnifies the gentleman is that he's doing this without support from any of these entities that you would think that they would you know, provide resources to him then, because you know that, especially Ministry of Education, you would think that they would seek out a man like him and say, listen, we want you to stay now, and we want you to not only teach the children, but we want you to develop other teachers as well. You expect that from them, but no. And then when you talk nice things about Ministry of Education, you can't do that. How can you do that? But we want to talk nice things about this gentleman, not about Ministry of Education. Joke thing here, man. So that finish we up here with the colon cleanse and the alkaline cleanse. You know, I want to ask you a question. How many cleanses you manufacture? Yeah.
Well, I don't thought about that way. I know we have the colon cleanse, we have the liver cleanse and the blood cleanse. That's about 3. Liver, blood, right, and then there are the others that we encourage and guide persons in being able to make for themselves.
So, if I take, and let me just ask you, it's a stupid question, but I don't know any other way to ask it. So call me stupid. If I take all 3 cleanses, should I feel like Superman tomorrow, or at the end of the period, or how should I feel at the end of the period?
Then you feel like a brand new person. That much I can tell you. You feel like a brand new person, because
Buck stuck.
Yeah.
While we're waiting on Doc, I just wanted all the people who are reaching out about the protests, where information is coming up shortly. Stand by. The information about the protest is coming up. So we still want you to sign up. Is Dr. Ben back? Or still working on him?
No, he's still.
Remember to hop on over to the website. We need you guys to come over there and complete the form. And you will have the option to pay by credit card. You also have the option to do Cash App. You also have the option to Zelle. So those of you who have been sending in your Zelle, thank you. A big shout out to everybody down there in St. Elizabeth. Yes, I want to big up the Swaby family. Thank you, guys. I want to big up Renisha in particular. I want to thank all the other people from New York, New Jersey that has been reaching out. Please support the thing. Book your ticket. We're going to DC. Waiting on the doctor to come back. Is he back?
Yeah, he's back.
All right, Doc.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just looking. tenacious ones. I need all of your cleanses now. I did it on my life change. Probably that was obvious to others, right? So I'm looking each week for persons, because there's so many persons who have reached out to us and who have done a number of these cleanses. It would be good to have some of them come on and talk about their experiences, so that it don't sound like I'm a salesman. I don't like to talk about what I do.
No.
You know, I like when people come. And,
well, yeah, let's put it out there. If
that's
you
a
have
beat and teacher that
been,
I've been waiting on my phone and cleanse for 3 weeks, right? So there are some persons. Well, I see there are some persons who. There are some persons who will talk about the colon cleanse, and there are some persons, because there's a link to get it. Now, for the gallbladder and liver flush, it's not a product. It's not a physical product, as it's somewhat 2C. Say that they've been waiting for 3 weeks now. It is an instructional video. So once you purchase it, you're gonna get the instructional video, because the amazing gallbladder and liver flush, when it's made, you have to take it same time. So it's not something that we can make and package and send to you. It's a tutorial.
But I don't need that cleanser before we go to DC. Because I have a funny feeling that DC are going to be mad. You know, DC are going to be mad, man.
It's going to be jumping.
Yeah. I'm just have a good vibe about DC.
And we want everybody to come on over and let us talk about DC. We still have seats on the bus. Oh, by the way, I want to say the person who are coming in from Brooklyn. Brooklyn, you guys are leading, man. I can't believe it. We talk about Bronx, we talk about Queens, but Ratti, Brooklyn is
my people, my people in man. Brooklyn, we need one bus in Brooklyn. Make them know. So that we have a Brooklyn bus, right? We don't want a bus coming from Queens and come pick up people at Brooklyn. We need a bus leaving Brooklyn. And remember, each bus has a capacity of 50. So we need 50 people to just book the bus right now. You know what? Instead of 50 people, maybe one person can just have a community of people and say, look, more on the bus. Don't worry about how much. Just give me my bus. Give me a bus for Brooklyn. That's what I really want. I saw Brooklyn people acting us. So Brooklyn people, go ahead and just, one of you, just call and just say, yeah, what's the money? I want a bus. And then you just work out the details and figure out who now bring with you and all that stuff. But we need a bus for Brooklyn alone. And don't let me down in a Brooklyn people. East New York, Brownsville, Bed-Stuy, East Flatbush. Don't let me down, Don't let me down. All right? So that's the thing there. So Doc, the cleanse. No, you said the cleanse. It's not something you can.
So let me just say, hopefully next week we're gonna finish up the presentation. We're looking at the circadian rhythm of the body. So we were talking about the detoxifying. We're talking about the defecation, perspiration, urination. Went off. Started to talk a little bit about the perspiration. As a matter of fact, because I don't have long, because I'm in Laos now. Yeah. It's now 9:27. I've been on up until now. I'm getting ready to go to the sauna. Because are we back? Are we live?
Yeah, we're back. We're live. The Constella. Right, so we need all.
So as I was talking about, yes. So here's what happened. Because of the lifestyle, because of the modern lifestyle that we now have, perspiration, urination, and defecation is being seriously affected. So the body has its own natural way of cleansing itself. But in recent times, a lot of these natural ways of cleansing the body are being affected. So we spoke about perspiration, and am I back? Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we're trying to hear.
Are you hearing me? All right.
Yeah.
So I see some very good questions. Let me just say a few of them. Is the question
Is that gone again?
I don't know
think
what's
they're
happening to
jamming
the
up.
internet. I don't know what.
Well, Doc, they picked on me for the last 2 weeks, so I think they're picking on you now.
Yeah,
Just jamming
but
the system.
so you know, yeah, there's jamming the system because I'm not on I'm on stable internet. I'm on the stable internet now. But duodenal ulcers, it depends because once you have an ulcer, it means the stomach wall is somewhat tender, so you don't want to aggravate that too much, and also it depends on what you are using. Some herbs have ingredients in them that are we call abrasive for the colon. So some herbs, so you have mild stimulants, that you have mild herbs. Man, they're out for me tonight, herb. They're out for me tonight.
Yeah.
They're out for me. They're out for me tonight.
Yeah. Well, do you have your cell phone linked to your computer?
No, I'm not using that. No, I'm using
No. I'm saying, is it programmed to sync with your computer?
Yes.
Yeah, well, unsync it. That's the only way I solve my problem. Because I noted that when they interfered with my computer, it was also similarly interfering with my cell phone. So I had to unsync it, right? So that's my tip to everybody that this is happening to.
Okay. All right, but guys, I have to run because I have a client to attend to now.
All
right.
Next
week we'll pick it up from here next week, and we'll talk. All right. So thank you guys for having me. Glad to be on and continue the great work. Looking forward to seeing you next week.
See you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Glad to see you, Doc.
All right. Be safe. Be safe.
All right. Folks, we need to go over the site. You know, President said, "Why we'll get some response, but we need more responses." We still have 1,400 people on the things.
Wow.
We need to please go over there. Go over there under the thing. Go over there under the thing.
Well, look, I just want 400 of the 1,400 do it, and then we can concentrate on another 400 next week.
So, Herb, some people want some more details about the program, the schedule, the time you're going to get here, because a lot of people have been calling in and writing here saying, okay, what if I want to just show up there? What if I want to come for the Caribbean meet to go to the Senate with you? Because a lot of people are interested in that too. So can you walk us through, Herb, the options that are available for DC and how people can participate in those various options?
Okay, we have a schedule that's coming out for the whole week, right? It's legislative week. So we're going to have education covered. We're going to have healthcare covered. We're going to have agriculture covered. We're going to have a host of subjects that impact the Caribbean island covered. And on the Thursday, the 13th, that subject matter is crime, security, food security, and some other things that come under the security umbrella. Now, once we have briefed the members of Congress to include the State Department and USAID and IADB, those are the main people that normally show up to hear what we have to say, then we are asking folks to pre-program their visit. What do I mean by that? We want you to get in touch with the field office where you live or close to where you live and tell them you'd like to come in and sit with your congressman, for about 5-10 minutes when you get to Washington, D.C. What does that do for us? You let us know who that is. We can then come up with a presentation that simply will point out to them that we need ROI. What's ROI? Report on the investment and return on the investment. So either we're keeping track of the monies we're giving away virtually to these islands, and there's no accountability to us as citizens. The reason Public Law 114-291 was passed, it gave us as citizens of the United States the option to make representation to your own Congress people about how money should be used. How CBSI, for instance, Caribbean Basin Initiative, should be deployed in the Caribbean to protect the Caribbean, because right now most of the protection is for the U.S. third border. That means people coming into the U.S. It does not do a whole lot, according to the conference in Trinidad last year. It doesn't do a whole lot to protect us from weapons trafficking and from the ills of human trafficking, especially labor and sex trafficking of our young people. Right? We have a lot of missing people in the Caribbean. Keep in mind, the Caribbean is 1 million square miles. And when you have over 300,000 or more young people at risk, we have to watch out for our young ones. Turn your back and they come up missing. If you don't find them within that first 24 hours, chances are very dim that you're going to locate your children. So you have to really have a secure system that you use for check-ins using cell phones or other methodologies, the buddy system where they're moving around with somebody. And a big tip-off to you is this. We have found from studies that the human trafficking system is enhanced by them meeting people in school when they're disenchanted. So if you have kids that you discipline and they become disenchanted, that's when they're most likely to go meet that fast talker in school who is an actual recruiter for the actual recruiter. So that's and if you're aware of that, trust me, you are going to be able to know changes in your kid, especially when they're preparing to leave home.
So we are dealing with human trafficking, crime, and these are things you'll be dealing with in legislative week.
Legislative week, yeah. So
that's a Thursday. What is happening Friday? So in front of Congress Thursday, what's happening Friday and what's happening Saturday?
The Friday is when we desire those meetings with your congressperson or key staff members. Key staff members are those that can staff paper to take to the committee, and the committee will then have a discussion on what you brought into your congressman and say, hey, here's an interesting fact. Our HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities, are going broke. They are short billions of dollars. We are giving billions of dollars to Jamaica, to Trinidad, and to all these other countries, but there is no accountability. There's no transparency. How do we justify that as Americans? We're depriving Americans of this service and we're giving it away to the Caribbean. We need that type of conversation to get the Caribbean to be more responsive to us as the diaspora, right? I noted last night, Prezi, when we're doing that show, Will and I, that the government had written the diaspora out of the Constitution in the proposed Constitution. You remember that, Will?
Yeah.
We're not being recognized. And I'm saying, how can we not be recognized when we're the #1 revenue stream for the country? $3.5 billion a year. The tourism industry might make $4 billion, but only $2 billion comes to Jamaica. So we're it. Yet still, they're proposing that they drop us. I mean, we must really be effective on this program for them to want to do that to Jamaica. It's crazy. But the bottom line is, yes, they come in, they witness the presentation. The next day, they go visit the congressman because they have it set up from the field office in Miami, in Fort Lauderdale, in Boston, in Brooklyn, wherever they're coming from. Visit the field office, set up the talk with the congressperson, right? Now, once you set up the talk, what is the subject? Subject is the Global Magnitsky Act. The subject is the Foreign Bribery Act, the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, and FARA. We're covering the things that we are following and that needs to be followed by a congressperson. That needs to be enforced by a congressperson. And then we will ask 1 or 2 congresspeople to come up with a new law that would force accountability. You cannot have good democracy without accountability. So once we get those interviews done with your congresspeople or the staff on that Friday, put us to work, please. Then come Saturday, we're going to do the protest. And they're going to understand why we're protesting. So when our ambassador goes out and tells all of these people that, oh, these are bad people, these people are a threat to our welfare and to our physical being. No, we're not a threat to anybody except the wrongdoers, except the corrupt ones. And that's who we want to make sure we remind them that we have the power to direct our congresspeople, who then directs where CBSI and other programs will go or deny them access to those programs. This is the power we want to exercise. We are covered under Public Law 114-291. Look it up. It gives us that kind of power. So, folks, support this, and we can't go wrong. Absolutely cannot go wrong. And we need to, when Prezi says, can we come to that prayer meeting? They'll spin around and say, yes, Reverend Prezi, come and give us your blessing. That's what they're going to be doing, Prezi. No more is turn the back, show us that you don't care, you don't give a damn, right? Wave your hand like you don't care, just like you did in Pennsylvania, right? We're going to change that attitude, right? And we're going to make sure that when we come out on a Sunday or we come out on a Monday, or they're going to show up and they're going to beg for forgiveness. So let's see what happens. We have some surprises coming up for them, right? And that's all I want to say right now, because we're working diligently to make sure we're going to get everybody's attention. Thank you.
Let me just say that Monica was asking if I go to Jamaica and I want to be police commissioner, if I have to renounce my U.S. citizenship. first thing is, just to answer your question, no, you don't, because the issue we have been discussing, and Mr. Wildman made it clear that when I asked him about the driver's license, because years ago you could travel to Jamaica using an American driver's license. I remember that. To answer the question whether or not you'd have to renounce, no, because the Constitution, it's making reference to Parliament, not to civil, the other civil service, not to civil service. So sections 39 and sections 40 that he made reference to, they only have to deal with the Senate and the House of Representatives, not with an agency of the government. So no. But I forget something from morning night,
So you turn lonesome on me now. Lonesome will say, boy, I hear my stomach crying out, and well, we say, what does that mean? Boy, I'm dead, I'm dead for hunger. Don't worry, Ratti. The love of the people here will take us through.
Yeah.
Isn't that right, President?
Sean Fritz was asking whether the today go to the Mr. James's program. We're gonna do something special for Mr. James next week. So hold off on that. In the meantime, I need you to go over to the website. Prezi is there waiting to get this thing going. Brooklyn, no let me Queens.
Put Prezi to work, folks. Don't let us down.
Back to Queens. Bronx on the candles right now. I know I joke now, make. Now come up. On the need to come in though and make the commitment, because what we don't want is, look, the bus company, they need to know, because we don't want to go on the next thing, they say, well, it's too late, somebody else has the bus, because then they're going to hear, oh, one never do this, one never do that, and here it is, we're doing it. So please, somebody has to reach out to the churches. Well, that's true, but now reach out to UNO first, right? Reach out to the family members, right? So Jazzy Max, go and go eat your swim around. All right. You up, take care of yourself. Yeah, that's the last time I had a meal was yesterday, So yesterday in the evening. So I have to go get something now. And hey,
all right, guys. So I'm gonna be up for the next 14 minutes, looking for your calls. Come on over to our website. I'm waiting on you. Please fill out those forms. And those of you who have been reaching out and trying to make other arrangements, we understand they are last minute things you need to verify, but just put your name on the list, and we'll be expecting to continue the dialogue in the next couple of days until they tighten up everything. So looking forward to having you guys. So thank you so much, and we appreciate love all of you. You guys are amazing.
Now remind them that, if the bus is full, that we have a chance to get other buses, or you can discuss carpooling amongst yourselves, or van pooling. If you hire one of them enterprise, 15 passenger vans, and then you can bring everybody in your block, right? But folks, plan around this. This is like a excursion going to Washington, and you're going to spend, and even if you don't want to come to Congress, you will be able to come directly to the protests. 9 o'clock in the morning, we will be assembling, and then we're going to be there until 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, we start officially about 10, 11. What time we officially start?
Well, we officially start. If everybody's assembled by 9, then what I want to do is to I've asked them to approve the video setup. And if they approve that, then we'll try to play some videos for them of the issues with education, the issue with the healthcare. We're getting some videos put together by one of our bloggers, and then we can screen it, and then we can put it up. And then, with your irrepressible voice, Prezi, you will then begin to open up, do some benediction, get them fired up. I know your capabilities, and I know when you bring on Dr. Francis, and then you bring on Ratti, I don't even need to talk because they're going to blow the crowd away.
Well, you more than anybody else. You have to get the long speech this time.
It's gonna be great, guys. I'm excited.
Please, everyone, tune in about an hour and 11 minutes or so at midnight, and then you will be listening to The Rebel. So,
see, that's the voice they want to hear down there. The Rebel. Yeah.
So,
go deep.
Some slow jams, and I'm really gonna get into the mood. I'm looking forward to seeing our
and I had a little sneak peek at one of the song, and just I listen for that one song there.
That's that one song there.
There's that one song, and don't let stretch it out. Can I wait for it?
All right, my brother. So, folks, you catch up. Please check out Prezi. We have he has 10 minutes left, so check him out.
10 minutes left. Come over to the website, call the number. I'm waiting on your call. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
And folks, most of all, I promise you, you will get to meet Mr. Winston sitting behind me in the chair. He'll be ready for you. He's been listening intently. He's looking up at Prezi. He's looking up at Will, but he's looking at the list of names also, and he's taking note. Right, Winnie? Right. There you go. Yeah.
All right. So we'll talk soon. Folks, I'll see you in an hour and 10 minutes. I'll see you. So take care. All right, Prezi.
All right.
Herb, we'll link up tomorrow.
Prezi, blessings, brother.